one, go. We're live.
Hello and welcome to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance, the world's largest Bitcoin and crypto exchange. Of course, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor-at-large of the Kraken Cryptocurrency Exchange, editor of Bitcoin Magazine and Bitcoin historian on X, and we're making history today as 7,000 people descend on the Middle East's largest Bitcoin conference. We're here at the beautiful ADNEX Center around us in Abu Dhabi, the financial capital of the United Arab Emirates. And we'll be here on the news desk following all the action over the next 2 days as we hear from top speakers around the world, Bitcoin experts. We've got Eric Trump, Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, Steve Witkoff, the new Trump administration special envoy to the Middle East. We've got Marwan Al Zarouni, CEO of AI Dubai Department of Energy and Tourism, and Changpeng Zhao, former CEO of Binance, and many more. And of course, much at stake here. Bitcoin surging past 100K, nation states being left behind as FOMO sets in and freedom money spreads across the world. We've got special guests here now to unpack this and more. All the way on the end, we've got Frank Corva, lead business correspondent at Bitcoin Magazine. Of course, you know him from X. Mark Moss, partner of the Bitcoin Opportunity Fund. Guys, let's start in. Bitcoin teetering on 100K. Obviously, the world is changing right now, waking up to the opportunity, and the question is, do we go higher from here, Mark?
Yeah, we certainly go higher from here. We go much higher from here. As a matter of fact, you know, by the time the cycle is done, maybe by the end of next year, we should probably be at least double, I would expect.
Okay.
It looks like we're sort of in this holding pattern. If you want to get into technical analysis, we're sort of in this consolidation pattern. We know that there's a massive amount of institutional buying, as well as we know nations are FOMOing in right now. A lot of that's happening over the counter, so not happening on the exchanges. But we see that the amount of Bitcoin that's available on the exchanges is dwindling at a rapid rate, and I'm expecting that price to explode higher pretty soon here, any day.
100K, just the beginning. Frank, is that what you're getting from the business community? How do you feel? 100K?
I have to say the business community is excited. Everybody likes when their bags go up, right? So if you're purveying Bitcoin, or if you're holding Bitcoin on the balance sheet, as many companies are these days, it is quite an exciting time for sure. I think the big thing also is just the vibe, at least in the United States with the incoming Trump presidency, just this idea that we have Trump talking about all the Bitcoins being minted or mined in the United States. I think it's setting the stage for the price to go higher. I think people feel a lot more sure about the future of Bitcoin, at least in the United States. And I think some of that energy is spreading globally. We surely can feel it here in Abu Dhabi.
Well, let's read some stats. Bitcoin price, of course, up 127% over the last year, up 30% on gold, hitting a market cap of $2 trillion. And of course, the critics are out in chorus on X saying, don't buy, this is it, the top is in. What's your preferred response, Mark, as you're seeing these critics? What are they missing about why there's a sustained rally here?
Yeah, what they're missing is that they're living life in the rearview mirror. So as humans, our brains are comparing machines, right? So it's heavy compared to what? And so what they're doing is they're looking at Bitcoin and saying it's too expensive,
right.
But expensive compared to what? So expensive compared to where it was at $5,000, but we're looking at $1 million Bitcoin by 2030, so is it expensive compared to that? And so they're living life in the rearview, they're missing what's really going on. And when you look at a couple factors, certainly the business community. Right now we see about institutions are holding about 13.5% of Bitcoin, buying at an enormous rate. We have the United States, the US dollar,
right,
potentially adding a strategic Bitcoin reserve with other states FOMOing in. And so when you look at that buy and demand, commodities are very simple to measure versus equities, where it's supply and demand. And so we know that the supply is fixed at 21 million. You look at the demand that's coming in from the institutions, the business community. Michael Saylor is single-handedly bringing that in.
Right.
Then you look at the FOMO from the sovereigns that are coming in. And there's just absolutely no way the price doesn't continue higher, especially with the favorable political climate. So what they're getting wrong is they're looking backwards as opposed to buying $1 million asset today for $100,000.
Topic now, critics. Frank, your thoughts as you hear these misinformed comments. What are they not getting in your view?
Well, first I'd like to say good riddance to one critic. I think this week we learned that Paul Krugman will be no longer writing a column for the New York Times.
I point out that today Peter Schiff even calling Bitcoin a national security concern, seeking to raise the alarms.
Imagine this. Yeah, so I think there's something really interesting happening in terms of Bitcoin being more secure. I think it was Pomp that mentioned it on CNBC the other day. Buying right now, some people feel like maybe they they missed the boat. It's not like buying Bitcoin at 5,000. That's definitely the case. The thing though, I think as it becomes a more liquid asset, I don't think we see the maybe 80 or 90% downturns. Sure, maybe we see a 40, 50% downturn. So I think it gets easier for the average person to hold. Not that it's fun to maybe see a downturn that's as significant as 40 or 50%, but the more liquid this gets, the more it acts as a store of value, and unless it seems like a speculative asset. Not that it ever technically was a speculative asset, but I think it loses some of that illusion as we move forward.
If I could add on to the downturns for a second, first of all, I think this 4-year cycle probably continues for a while, so I do think there will be another downturn market. Assets always go up and down as they move up or down. But I want to say that, like, if we have this SBR coming in, the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, basically the U.S. is planning to buy 200,000 Bitcoin per year. Michael Saylor at MicroStrategy has committed to buying a couple 100,000 Bitcoin a year over the next 3 years. Just those two alone are committing to buy more Bitcoin than is being created through mining. So that sets a floor. Now, just those two. So then you think about the other institutions, the other sovereigns that are coming in. And so certainly we're going to have downturns. That goes without saying. However, when you have those two buyers, and here's one more key piece. When you look at institutions coming in, we're talking hedge funds, VCs, and even businesses, they're a little bit price conscious. Now, Saylor is DCAing on a regular basis, but most hedge funds and VCs, they're going to try to buy around dips, things like that.
That's right.
When you have sovereigns coming in, they're not price sensitive buyers.
Not at all, right.
So now they're going to be buying no matter what the price. And I think that sets a floor and certainly brings that potential downside up. It should.
Yep. Of course, streaming live on X, Rumble, and YouTube. Now, the topic is the catalyst emerging here at Bitcoin MENA 2024. Sticking with, Mark, your comments on the U.S. Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. Let's just unpack the Trump election, the 2024 U.S. election. Of course, I'm wearing the U.S. Pride jacket here from 21 Million Fashion. You can check that out on the Bitcoin Magazine store. But what's happening in America? What's happened? If we're talking to people in the Middle East now, in the UAE, what was the shift that happened in this election cycle, and how did Bitcoin enter that story, and why, going forward, do you expect the administration to be so positive?
Yeah, certainly. So we were on the news desk together at Bitcoin Nashville talking about this, and I remember watching both Trump and RFK go up and sort of give their pitch to the world as why they should be president. And I remember on that desk, and they were both talking about a Bitcoin reserve and how they wanted to make Bitcoin legal and more favorable.
Robert F. Kennedy even promising to buy more Bitcoin.
Promising to buy more and all those things.
Yeah.
And what I said at the news desk at that time is I said, really what's on the ballot is freedom. Because it's not about Bitcoin, it's about our freedom to choose how we want to store wealth, how we want to transact our wealth. So I said, what's on the ballot really is freedom. And so I think the freedom is one. And not just freedom to store wealth in Bitcoin or transfer how we see fit, but censorship, freedom of speech.
100%.
Lots of those things. And really, I mean, Elon Musk buying Twitter, I think, was really pivotal in that. But I think that's really what's changed, and I think the whole world feels it. I was in Australia a few weeks before the event, speaking at Peter McCormack's event, and everybody in Australia wanted to ask me about the election. And I'm like, nobody in the U.S. really asked me about that, but in Australia was the big topic, and the whole world
Paying attention, right?
was paying attention because they saw that freedom, and I think that's what won. Trump has said, have fun with your Bitcoin or those cryptos
Playing
or whatever,
with your
right?
cryptos.
And so really it's freedom. Freedom to choose as it should be, and I think the U.S., when you look at influence, right, you had Bukele and El Salvador adopt Bitcoin first, but they were one of the poorest countries in the world, so not a big influencer. But when you have a nation like the United States, which the whole world is watching,
Setting a trend, right?
Setting a trend in doing this, it brings the rest of the world along.
Yeah.
The world has been following the U.S.'s lead, and the U.S.'s lead has been a seller of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Has been criminalizing the industry, have been putting major executives in jail. So how do you explain the tone shift, frankly, the U.S. going from a seller of Bitcoin to now its potentially biggest buyer?
It's a tremendous situation, and people around the world are paying attention. I cover a lot of what's happening in Africa and Latin America, and so speaking of Trump, I was at PubKey the day he came to PubKey to purchase those burgers, to send a signal to the world. The first former president, now will be, president-elect, using Bitcoin, paying for something with Bitcoin,
Usually
right?
your mic is out. If we can toss it to Mark.
So-
Frank,
Yep.
Frank, toss it to Mark if you can.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to kick it over to you, Mark. I heard we have a bit of a technical difficulty with my mic, so yeah, so there. So I don't know what you heard or what you saw from the PubKey payment, maybe how significant that was, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think it's really significant because, as you said, now we have a president that owns it, has used it, has seen the benefits of it. And I think, what's interesting is Trump is how he's changed his mind. And I would say that intelligence is the ability to take new information and change your mind. And so Trump changed his mind. Larry Fink from BlackRock changed his mind. Of course, Michael Saylor changed his mind. You mentioned Peter Schiff.
Yeah.
He's dug in. He won't change his mind. But I think intelligent people do. Trump was able to do that. And it represents an enormous opportunity. I think what he's seen also is that maybe it's not the threat to the U.S. dollar that he thought it was.
Initially.
And really, Bitcoin is competing against other store value assets, which we have plenty to choose from. Nobody really thinks they store their wealth in dollars. So we buy equities, we buy real estate, we buy bonds, we buy businesses, collectibles, etc. And Bitcoin is one more
of those
many opportunities we have as a store value, not competing directly against the dollar.
Yep.
Case I'm going to make in my keynote is that for Bitcoin to get to 10, 20, 30 million, the dollar doesn't have to die for that. It takes value from other store value assets. So him doing that, him recognizing that, him changing his mind is an enormous shift. And I think eventually the world makes that shift.
Let's talk about the world again here in Abu Dhabi at Adnac Center, financial capital of the United Arab Emirates. Here in the UAE, what's your appeal to this country? Why should they become a first mover in their region in following some of these strategies?
Well, certainly what we can see from the first mover advantage, this game theory playing out, is El Salvador. So they took some of their money and put it into Bitcoin. And now, a few years later, they've made enough profit off of that to pay off their IMF debt.
Yep.
And so I think for any nation that has debt, part of what the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve wants to do is start to put that Bitcoin in, let it sit there for 5-10 years, and have the ability to pay off debt that would be unable to do that before. So I think every nation, every corporation, Grant Cardone's talking about doing this with real estate now. And I think every nation is going to start to wake up to this fact where if we start to put a little bit in, we can do that. The other thing I would say is that, here in the UAE, you're sort of in this financial hub of this part of the world.
Yeah.
And something that I've been sort of woken up to because I've been building a house down in Mexico recently, and we're importing stuff from Europe or the US, and the people that I'm working with there can't even give me quotes because they don't know what the exchange rates will be in 30 days from now. And it's really been an eye-opening experience for me to really live through that. And how can the world work like this? It can't. And so here we have like this financial hub, and you're dealing with all these different currencies. And so if you want to be that player and you really want to bring this international economics in, you're going to have this neutral reserve asset.
Yes.
And so I think that's another reason why they could really cement their place as this global hub of commerce by doing something like that.
Let's talk about the phrase on everyone's mind on X right now. Global Bitcoin superpower being into existence in society. That it will matter how much Bitcoin a state owns. Frank, do you take that perception?
Yeah, I actually got a really funny story this week. I spoke with some people in El Salvador and Guatemala. I can't mention any names, but so I think that there was a meme that went around of Nayib Bukele saying, oh, my Bitcoin's doing really well, as we just mentioned. Maybe I'll buy Guatemala. And apparently, while we all sort of maybe saw that meme and laughed, there's authorities all the way up to the Guatemalan central bank and the people in government who saw that and said, I guess we need to start developing our strategy sooner than later as well. So even on that level, it's definitely happening. My guess would be, I would imagine some countries are stacking behind the scenes right now. It has to be. You wrote a piece, Pete, for Bitcoin Magazine saying, like, here's your opportunity to front run the United States, right? We're signaling to the world that we're going to put out this strategic reserve, or we're going to build the strategic reserve. Yeah. And so why not? Why wouldn't people start to come up with a plan at the very least at this point? Yep.
Do you think that there's, obviously the U.S. is a different environment, there are regulatory hurdles becoming an active buyer. Do you see that around the world? If you're a nation state, a country that's running, how do they get active today? How do they not move the market upwards if they're planning a significant fund of mechanics?
Well, in the long lens, it's impossible. So in the long run, it's going to move the market up, period. What they're doing in the short term is they're buying over the counter.
We're ready to go to an ad break. If you can get us after Mark is done talking.
So it's not being marked to market on a daily basis. So we have private companies that have big chunks that they'll sell over market, and then when they re-up, then they'll sort of move the market again. So it sort of pulls from that pool. And so that's how these nation states and sovereigns are trying to do that. But eventually, if you zoom out and look at months or years, of course it's going to move the market. There's just no way.
Yeah, Bitcoin. We're going to
stand by.
It's powered by Binance when we return.
Go. Way back.
Fiat money is used to fund wars. We've spent $8 trillion on regime change wars over the past 20 years. And all those wars made America less safe and less secure and less rich. There was almost no debate about those wars beforehand. What do we get for those wars? Iraq is now worse off than we found it. We killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. We killed between 670,000 and 1 million Iraqis. Iraq is now instead of a nation, it's an incoherent battle between Shia and Sunni death squads. We created ISIS in the spillover war into Syria, and we drove 2 million refugees into Europe, and we destabilized every democracy in Europe. That process ended up with Brexit, with breaking up the European Union. The riots that we're now seeing in France are a direct result of that surge of immigration that was driven by our wars. So the taxpayer would never agree to fund those wars in advance. And the government doesn't want it, politicians don't want to go to the taxpayer and ask that permission. It's much easier for them to just declare the wars and then finance them by printing more money. But ultimately, the people who pay for that money are the middle class, and they pay through the mechanism of inflation.
Have you Binanced?
What?
Have you Binanced?
Have you Binance? No.
Have you Binanced?
Have you Binance?
I have Binance.
Congratulations.
Binance.
Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business. Innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for Corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future.
Fiat money is used to fund wars. We've spent $8 trillion on regime change wars over the past 20 years. And all those wars made America less safe and less secure and less rich. There was almost no debate about those wars beforehand. What do we get for those wars? Iraq is now worse off than we found it. We killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. We killed between 670,000 and 1 million Iraqis. Iraq is now instead of a nation, it's an incoherent battle between Shia and Sunni death squads. We created ISIS in the spillover war into Syria, and we drove 2 million refugees into Europe, and we destabilized every democracy in Europe. That process ended up with Brexit, with breaking up the European Union. The riots that we're now seeing in France are a direct result of that surge of immigration that was driven by our wars. So the taxpayer would never agree to fund those wars in advance. And the government doesn't want it, politicians don't want to go to the taxpayer and ask that permission. It's much easier for them to just declare the wars and then finance them by printing more money. But ultimately, the people who pay for that money are the middle class, and they pay through the mechanism of inflation.
Have you Binanced?
What?
Have you Binanced?
Have you Binance? No.
Have you Binanced?
Have you Binance?
I have Binance.
Congratulations.
Binance.
Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business. Innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for Corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future.
Fiat money is used to fund wars. We've spent $8 trillion on regime change wars over the past 20 years. And all those wars made America less safe and less secure and less rich. There was almost no debate about those wars beforehand. What did we get for those wars? Iraq is now worse off than we found it. We killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. We killed between 670,000 and 1 million Iraqis. Iraq is now instead of a nation, it's an ingoing.
I actually live in Dubai, but I'm focused on Bitcoin educational material as well. So let's just talk a little bit about where things are at. Obviously, in Bitcoin, we have this saying, everyone knows it, not your keys, not your coins. It's an important one. Do you want to just start us off with what is the current state of Bitcoin? Obviously, we've recently hit 100K. Can you just give us some overview thoughts?
Sure. So hello, everyone. Very happy to be here today. So look, we often talk about what Ledger does, hardware as self-custody, but I think the way to think about it is very more as a digital property, okay? So with Bitcoin, there was an invention of this peer-to-peer electronic payment system, but one of the invention was the fact that now you can own a digital asset, and it's yours. And the way to own it is because you own a secret. And so what we do at Ledger, we protect secrets. That's what we do. We protect secrets when they're at rest, and we protect secrets when they move, meaning when you do a transaction. When you do a transaction with Bitcoin, you have to prove to the protocol that you know your secret, but only to the protocol. If you give your secret to someone else, by definition, it's no longer a secret. And so for a long time, and especially at the beginning of crypto in, let's say, when we started 10 years ago in 2014, the main use case was buy and hold. You would buy Bitcoin, you would put it on your ledger, and then you would forget your ledger forever. And it's funny because just before coming on stage, I was having a discussion in a group with a bunch of OGs who still think that this is the main use case. You buy your Bitcoin, you put it on ledger, and you forget that it's there. And 10 years after, you take your ledger from your drawer and you try to use it. Okay, there are two mistakes here. Number one, Ledger is a consumer electronic, and so if you take any consumer electronic device, you put it in a drawer, you take it out of the drawer 10 years after, you can be sure that it's not going to work, okay? And number two, the game has completely evolved. Today, and what's important and what is important to understand in the future is why not your keys, not your crypto? Before, it was something quite philosophical. It's like, I can own something digital, I can own value. I don't trust the banks, I don't trust the system, so I want to own myself and have an edge compared to the main financial system. But today is different. That is still true to a certain extent, but what is even more true and what is very important to understand is, what is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is a public protocol. What is Ethereum? These are public protocols. For the past 10 years, we've been building the protocol, okay? Just like the World Wide Web is a protocol. And what's happening now and what has been happening for the past years, especially with Ethereum, Solana, but now it's happening also on Bitcoin, now we're building an applicative layer on top of the protocol. Think about the World Wide Web and think that Facebook is an application that sits on top of the World Wide Web. And so an application like DeFi, for example, decentralized finance, this is an application that sits on top of a protocol. And if you don't own your private keys, you cannot interact with the application. You cannot interact with the protocol. So that's what Ledger has become, but also that's where the market is going. So not your keys, not your crypto, that's for sure, but not your keys. There is nothing else that you can do with your crypto but watching it grow. Whether it's on your ledger or at a bank, the use case of buy and hold is still valuable. If you want to hold Bitcoin forever, the value will certainly go up and you don't need to do anything else. But if you want to engage at protocol level and engage with DeFi and engage with art and engage with the different things that are being built on these public protocols, you need to own your private keys. And before it was only true for Ethereum and Solana and a few other protocols, but now it's starting to be true for Bitcoin because 24 has been the year where building on top of Bitcoin has become or is becoming possible, and DeFi on Bitcoin is something that will happen in the near future. And so definitely not your keys, not your coins, yes.
So let's get into some of this around, okay, so obviously we were talking about the hodling, people buy and hold, and we say hodl, and obviously that's an important aspect of Bitcoin. Hodling is a use of Bitcoin, but I think what you're getting at there, Pascal, is around what other things may people want to do with their Bitcoin over time. And so maybe that is also the question, because what we are seeing with various instruments around the world, and we can get into this, that as an example, there's now the ETFs, and there's now people who are using things like MicroStrategy or others to have access to Bitcoin, and maybe there are, let's say, centralized platforms where people are maybe using their Bitcoin and they want to do this loans and borrowing against it and collateral and these aspects of it, whereas maybe the, let's say, crypto native form of that, and I think that's what you were touching on there with the not your keys aspect of it. So how do you see these two worlds coexisting, right? Because I can imagine there will be a lot of people who are maybe, they are new, they haven't learned how to use a hardware wallet yet, and they come in through some of these forms. So how do you see the balance of these worlds coexisting?
Yeah, so I think it's not just because of hardware wallets, right? Like, it's a feature of a public protocol. You can build applications on top, and then the question is, how do you interact? The hardware wallet and Ledger is probably the safer way to interact, but you can use a software wallet. There are many other ways to interact at the protocol level, right? I think in the past, we've made the mistake to think that it was 1 or 0. It's either you own your private keys, and then you're a hero, or you leave your private keys with Coinbase and you're 0, right? So I think the world is full of opportunities and services. I think think about your normal life, your physical life. For some things, you own it yourself, and you take the risk of owning it, your identity, your watches, etc. There is some stuff that you keep at home. There is some stuff where you do your own security. And for other things, you leave it at the bank, or you have, custodians for your art, and there are different services out there. And even for your watches, actually, you can trust like a custodian with your watch, and when you need to wear your watch, they send it to you. So I think the world of digital value will actually be the same, and the world of digital value is going to be the world of value. 20 years ago. We didn't know that we were going to be digital beings. 20 years ago was 2004, and I can tell you that I was at Yahoo, and even at Yahoo, even employees at Yahoo didn't really understand that we were going to become digital beings. And people didn't understand that we were going to be on our mobile phones all day long. People didn't understand all these things, and it was only 20 years ago. I can tell you that in 20 years, we'll look back and we'll realize that all value will be tokenized. not so much, again, because of a philosophical standpoint, but just because these are better rails to transfer value. It's a better technology to transfer value. And because of that, so much more value is going to come on those public blockchains. You don't need to trust my word for it. I mean, there are many speakers out there like Michael Saylor that make a great case about it. Like, if you haven't watched yet Michael Saylor make that point, go on YouTube. He makes that point better than anybody else. But once you start thinking like that, if, a lot of the world value goes on the public blockchain, then you will need like a bunch of services anyways. Like you need centralized services. I mean, ETFs have been extremely good to the market because they bring a lot of money. They push the price up. And this is very good overall for the Bitcoin public blockchain because the price of the Bitcoin is not just speculation. It is also the security of the blockchain, right? Like the blockchain gets more secure when the price goes up. Bitcoin has more liquidity, and so therefore building an application on top of Bitcoin becomes more interesting. And so all of these things are here to coexist in the future. Is not black or white or 1 or 0. You will need self-custody to do many things. You will probably leave some coins at the bank, and that's fine.
Yeah, so I think, as you said, there's a spectrum, and people will choose components. They may keep some on a phone wallet, maybe some on a hardware wallet, and some with, maybe there'll be a financial service provider, or there'll be some other way that they're using some of those coins. So I think there's going to be a mix of those things, and people will pick and choose what are the right solutions for them. So here we are, end of 2024. We just hit 100K, or let's say right now today, about 99K, whatever we are. If you had to give a rough number, how many people in the world have some Bitcoin?
Well, so there are a bunch of people in the world that have Bitcoin, and the question, how many people in the world have real money and own their private keys? That's a different question. So people with Bitcoin in the world, I don't know, 600 million. But for me, it's like they bought like Apple stock on Robinhood. Like, so most of these people actually bought like a Bitcoin or part of a Bitcoin on Binance, on Coinbase, Kraken, etc., etc. The first wave actually of Bitcoin, we talk about ETFs now, but the ETFs of the past were the exchanges, right? Like, you would buy your Bitcoin and hold it there. You would never see your private keys. But actually, for the past 10 years, it was okay. I mean, the problem is always nobody is too big to fail, and you learn that fire burns by touching it. And so typically, people lost a lot of money with Celsius, with FTX, and the 22 debacle of crypto was largely due to those, let's say, new financial institutions. Some, like FTX, were thought too big to fail, and yet they failed. And so there is always this concept. Bitcoin was born on the wings of the 2008 financial crisis, and Lehman Brothers failing, and the financial system almost crumbling on itself. And so we must never forget that. Like, one of the reasons why you want to keep some of your value with you is also you cannot put all your eggs in the same basket. But I think, what happened in the past is the past. What will happen in the future? And so there are probably, I don't know, people with more than $1,000 and that own their private keys in the world. 20 million people, 30 million people, but not a lot. We sold close to 8 million devices now. We have a good market share on, different buckets of depending on if you have value or not. So we have a good understanding of how many people hold their private keys. We think this number is going to go ballistic because in the past, why ledger? Why owning your private keys? It was difficult. It's the easy tech versus hard tech problem. Using Coinbase is so easy. And we're all very lazy, okay? We're all very lazy because in our digital life, we've been told to be lazy. Your digital self doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Google. It belongs to Apple. This is very new, the fact that you can own something digital, that you can own your identity, that it's you, digital, right? Your identity, you have your passport on you, okay? I've got my passport here, so it's with me. I own it, okay? And I'm not talking about like owning the identity. That's the government thing, but owning the documents, okay? Where is your digital passport today? Nowhere. Where is it going to be tomorrow? It's going to be on your ledger, right? And so all of this is happening in the next 10 years. What has happened yet in terms of digital property is the tip of the iceberg. And the iceberg is to come because so many things you will want to own privately. Let me give you a very simple example. Today, your communication is neither secure nor private. As soon as something runs on a phone, you're not secure, you're not private. I can ask my hackers to hack any of your phones in less than 30 seconds, okay? And if you're very important, I will pay whatever money to hack your phone, okay? That's super easy. Whatever is on your phone, I can see, I can steal. That's true, that's fact, okay? Do you really want us to stay like this for the next 10 years? And now that more values are coming onto public blockchains, now that more value you can own, are you sure you want to leave your millions of dollars of Bitcoin or hundreds of thousands of tens of thousands of dollars of Bitcoin on your phone? No, you're not sure. If you have your identity on your phone now, are you sure you want to leave it on your phone now that you know that I can hack it? Probably not. And what about your communications? You know, people always say, well, I got nothing to hide. Okay, well, I got nothing to hide, but the conversation I have with my wife, I want them to stay private. It's between me and my wife. It's okay. Or sometimes when we do business, we have things that are very private that we need, you know, to stay private. You know, people try to spy on you for different reasons. Today, there is no communication channel on your phone that guarantees you security and privacy. I don't care if it's Telegram, I don't care if it's Signal, I don't care if it's any app that you're using. As soon as it runs on the phone, you're not secure, you're not private. So Ledger will fix this over the years because everything that is online, that is your digital safe, that you want secure and private, will have to go on a security device.
Right, so I guess the idea we're getting at there is segregating, you know, the private key away, or making sure, or helping you secure or encrypt in the case of communication. And so I guess one way to think about that is maybe things like PGP existed, and then now Signal and WhatsApp, and I guess they can kind of help you a little bit, but ultimately, you know, these things can still be cracked. And so I guess you're getting at this idea that you could have some of your keys or some form of encryption that keeps that offline, I guess. That's what you're
No. So it's not.
at?
So this is a misconception that comes from the early days. So when Satoshi wrote the white paper, he wrote nothing about the private keys. Like, it was not a concern. And me, when I read the white paper, I thought, well, okay, well, what do I do with this? Like, because now I got the private key with all my money on it. Where do I put it? The world of security is a very different world from the world of you know, sort of software. So there are a lot of misconceptions out there. Security is important today. Online security is important today. Will be more important tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, because there are two phenomena that happen at the same time. One, there is more value that goes online every day. I don't care if it's in a public blockchain or not, but like in general, there is more value that goes online every day. And there are more hacking every year. The 24 will be a record year for hacking. 25 will beat 24. 26 will beat 25, etc., etc. So because of these two phenomena, you need to think about your security. And again, we need to learn everything that we know and think about this new world. First of all, if security is about putting something under a mountain with armed guards and F-35 ready to scramble at any sign of attack, okay, this is not good security because you cannot just use anything, okay? So security has to rhyme with usability. If security is too hard to use, then it defeats the purpose of even being secure. And what we're trying to do is to bring the two together. So offline doesn't help anybody. You're trying to protect online value by being offline. I mean, it's crazy. You want online value to be protected being online because you want to be able to engage with the value online. And if you want to engage with your Bitcoin, your Ethereum, your Solana, etc., and you want to use that application layer that is being built on top of a protocol, you need to be online. It's as if you say, okay, I'm going to use the internet, but it's so dangerous that I'm going to use it offline. Okay, but no, it doesn't make sense. Like,
yeah, I guess the way I'm seeing it is more like you might have you think of it like maybe your cold storage, you kind of have some of those things more offline, whereas like you have a smaller amount that's more day to day.
No, okay.
You don't see it that way.
No, because cold storage doesn't exist. Okay, cold storage is this idea that it's cold means it's offline, and so you have two states of your coin, one that is very secure because it never touches the internet, and one that is not secure, but it's okay to take a risk when you're going to make a transaction. Okay, but that's not future-proof. You know, if I tell this room that, hey, by the way, get Bitcoin, put it wherever you want, but as soon as you're going to touch it and want to do a transaction, you're taking a risk. And God knows what the risk is. That's not great. Like, you cannot compromise on security like that. And you cannot also say, no, but it's okay because you only take the risk when you're going to buy a coffee. Okay, but that's not great either. It's just like, it just means that it doesn't work. And so this idea of cold storage, it comes from the very beginning of Bitcoin, when nobody knew how to protect the seed, nobody knew how to protect the private key. So the only way to do it was to keep it offline, so no attackers can attack it, which actually is not true. I'll spare you the details, but even that doesn't work. The only thing that works is if you have real security around your private key, and whatever you do with it, whether you don't use it or you use it, you still have the same security. Only then the industry can scale. By the way, this is what we do at Ledger. So at Ledger, if you don't touch your Ledger, you're secure. And if you want to make a transaction, you're as secure as if you don't touch your Ledger. And so this is the promise, and this is what it has to be, because in the future, you will want to touch your crypto and move it and engage with DeFi, etc., more and more often. And you cannot take the risk to lose it every time you touch it. And that's with your money. But imagine you put your real estate now and your real estate deeds on the blockchain. You put your identity, you put your health data, you put everything that is you. You cannot say that, oh, as long as it's offline, it's okay, but as soon as I'm going to have to use it to send it to my doctor, think about your health data, I might lose it. No, that's not acceptable. So you cannot compromise on security. And so we come from this world where your security was never your problem. It was the problem of Google. It was the problem of Apple. And so now the thing is, we need to come back to a moment in our life where now it's going to have to be a problem a little bit. I talked to my grandfather when he was alive, and he'd done World War II in France back in the days. And for him, having money with him, having gold, diamonds, cash was always very important. And I never quite understood why. And one day he explained to me that, when he had to move fast. And so he had to grab value with him and sort of move fast. And so for him, he always had like a security setup at home that is something that we don't have these days with us, because the money is at the bank, etc. And by the way, we say this because this is the UAE, this is France, Europe, the USA. Now, if you go to other countries, it's not so simple. Your bank doesn't work so well, and your money has inflation, etc., etc. And so this world where you need to take care of your stuff and understand what is the security that you put around it exists in many countries, and it is something that we need to work hard on and educate ourselves to what this future means. And it's okay. We're here to help, and it's going to be easy.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, maybe we slightly differ on a few of the questions around things like what you would do with, the security that I would place on the amount of the transaction to buy a house is different to the security for, me to buy a coffee with my Lightning, that kind of thing. But anyway, that aside.
No, but that you're right. So you're 100% right. You could say, okay, I've got my, like you have your wallet in your pocket with your $100, and you can be mugged in the street. You can lose your $100 on the floor. Okay, that you can have a different security setting for that. But even that, I say you can pretty much secure it very nicely with many ways of doing it now going in the future. But so I agree with you on that. Like you can degrade your security, but for most of your assets, you will need tip-top securities anyways.
I see. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the Ledger suite of products, and maybe we can talk a little bit about, let's say, the price ranges and the different types of devices and offerings you have, just to kind of explain for people. So can you just give us just a quick overview there?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're trying to have a product for everyone. So the price ranges from sort of $79 all the way to $399, depending on whether you want the luxury Lexus or you want the Toyota Prius. That's one way of thinking about this. Most products do pretty much the same, so you won't be disappointed if you get the $79 Toyota Prius. It will get you from A to B. And if you get and so that's the Nano S Plus, but if you get the Stacks, which is the $399 product, it will get you from A to B in style, okay, because it's a very nice product. It's been designed by the inventor of the iPod, Tony Fadell, and it's a thing of beauty. The difference between the two type of products is one looks like a USB stick, and Stacks and Flex, the two new products, have a very nice secure touchscreen. The reason why we design stacks and flex is because they are future-proof and they do what I just explained. In the future, you want to engage more and more with your private keys. You will have to sign more and more transactions. The transactions are getting more complex. You need a bigger screen and you need ease of use in order for this to be a delightful experience. In the past, we were secure, we were okay to use. It got better over time, but our customers always said, it's not easy enough. Like, we want something that is much easier to use because we start to use this every day. And so this is why we design new products, you know, to be secured, very secure, whatever you do, and easy to use is actually something quite difficult when you do security, but it's something I think that we are starting to nail with these two new products, Stacks and Flex. Right now, they're a bit more expensive, and why? Because this is new technology that we put into it. We have e-ink screens, and we are doing something that is that has never been done in consumer electronic for the ease of use, for the improved UX and UI. But over time, we will bring more new products to the market and keep on being innovative, because we believe that your hardware wallet is a bit like your phone. Think about the mobile phone that you had 20 years ago. Think about the mobile phone that you have today. Think about what you were doing with your mobile phone 20 years ago, and think about what you're doing with your mobile phone today. We feel that hardware wallets will follow the same trend. And before you ask, is your phone going to do this? Unlikely. And why? Because think about Fort Knox, okay? If I give you $10 billion worth of gold bar and ask you to secure it in a building, but in the same building, I want you to have a nightclub on the rooftop, a daycare center, and a shopping mall, you ask for 2 buildings. So when it comes to hardware, I think that if your hardware has a very specific mean for you, and the mean in terms of security, I feel that it's good to have 2 hardwares. One is for your secure stuff, the other one is for your entertainment. This is for now how we see the future, but we are happy to change our mind and evolve if technology evolves differently.
Yeah, so as you were saying, in the early days of hardware wallets, they were very small screens. This was a new thing, and now, similar to how smartphones started, right? Like, phones started with very small screens, and nowadays the trend is bigger screens. So in a similar way, I guess the more premium Ledger devices, the Stacks and the Flex, have bigger screen, e-ink, and that could make sense as well for users when they are doing more complex transactions, and maybe in the future, maybe more complex security setups, right? I know Ledger is big on mini-script. I mean, we're not going to go into the detail of that, but the idea might be that you could use more advanced conditions, and maybe this might be useful for things like redundancy, inheritance, and other security aspects that maybe you need, it's a company and you need 2 of 3 to sign, and this kind of, having the screen really is valuable for that also. So those are some of the things. Just as we're closing out, we've got just under 2 minutes, just about 2 minutes left. So let's talk about, we're going into, well, it looks like we're going into a bull cycle. Do you have any predictions for people, any common mistakes to avoid, any pitfalls that you think people should know?
Yeah, I think it depends where your business is, but refrain from investing too much in the bull cycle, in terms of costs for your company. The common mistake that usually, that we might have done in the past, and other companies, bull cycle comes, you get super excited, you're coming out of 2 or 3 years that were pretty nasty, and now you want to let go, you want to build, and so you double or triple the size of your team. Okay, that's a terrible mistake because the market will tell you very quickly it's a mistake, and then you have to do layoffs, etc., etc. I think through the last cycle, we all went through this, but also, maybe prediction. The last cycle was very difficult because we went from the top of Mount Everest to the depths of Challenger Deep. Challenger Deep is this marina trench next to the Philippines. Is actually deeper than the Everest is taller. It's 12,000 meter deep. I think this cycle will be a little different because I could see FTX and Celsius fail. I wasn't sure, but it was a possibility in my mind. it's harder for me to see BlackRock fail. And so I think the fundamentals of crypto, Bitcoin, etc. in this cycle are much stronger than in the last cycle. So I think it will go up, it will eventually go down, but I don't think it will go down as steeply as it went down last time. That being said, still, the main advice is don't hire too much in a bull cycle and invest a lot in a bear cycle.
Fantastic. Well, I think that's all we have time for, so everyone please put your hands together for Pascal.
Thank you.
It's interesting when a government gets into trouble and they have to pay for a war, or they have to pay for a pandemic, or they have to pay for some...
Powered by Binance. Once again, we're here at the beautiful Annex Center in Abu Dhabi, the financial capital of the United Arab Emirates. You just heard a fireside chat with Stefan Livera and Ledger CEO Pascal Gauthier. We're here with Frank Corva, business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine, and of course, Mark Moss, host of the Mark Moss podcast, and with other market disruptors. So, question today, how does Bitcoin adoption change the world? This has been a subject that we've been talking about backstage. People want to get a sense of how nation-state adoption of Bitcoin changes the global structure of the world. Mark, your thoughts?
We can sit here for hours talking about that, but one thing I think is really interesting is it shifts the balance of power. So when you look at through the long lens of history, you see that the power of nations really came down to the sort of natural resources that they had. And so one thing I find really interesting is, of course, it was who had the gold, who had the silver, who had the oil, things like that. But now it's shifting the balance of power because now you have nations like El Salvador, for example, who doesn't really have any natural resources. Well, they just announced they found some gold, but they really haven't had any natural resources. But they have this volcano, which is like whatever. Well, now they can generate power off that, but you can't live next to a volcano. But now I could turn that volcano into Bitcoin, and I could have this economic export now.
Yep.
But then if you think about that, think about like the South Pacific, and you have all these little island nations that have volcanoes. And so now they could all start having this economic output, this export, if you will, this Bitcoin export. And that starts to shift the balance of power, decentralizes it for sure, because we have this new economic good. So I think that's one really interesting way. Another really interesting way is that when you think about nations, you sort of have this cooperation or coercion. And a lot of states have taken this coercion method where they have this monopoly on violence and they can just extract wealth through, whether that be colonialism, through currencies, or just through heavy taxation. But when you now have this asset that you can't just steal, it shifts the balance of power from the coercion to now cooperation, where it's like, well, the only way I'm going to get that Bitcoin from you is if I provide you value. So now we see nation states already starting to compete to attract citizens. And so I think that's a really important way that I think, where of course when nations compete for people, we as people get better products, better service, better prices.
Yes.
And I think that really shifts the balance of power. And then you have where one side of the person doesn't want to build for the future because their wealth is being stolen.
Right.
And nations don't provide value because they can steal. But when both of that shifts, now I can think long-term, pushing back to the future. The nations provide us value, and the whole world explodes better.
Frank, I want to ask that question a different way. If you're a nation in the world today, why do you want to attract Bitcoin capital and Bitcoiners to your country?
I mean, Bitcoiners tend to be very industrious. They're entrepreneurs. They start businesses, right? They're forward-thinking. They understand the value of this asset in the future. Attracting Bitcoin to the country. So one of the things I was thinking as Mark was talking was not only is El Salvador mining with geothermal energy from the volcanoes, but one of the big stories out of El Salvador is this idea of a Latin American country will soon be able to pay off its debt to the IMF to be free of something like that.
So yeah, that's also the Falcon.
Attracting that, attracting people over and then attracting the Bitcoin to it, it seems like a no-brainer.
Of course, nation-state adoption here happening at Bitcoin MENA. We're sending it back to the Falcon stage. Next up, more content to come.
Go, Falcon. Go.
This conversation is so important to what is happening in the Middle East right now, especially in the UAE, with regards to the strategic high levels of partnerships that have to take place in order for Bitcoin's acceleration to be successful in the region. So I hope you all enjoy. It's a pleasure to have you here. We are very excited for this event, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Emily, and we are truly saddened that you are not able to moderate this, but then again, this is what is Web3, this is what is our industry today. All things happen the moment you don't expect it, there it is. I had to borrow glasses so I could see the script from a friend, but I'm so honored to be here. And first and foremost, congratulations, BTC Inc., an amazing event. ATNEC, we are always happy to be here with you, and this is going to be an amazing day. And I would really want to start by having the panelists to introduce a little bit more than just the amazing titles that were shared with you a moment ago, and maybe why are you sitting here in this panel today? So what is your relation to the topic of Bitcoin in MENA? And I want to start with you, Ayman.
Assalamu alaikum. I am here. I work as the Chief of International Business Development for BTC Inc. I relocated to the UAE just about a year ago when David and team made their way to the region and sowed the seeds of the conference here in Abu Dhabi. My work entails building and managing relationships that facilitate our firm's objectives in the area. Thank you, Anita. It's a pleasure to be in your company.
Thank you so much, Ayman. And then we have Dr. Aisha Khan.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Aisha Maluta. I'm Assistant Vice President at VARA. I look after licensing, supervision, AML, inspection, so on and so forth. Those who know me, I come from the finance institution sector, and I have regulatory background as well. Been doing this for the last 14 years, not crypto, but in general. Well, and welcome to Abu Dhabi.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Bilal Ahmed Mir, and this is not the first panel we do together, so we've done this before. You're most welcome. Please share a bit about yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Good morning. Congrats to Bitcoin Inc. for another fantastic event. My name is Bilal. I'm the founder and CEO of Carter Capital, which is a Bitcoin-focused asset management company. Prior to this, I used to work at an investment bank back when it wasn't popular to be involved in Bitcoin at an investment bank, how times have changed. And I've been investing in this space for 8 years, and very excited to see where we're going next, having it been a great journey so far.
And then last, but surely not least, we have Quran Shroff, also known as the Arab whale. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Crypto Granny. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. You know, the journey of Bitcoin has been so amazing. I mean, we're hitting $100,000 today. This never had imagined. I got involved in Bitcoin in 2011, where it was under $1. And I've been kicked out of meetings, I've been kicked out of banks, I've been kicked out of so many places because of being a Bitcoin proponent. But I think Bitcoin has come of age, and I think BTC and this conference is an instrumental part of making this happen, especially with Donald Trump and you know, whatever is happening in the world today. So it's a very exciting moment for us all, and this is one of the best and most amazing communities in the world today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And obviously the topic of this panel is Bitcoin and the Middle East's role in shaping the future, which is very exciting. And as we all know who are here, a lot of happening and in fast speed, and we are in the forefront in the region, obviously. But I would like to start, Ayman, asking you a question, like what is your experience with Bitcoin and how did you first come across it?
Thank you, Anita, for the question. I was introduced to Bitcoin by my late son, Asif. The appeal of Bitcoin has several narratives. It's a trustless payment system. There's no need for third-party intermediary. It can be viewed as a transferable unit of energy, since that is what it takes to make it, mine it, and conceivably consume cashed out of energy at a later time and a different place. It preserves privacy in that transactions is pseudonymous. And I bet we are just scratching the surface of the locked-in value in the Bitcoin network, with many, many more use cases to come. Asif touched upon these ideas back in 2015 and was a complete believer in Bitcoin ecosystems as a visibly viable future. Asif was a fan of David Bailey too and followed him for a few years. They had tremendous behavioral similarities too. They're the same age and even a good resemblance. And so I have this emotional connection to the company BTC Inc. as well. I spent most of my life connecting important personalities for business or for political motivations. The inherent values that encompasses these interactions are trust, transparency, and these are also happen to be salient features of the Bitcoin network. So I think I'm in the right place at the right time, here right in Abu Dhabi.
Truly you were. And here we are sitting and experiencing the first ever Bitcoin MENA event. And we have Dr. Aisha from VARA, but I will come back to you just a little bit later because obviously VARA is playing a huge role in every positive way. But I would want to ask first the gentleman over there that how or what does it mean to the Middle East that we have the first Bitcoin MENA event ongoing, and maybe a bit like in general, what is going on with Bitcoin going up and down and all of that. So maybe start with you, Bilal.
Well, firstly, Bitcoin is an emerging financial technology. It has quickly become a talking point among major financial institutions and governments. And naturally speaking, any emerging technology in whatever field that may be, the Middle East will play an important role in that technology's development, considering the Middle East has been one of the preeminent innovation hubs in the world for the last several decades and continues to go from strength to strength as a global innovation hub. I am aware of a number of entities and initiatives based in the Middle East that are furthering the cause of Bitcoin, not least the work of Dr. Aisha's institution, VARA, providing a very strong regulatory framework from which we can operate. And it's natural that the Middle East plays a pivotal role in this. The second part of your question, what are some of the interesting themes and important themes in Bitcoin today? It is the increased institutionalization of our asset class. We've seen the success of various financial products such as ETFs that were launched this year, as well as the emergence of a dialogue within governments and leading institutions about Bitcoin's use. So for me personally, as an ex-investment banker, someone involved in the traditional financial field, that is what is very interesting to me, and it's shared by a lot of people.
Awesome. And yes, that's so important for us. So the big guys also look into the industry now and see the value of it. As for me, coming from Finland originally, I've been in the UAE since 2015. I can't stop, promoting UAE and the Middle East region in general, how it has taken the position in the forefront of these new technologies and having the bravery truly to enable and create an atmosphere that is supportive and innovative and encouraging. So how does the Arab whale see this? What is your take on the role of Middle East?
There's monumental things have happened this year. I mean, a lot of the scholars in the Muslim world have identified Bitcoin as Sharia compliant. I think that has a big effect to the entire Muslim ummah globally. And I think that's going to play a very big role in more institutional adoption. But with institutional adoption, we also should be, Bitcoin started as a P2P network. It wasn't necessarily meant for institutional adoption. And here we have institutional massive adoption on a global level, and I think this is going to result in a massive adoption on the retail level, on the levels in Africa where people really need it. I mean, look at what's happening in El Salvador. I mean, entire economy is now based on Bitcoin. So I think the world is about to change, and we're all going to be proponents and change makers of the next decade ahead of us.
Thank you so much. Dr. Aisha, I'm a big fan of VARA, and I think you are showing to the whole world the things that we, or early joiners, 2016, 17, asked for. Regulators out there, let's work together, let's have a dialogue, and let's build something great and amazing and legal all together. So you are the Assistant Vice President at VARA, and you look after licensing, supervision, AML, inspections. So what is your, or what has been until now, your experience in building a new regulator for us?
I think before we start speaking about my experience in building the regulator, one of the key important things I want to highlight for the audience here today, that the UAE has launched its digital economic strategy in 2022, which aims to double the GDP impact by the next 10 years. And that has been the DNA of whatever we do today. And the Dubai D33 strategy as well aligns completely with that, aiming to position Dubai and the UAE as the financial hub and the digital assets hub in the region. And I think one of those strategies really inspired me to join VARA. And well, obviously establishing a new regulator is not easy, and we've been through a lot of challenges. There were ups and downs. However, I think the opportunity itself speaks about it, right? Today, VARA is the only specialized regulator that specializes in regulating virtual assets. We do not regulate financial sector. Most of the other counterparts basically regulate financial sector and virtual assets. However, we specialize in it. So it makes us very nimble as regulators, listen to our vast, our community, our ecosystem, and gives us the opportunity to build a regulatory regime that is agile at the same time, I think.
Thank you, and you surely are doing that every day. And I've heard so much feedback even from companies and projects who come back and say, wow, for the first time we were actually having a dialogue with the regulators. So good for you, hats off to VARA. But there is another buzzword aside, believe it or not, aside Bitcoin these days, and that is AI, artificial intelligence. So I'm tempted to ask Bilal and Kuram, AI and Bitcoin, what do you see? What's coming next? What are the next steps when we connect these two dots?
You're absolutely correct. It's another fantastic emerging technology that I think has affected all of us in a positive light thus far. It's natural for there to be an intersection between Bitcoin and AI. Bitcoin is a decentralized financial network where its nodes and participants can communicate with each other without the need of human interface or indeed intermediation. As time goes on and different AI devices, softwares and robots communicate with each other and conduct actions with each other, it will be perfectly natural for Bitcoin to act as a payment mechanism between these robots and softwares. Bitcoin is a decentralized transmission of value, and these robots will necessarily need to transmit financial value to each other in order to conduct the tasks that they will do. So I think it's a perfectly natural intersection, and one that we will begin to see emerge.
And it's on our friend here, it's so exciting time because just a few weeks ago, Brian sent a message saying that Coinbase, that an AI negotiated a contract with another AI and then sent payment in Bitcoin. So you're going to see a future of this world operating on AI agents, which will be making payments in crypto, specifically in Bitcoin, on a fully decentralized, autonomous basis. So we're seeing the birth of a new financial system and a new way of how the world is going to operate moving forward. So it's a very exciting time because not only do you have Bitcoin that has grown up, but you have AI, which is at a whole different level. Just a last point, one of our friends was telling us about the Blackwell computer, which is coming out with NVIDIA, and one of the first distribution is going to be in the UAE. And this computer is 113 times faster than any other computer. So what it's taking the world today a year, it's going to take us 3 days. in the coming future. And it's about to go into a whole different world, and we should start the conversation on ethics and how we all can add value to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and surely to a crypto granny, grandmother for two, 62 years almost, I can tell that isn't this amazing time to be alive and experiencing all these things happening? I mean, truly, and I just wait someone to come up with the idea so I can secure another 60 years. So I get to live this truly hands-on, not just talking about it, which might be the case in some cases, but nevertheless, this is so great. So, Dr. Aisha, how do you see that, what role does VARA play in fostering the crypto innovation, specifically in the UAE?
I think before starting and speaking about the crypto innovation specifically, I want to give some context to the audience about how the regulatory regime in the country actually is established. So, so there is a Cabinet Resolution 111 that sets the Securities and Commodities Authority as the federal regulator for the virtual asset industry at the UAE level. And then this delegation is actually the powers then are delegated by the Cabinet Resolution 112 to VARA to regulate the virtual asset activity in the Emirate of Dubai. And we look after mainland and commercial free zones. So everything in Dubai except the DIFC. The DIFC is obviously regulated by the DFSA. And then you have the other financial free zone as well, which is ADGM, regulated by the Financial Services Regulatory Authority, the FSRA. And then you have the virtual asset payment services is with the UAE Central Bank. And the reason how it was structured that way is to give it the autonomy and the mobility that it needs. And we as regulators work closely, very closely together to make sure that there is regulatory clarity and there is no regulatory arbitrage. So we all sit at the National AML Committee. We make sure that the minimum licensing standards are similar when it comes to basically licensing those virtual asset service providers. So I think starting from that point, from the top, from the 111, VARA had made sure to establish a robust regulatory regime. And the regime is basically, some people might think it's complex, but it's actually not. So we have 4 mandatory requirement rulebooks. We have the company rulebook that basically sets the minimum guideline to establish a company, including having a presence, 2 responsible individual, capital requirements, so on and so forth. And then you have the compliance management rulebook, which basically sets the guideline when it comes to AML activities and FATF. And obviously, those who know, the UAE was in the grey list just last year. And then with all the efforts of the supervisory authorities and the leadership support, the UAE has been off the grey list and we are on the green list. And we need to make sure we continue to be at the forefront of that. So there is a lot of effort that goes into the AML activities and supervision of the VAS to ensure that there is the robust controls when it comes to basically combating AML. In addition to that, we are one of the very few regulators who actually have a technology and information security requirements really clearly defined based on the international standards of ISO 27001, benchmarks with NISA requirement at the federal level, and with the Dubai Electronic Security Center Information Security Regulation. So we not only look into the activity, but we look to make sure that the technology, the platform is actually secure, your data is actually protected. And we also look at the data residency, the personal data protection as well. It's really important. We have requirements to have a chief security officer, part of our licensing regime. Well, obviously, blockchain security is very complex. So a lot of companies may not end to have the top-notch, basically, expertise in that field. So they would rather outsource some of those activities. We look into the outsourcing model as well to make sure that it's a risk-based and the responsibility, even if it is outsourced, the responsibility remains with the company, with the firm. And then On top of that, VARA have issued its market conduct rulebook. And the reason why I want to highlight the market conduct rulebook is actually really fascinating. We look after consumer protection in the DNA when we actually issue a license. And what I mean by that, do you know that the first regulation that was issued by VARA was our marketing regulation and was not the actual regulatory regime? And the reason why we did that, because at that point in time, in 2022, there were a lot of scams happening in the market. And whether it was in events or online scams and so on and so forth, we wanted to make sure that the consumers are protected. So we worked very closely with the Department of Economy and Tourism to make sure that the events are basically using the right permit, there is no misleading communication in the marketing, the consumers are well aware about the risk associated with investing in crypto, and basically these are not targeted to vulnerable individuals and so on and so forth. And we have basically find a lot of entities who were not consistent and basically either running scams or even having misleading advertisements for the consumers as well. So that's in a nutshell about the regulatory regime. But then you have activity-specific requirements as well, based on the activity, whether it was an exchange or a custody, so on and so forth. And one of the things that is also important to highlight, the way how we build the regulation, and it's activity specific, so we are technology agnostic. We do not license the product, but we license the activity, because the products may be obsolete. Like, there are companies who launch products every 3 months, every 6 months, but that doesn't mean we don't look at the products. We look at the products, we assess the risk of the products as well as part of the licensing. But it's really important to know that the way how it was designed, that's made sure that there is agility and regulatory clarity in the regulation itself. And I think that's how we'd like to balance the innovation with the compliance and the international standard requirements.
Absolutely, and from the experience and what I hear from the field, that is exactly what you are doing. Then again, UAE has positioned itself in quite strongly, if you think that it's not only Abu Dhabi or Dubai, it's also Ras Al Khaimah. Sharjah is looking into Bitcoin and blockchain, especially technology as well. So which country can say that there are several cities not competing, but collaborating and enabling the country to go forward? I'm aware our time is up, but I need to ask you, dear friend Simon, we met first time in July in Nashville 2024 event, Bitcoin event, and already then the light in you and the excitement in you was visible from the first moment we met. So now when you have engaged with the local as well as the international Bitcoin community, what is it that inspires you in this industry?
Thank you for the question, Anita. I'm honored again that you're here. And it was a pleasure meeting you in Tennessee, and I feel I've known you all my life. First of all, I want to give credit to my company for hiring an American Muslim to represent them here in the MENA region. I was the first one that they employed, and they have had great faith in me representing them here. It is a wonderful company to work for. We intend to spread throughout the UAE region. Today, Bitcoin stands tall as the poster child of decentralized finance, captivating the attention of individuals and institutions alike. In the midst of all this, what has transpired me the most in the inclusivity that this industry offers for women, with immense opportunities to improve our condition. Women are key stakeholders in every household, in every society, and thereby one of the most influential figures in formulating our children's behavior. I think it is fair to say that the decentralized nature of Bitcoin eliminates many of the barriers that have traditionally kept women out of jobs, power, and wealth. With the advent of the digital age offering remote and virtual workforce configurations, women can now find opportunity to multitask their way into productive roles. The emphasis now is more on what you know and what you can do. That's what matters. And that's why I feel that this new industry offers us women immense hope. In fact, this is why I feel that the women in the UAE can be real trailblazers in leading the wave of change. They are well educated and well versed with this market, and they have rapidly embraced this technology, and they can have enormous influence by teaching and guiding Muslim women in the surrounding regions to learn to great control of their lives. I'm lucky to be in the company of Aisha. Dr. Aisha has played that role, what I've just described. And Anita, thank you for your time.
Thank you, and that is so right. So, my name is Anita Kalergis. I'm known as Crypto Granny. I want to thank you all for joining us in this panel conversation, and please give a round of applause to my amazing panelists, Dr. Aisha, Ms. Ayman, Mr. Kuram, and Mr. Bilal. Thank you so much, you were amazing, and enjoy Bitcoin MENA and have an amazing 2 days in Abu Dhabi. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance. The Bitcoin price on Binance.com now $99,400. You just heard Bitcoin adoption in the Middle East. We're back with lead Bitcoin reporter at Bitcoin Magazine, Frank Corva, and Mark Mars of the Mark Mars podcast. Nation state adoption, the United States buying 200,000 Bitcoin. The topic now, the implications for global wealth. Obviously, Bitcoin disrupting the world of finance, and that has meaningful impacts on the lives of people. Mark, let's start with you. You're Bill Gates, you're Elon Musk, you're perhaps a Mark Zuckerberg type figure. How are you preserving your wealth with Bitcoin? What does it mean, $100,000 Bitcoin for rich and powerful?
Well, I can tell you sort of a personal story about this. So a couple years ago, I spent a year in Puerto Rico. And Puerto Rico is sort of this Gulf culture where you have these billionaires moving there for tax reasons and things like that. One of my friends I met there is a very famous fund manager and manages multi-millions, billions of dollars. Anyway, he thinks that Bitcoin is a trade toy, and he's traded in and out of it. He's done very well with it. Well, about 6 months ago, he called me and he said, "Hey, Mark, I'm back in Bitcoin right now, and it's the single biggest position my fund has ever taken."
Wow.
And I said, "Why? What prompted that shift?" He said, "If you only knew the amount of billionaires that have called me asking me how they can get into Bitcoin as quick as possible."
1.5 minutes until we go to Falcon. Take your time.
And so from that, what I can see, we have these billionaires realizing that they have this massive amount of wealth that's this melting ice cube, so to speak.
Yep.
And they see what Saylor's done, and they all realize they have to preserve this capital some way, and it seems like they're all coming to Bitcoin as fast as they can.
Frank, over to you. Where do the Bitcoin ETFs come into play? Obviously, the big story in the United States. Here in the United Arab Emirates, there are no Bitcoin ETFs. How does this affect this shift that we're seeing?
Well, the Bitcoin ETFs are the biggest, the most popular ETFs of all time now, the biggest inflows of money we've ever seen.
By almost every metric.
Right, by almost every metric. So to not be paying attention to that, you'd be borderline insane, especially if you're actively paying attention to financial markets.
2 minutes.
So even if that, but I think also the stamp of approval of BlackRock and these major institutions going on CNBC saying, yeah, this is the money of the future, or this is permissionless, borderless money. To know that that's happening while BlackRock is offering a product, that product being one of the most popular product in financial markets, again, it's a no-brainer at that point. If you're paying attention at this point, you're going to need some exposure to it.
I would also add to that, it's not just BlackRock buying and trying to make money as a financial product. Larry Fink himself went on to CNBC and said it's time that everybody recognized that Bitcoin is a legitimate financial asset.
Yep.
And it wasn't just lip service, in my opinion, because he went on to explain why.
Yep.
And the debasement of the governments and the runaway spending, and he gave the reason. So when you see a leader like Larry Fink coming over, it's going to bring every fund manager, every family office investor, every billionaire.
Yep.
Well, some billionaires, of course, famously flighty. Let's talk about Elon Musk buying Bitcoin, selling Bitcoin. Do we think we'll see dabbling, or do you think that these billionaires will develop serious conviction? Is education simply better now than it was?
It's certainly better now. And I think one of the things that Elon Musk going in and out, I think it was Tesla that went in and out.
Yes.
And one of the things that they said they did specifically is they wanted to test the liquidity of the market to see if they were able to get in and out. But here's one more important thing. So when you're looking at a billionaire, and specifically family offices and institutional allocators, hedge funds, the name hedge, meaning that every position they take is hedged. So when you have these institutional allocators, billions of dollars being placed, they don't do that without a way to hedge that position. And there hasn't really been a way to do that, but now with the ETFs and now with the Bitcoin options market, it now allows these billionaires and institutions to come in with massive size. And so this market is developing rapidly with the ETFs and now with the options market, and that is going to bring these billionaires in at a rapid rate.
We're sending it back now to the Falcon stage. How nations around the world are shaping Bitcoin's regulatory landscape. Stay tuned on X, Rumble, and YouTube. We'll be broadcasting all day from Bitcoin MENA 2024. Okay, warming up.
They need like some sort of like a backdrop here.
Yeah.
This guy's like hanging
Playing
on this
with
thing and behind you.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Was it? This is crazy, dude. Have you seen what's happening here? This is like a game and like the candles fall and you have to try to catch the falling knife or something.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's like, but nobody I've seen has like caught any of them.
Okay. Well, they're doing it right behind you, and the camera's on you.
Yeah, they're like fumbling around stuff.
Right,
I think the exchanges coming here is just evidence that as Bitcoin singularly goes up more and more, the exchange is like half.
The UAE and the region first, and then sort of more globally second. You could be seen really as an asset management platform where exchange trading and other services are kind of ancillary to the core. My personal background is almost 8 years in crypto, and before that, 20 years out of London in derivatives, where I used to run one of the teams for Merrill's and DRW and other large hedge funds.
If the organizers can spot us another mic, that would be fantastic. M2, one of the main sponsors, I can see them from here sitting without a mic. One mic, no? Okay, I tried. Talking about the regulations and how the UAE is approaching the regulation of Bitcoin, I'm so glad we are in this, I would call, a very sane jurisdiction. We've never had an issue where Bitcoin was banned. We've never had an issue where there was a question whether Bitcoin is a security, and let's prohibit everybody from buying it because, you know, we're protecting people. On contrary, the UAE has taken an approach of regulating the virtual asset services provider. So if you're an exchange, if you're a broker who is accepting money from clients, you are the one that is being regulated, which is what you want to see, right? You don't want your exchange to run away with your money, with your Bitcoin, with your other assets. So, but that's not the case with other jurisdictions, and that's not the case with other countries. So Binance is regulated in 20 plus jurisdictions, and you have the pleasure of dealing with regulators around the world. So Vishal, can you please talk about how other jurisdictions are approaching Bitcoin specifically and VASPs in general?
If you look globally, you can actually put down regulators and regulations and jurisdictions in 3 buckets. So one, like you said, they're ones that don't want to do anything with the space. It's a blanket ban on Bitcoin and any other cryptocurrency that's out there. The second is the ones that have, like what the UAE did initially. It's like a wait and watch approach. Let's see it, let's allow it, and then as we progress, as the industry matures, we'll create regulations around it. And the third, again, taking examples of Central Bank of Bahrain, ADGM, that actually came up and said, you know what, we get the space, we understand it. Let's create regulations around it and then try and regulate the market. So you're going to see what we've been witnessing, especially in the last couple of years, are people moving through the different stages of the bucket, from no regulation to wait and watch to regulation, and it's progressing. I think 2024 is a landmark year in terms of the regulations, allowing Bitcoin ETFs. That was a start. That brought in your institutional players. So once the regulators started seeing that approach and seeing that the governments that were previously against it, allowing this to happen, I think the mood has shifted considerably in 2024.
Yes, absolutely. And people always ask me, right? I'm a lawyer. What are you doing in the Bitcoin space? You know, Bitcoin should not be regulated. But nobody's talking about regulating Bitcoin. We're talking about regulating projects, companies that are taking the client's money in order to give you Bitcoin in exchange. This is what you want to regulate. AJ, talk to us about your experience with ADGM, which is one of the regulators. And Vishal, I'm not going to ask you about this because you're slightly biased, being a former regulator yourself. Talk to us about the regulator in ADGM and also the Bahrain Central Bank, because Bahrain Central Bank of Bahrain was the first regulator in the Middle East that issued licenses for exchanges.
Don't piss anyone off, AJ.
Yes, thank you, Irina. And Vishal used to be my regulator, so I'll make sure to be polite. But the ADGM and both the Central Bank of Bahrain and the CBB have been a pleasure to work with. We think that, I think I could probably speak for all three of us, that regulation in Bitcoin exchanges and Bitcoin companies is really crucial. We've seen many, if you've been in the industry for as long as we have, you've seen too many examples of lending companies, exchanges, anyone that takes customer deposits blow up, right? And it's a real shame if you go back in history and you look at all the Bitcoin that's been lost because of this issue, right? So I think that with both regulators, they were very early. As you mentioned, the Central Bank of Bahrain issued the first license to Rain in, I believe, August of 2019. So that was very early. And then, the UAE and the ADGM was issuing licenses in 2021 or 2020? No,
the framework came out in 2018.
Yeah, framework came out in 2018. So very early, right? And I think that both countries really realized that protecting customer deposits is the main priority. And when you speak with these regulators, that's mostly what they care about. I think when you look around the globe, as Vishal was saying, there's a lot of discussions happening. In America and the US and Europe, historically, it's more around taxation, or can we create a legal framework for this new asset or this money to exist? Here in the region, I think we've been fortunate that that hasn't been a part of the discussion at all. We've just been able to operate, and mostly they just dig really into customer deposits, custody, and the things that really do matter in this space.
Absolutely, and just in case somebody doesn't know, in the UAE there are 5 regulators that regulate virtual assets. Bitcoin is defined as a virtual asset. And you'll get a prize if you name all of the 5 regulators at the end of the panel. So I don't know what the price is, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Sidhu, M2 is one of the younger kids on the block, on the crypto block in the UAE. You broke into the scene last year with your regulatory license in ADGM, and also with Black Eyed Peas performing for half of the UAE. That was a fantastic opening. But you also operate in other jurisdictions, and you're also looking at licenses in other European jurisdictions. Your shareholder is looking at receiving a stablecoin license in the UAE. Talk to us about the focuses that you have in a wider adoption scheme.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, in the UAE, the regulator moved in sort of 2018, and why did they do that? Well, frankly, in my view, they saw that as an opportunity to get businesses from Hong Kong and Singapore to come this way and set up, right? And which they did a really, really good job. So whilst it's great for us here, our licenses do not passport into, say, Europe. And so what do exchanges like Rain, Binance, and ourselves do for Europe? And it's not simple. Now, Europe is a one pan-European jurisdiction, and there's MiCA, which comes into force in a few weeks, essentially. And exchanges and platforms like ourselves have to decide, how do we engage with our other jurisdictions? Is it from a reverse solicitation only? Do we get a VASP license, which we then have to convert into a CASP license? Do we go in through, say, Germany with a BaFin partner? Do we go through Slovenia, Cyprus? So these are quite complex and expensive decisions that we have to make. I mean, right now, as SM2, we're regulated out of Bahamas and by the FSRA and ADGM. But as we move beyond these shores, these kinds of decisions will become more and more important. As for the stablecoin, we did originally look at a dollar stablecoin out of ADGM, but as I understand it, dollar-backed stablecoins can't be used for goods and services, but dirham-backed coins can. And so, we are 70% owned by Abu Dhabi Inc., 30% owned by the Phoenix Group, which is a publicly listed miner on on the ADX. And it's the Phoenix Group has the partnership with Tether and another third party to bring a AED-backed, a Dirham T type stablecoin to the market. Now there are other Dirham stablecoins as well, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this space evolves.
Yes, and us being in the UAE, we don't have the benefit of relaxing and enjoying our life, right? We always have to be on our toes because there's new regulatory movements coming in, there's new projects coming in, so we always have to be aware at all times. There's one criticism that I get all the time on social media. You're a Bitcoin maxi and you're talking about the regulations. Shame on you, because all the regulations do just stop the innovation, just stop the progress, and we should just do what we do. So what would your answer be to that, Vishal?
Regulations have never stifled innovation, especially if you look at the UAE, be it ADGM, be it Dubai, be it whoever it is. You've never, even with the fintech space, right? Crypto came now. Think of it before, like 10 years ago. I think there was always a push for innovation. There's always been that, don't be scared of it. Let's try and figure it out together. So the people, God bless them, whoever has been, either they're jealous or they just don't get it. So it can be either one of the two. But I don't think the UAE has ever stifled innovation throughout its existence.
That's the UAE. What about Europe? I mean, the only thing I see coming out of Europe is the bureaucracy and the regulations. They have the first AI Act in Europe, but they have 0 AI companies. AJ, what are you going to say? Vishal says that regulation don't stop the innovation. What's your say on that?
I think they probably do. That they definitely slow innovation down. But as I mentioned in my first comment in the last question, it's always a balancing act, right? Because at the end of the day, you are either allowing these companies to compete in a complete Wild West, right? Where there's no rule of law, there's no regulation, it's not fitting into any legal framework. This is where we began 10 years ago, right? And there was tons of innovation happening at that time, but there's tons of scams, there was tons of exchanges going bust, tons of projects stealing money. So I think it is you see many examples in the world of regulators that lean in and get it right, like here in the UAE. And then you see many examples of the very opposite side of the spectrum. As you mentioned in Europe, where they're blocking USDT, they're blocking many other things. So I want to be fair to the regulators that I think, yes, it does stifle innovation. It absolutely slows innovation down. But at the same time, it likely does save customer deposits. So it's a balancing act that you have to think about. And it's not an easy job.
Sudu, please. So it's a balancing act, as we discussed. So how is UAE balancing it so well in comparison with other jurisdictions?
I think by being very open and interacting with the participants in the space, right? The two-way dialogue. I think the FSRA is coming out with a consultation doc. They want to see what do we want to see as asset management platforms and exchanges. What do we want to see the regulatory landscape? What products do we want to bring inside the perimeter? Now, the tricky thing I think for all of these guys is how are they going to interact with DeFi? Because I think DeFi is obviously where the biggest piece of innovation is going on, to this date, and how we merge, DeFi into the kind of CeFi regulated perimeter where it's sort of permissioned but non-custodial, and whoever does that best, I think, is going to take a real leap forwards. And it's not clear who that is. Now, my money's on a UAE regulator because they're at least engaging with the participants, unlike, say, in Europe, for example, where, as you mentioned, I think at least, even a year ago, they were saying a DeFi platform had to have an office, with an address in Europe, and people were just looking at them like, you're mad. It made no sense. Whereas at least the ADGM, they started, bringing regulation around DAOs, and now they're looking at DeFi, and sure, Vara is doing the same too. So now also, why do we need regulation? Because Irina, you're BTC Max and you love your privacy and you don't want KYC, but and AML specifically, but to bring institutions into our perimeter, you have to do this, and this is where everyone wants. I love saying this, and it's I think still true. Everyone wants the other person KYC except themselves, right? And it doesn't work like that.
So in my mind, also the regulations play very close role with the public perception. Yes, you might have your regulatory license. Yes, you might be all squared away with the regulators, but there's a public perception that this exchange might not be safe, secure, and my assets might not be safe. As the largest cryptocurrency exchange, Binance, how do you manage the public perception? Especially, let's address the elephant in the room. You have two monitors appointed, but you're doing a lot of work now in the compliance space. But the public perception is not won very easily. How do you manage that?
Having a license does not change the public perception of you being safe. There've been instances in the past where license exchanges have been hacked. Mm-hmm. So it's all about the security that you implement, right? On the compliance side, you're right. We have invested a lot in our compliance, especially this year, especially the last 2 years, in fact. And having the US monitors just changes that perception again about how well we are run from a compliant perspective to make sure that we are in adherence with the resolutions of last year. Now, when you go back to the regulators again, it's about, like both of them, AJ and Sid, he mentioned, it's all about having the kind of conversations with the industry. You won't understand innovation unless you have those conversations. I knew from an ADGM perspective, even before rolling out our licensing, the ADGM's licensing framework, we used to have those conversations with the industry players, with multiple of them. Even before we went live, we were talking to Rain about what they would like to see in a framework. And I think regulators who've got that part right, who have understood it and understood why you need to bring out these regulations, they get it. Then you look into the compliance side. Then you look into the IT infrastructure side. Then you look at the market manipulation, the surveillance, and all the kind of stuff, the good things that come with it. But unless you understand the product, what is Bitcoin? How does it help? How does it help you? What problems do they solve? Do they solve a problem? Once you answer those questions, then it's easy to kind of build a framework around it that's acceptable and palatable to the industry in itself.
That's interesting. Talking about how many people currently hold Bitcoin, we were just discussing it a second ago, and we've estimated even if one address, Bitcoin address, equals one person, less than 0.5% of the population, of the world's population, holds Bitcoin nowadays. So we are so early. So AJ, when it comes to bringing on more users into the ecosystem, do you see exchanging playing a role, or do you think exchanges are more, good for other purposes? Altcoins, probably derivatives? What's your thoughts on this?
I think the answer is probably all of the above. As you mentioned, let's say if we round up 1% of the entire world has purchased Bitcoin, or holds some form of Bitcoin, and that's a very, very small percentage, right? If we compare Bitcoin to the internet, I think we're probably somewhere maybe approaching 2000, right? We're maybe in 1997 or 1998, where I think roughly there's 150 million people who have bought Bitcoin, who have interacted with Bitcoin, who may have a Bitcoin address. In the grand scheme of things, there's 7 or 8 billion people on this planet. Every single person on this planet interacts with money, and if Bitcoin does what the internet did to data, we probably have another 10, 15, 30 years before we really know what the companies, the use cases, the entire landscape looks like. So I do think that exchanges play a very important role, obviously, in today's ecosystem, and likely will continue playing a very important role in the future. But if you look at finance in general, it's very, very wide, right? And I think that Bitcoin has the chance to replace each and every feature of the financial system. So if you think of it in terms like that, the companies and the use cases that won in 1997 are very different than the use cases and the companies that are winning, in 2024, at least with internet companies.
So every time people ask me, shall I buy Bitcoin? What is the best price to buy Bitcoin at? I always say, do not ask me anything about the price. Instead, go learn what Bitcoin is and what it's good for. And once you find that out, you will not have to ask anyone ever again if you should or should not buy Bitcoin, because the answer would be obviously yes. I really like the materials that M2 puts out, educational materials, also the reports. So as a large ecosystem player, because exchanges are quite important ecosystem players, I would absolutely agree with AJ. What role do you see in educating the general audience? What role do you see in probably, the more educated audience we have, the more users you'll have, and the less people will be likely to get scammed, because we do have quite a few scammers running around. So what role do you see exchanges playing in that regard?
Yeah, look, I think exchanges have to play a very, very important role. It's a responsibility of every exchange. If you look at spot exchanges, and given the great difficulty to this day to do banking, spot exchanges are very localized businesses. Binance aside, pretty much everyone has a local niche. Even in Europe, for example, if you look at spot, the on-ramp side of it, there are many exchanges which are way, way bigger than Binance for their local market. And the reason is banking. And so if you're going to offer banking and offer on-ramping, you also have to take on the responsibility of education as well. And we dedicate a lot around learn to earn. So does Rain. So does Binance. And I think it's not a nice to have. I think it's our responsibility to do so, to show people the risk, the advantage, the pros, the cons, to bring on the next 1% and the next 1%.
One of the most interesting things that happened quite recently was the President Trump announcing a Bitcoin reserve for the US. As the largest country in the world, they're specifically talking about Bitcoin. We couldn't have dreamt about president elections hinging on Bitcoin position, right? That's quite a new shift of timelines here. So very quickly, we have a few minutes left. Which of the next regulators or central banks in the region, or maybe wider, you think will announce a Bitcoin reserve, or should they do that?
Well, the ones that would do it would not be public about it. They will do it on their own. They might do it through sovereign wealth funds, but very few will be actually public about it. And El Salvador is an example that went public about their Bitcoin reserves, and he's been posting on Instagram about his reserves and what prices they're at. But a lot of people who don't need to, they won't talk about it. And that's how a lot of the countries operate, right? But for more public countries like the ones you just mentioned, they might actually have rules. They might come up with regulations that actually focus on how you should be having your reserves set up on the side.
AJ, your bet. What's the next country?
I would love to know the specific country. I don't. I hope that it's one of the Gulf countries, one of the countries here in the GCC. Since we're in the UAE today, I hope it's the UAE, and obviously all three of our companies are here to speak with the regulators and the central bank. That being said, one comment is just on President Trump, the President-elect Trump getting elected. Is I do think we sped up the timeline of Bitcoin very, very massively. I think Bitcoin, is likely to become the next global reserve currency, at some point in the distant future. I think we just shaved off, 5, 10, maybe 15 years on that timeline, and I think things will probably start happening really fast in 2025. So you may see many countries doing it.
Look, I don't tend to believe what Trump says, but if you look at Paul Atkins, who is the SEC chair-elect, if you look at David Sachs, who's the AI crypto czar, these guys have a lot of history in either regulatory, SEC or in crypto. David Sachs, for example, has been an LP in Multicoin, and Multicoin have been in the space, well regarded, big holders of Solana from the inception. So I do believe something's coming. I'm not as bothered about countries as corporates. I think corporates have got way bigger balance sheets. Countries have got budgetary issues. And for me to see, more and more corporates coming out, I spoke to someone I know at Google who's at the Treasury Department last night to say, look, are you guys talking about Bitcoin? And they said, yes, they've been asked to put together a paper, but they're not allowed to go unless there is a domino effect. So if Microsoft are in and Amazon are in, they will have to come in. And I'm much more interested in that than India or someone bringing in BTC, which is great, but the corporates have some real buying power here.
So which corporate will be the domino effect? Will start the domino effect?
I think it has to start with the FANG stocks. I think if those guys set the trend, I think everyone's going to fly in. So,
anybody else is excited about the corporate treasuries or the government treasuries? No, nobody's excited. Oh yeah, there's lots of excited people there. Well, that's been all from us. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for participating. And the speakers will be here. Please come and find them and ask them questions.
Thank you.
So I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well. And I think, therefore, it's a very, very powerful concept and one which can completely overturn our understanding of the last 100 years of economic history.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance. The Bitcoin price now $99,049 on Binance.com. You just heard a conversation on the global Bitcoin regulatory landscape. I'm here with a new all-star panel. All the way to my left, we've got Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. To his right, Jessica Walker, global media and content lead at Binance. Welcome. The conversation now is going to turn from institutions to retail adoption. Jessica, I would love to hear what you're seeing. Why are average people saving in Bitcoin, using cryptocurrencies? What are you seeing out there?
I think this is just such an exciting time. 2024 has been a game-changing year for Bitcoin adoption. We started the year with the approval of the spot Bitcoin ETFs. We then went through into seeing the Bitcoin halving, which was a great time for mainstream TradFi media to start talking about Bitcoin on stage. And then we go through into the US presidential elections, which was probably one of the most political turning points for Bitcoin. We saw Trump speak at Bitcoin Nashville. We then saw this kind of huge uptick in pro-crypto kind of conversion tactics from both presidential candidates and then a Trump presidency. So then what we're seeing now is like a really exciting time where people are going, okay, I've heard about Bitcoin consistently throughout the year, and price is going up too. So it's this perfect storm for positive news inflows, which then for the retail audience is the tipping point for getting them on board. And Binance, we're close to 250 million users globally now. So we're seeing people around the world suddenly go, you know what, I'm going to open an account and I'm going to buy a little bit of crypto. And for us, that's just the most exciting thing, is to see retail users come into the space.
Well, of course, Frank, there's a real need here. You're covering some of these on-the-ground use cases that are being developed. People who are really struggling to use conventional money. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, for sure. Globally, I pay a lot of attention to what's going on in Latin America and in Africa, Southeast Asia. We do like number go up technology. I think people who say they don't care about Bitcoin's price are just flat out lying. I don't say that meanly, but we all care about Bitcoin's price. It's the best marketing for Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin itself doesn't have a marketing department. Its price going up is that. But I think also paying attention to how people around the world are using it as an actual currency. Places in Venezuela, Turkey, Lebanon, places that are experiencing hyperinflation. It's just becoming less of a taboo thing and more of just an average thing that people use because their fiat currencies are losing value. So I think it's important to keep in mind as we're onboarding people are coming into the space for all different reasons. And even if it is to save some money, numbers going up, you want to get in on that, that's totally fine as well.
Jessica, when there's new retail, you're talking to people in your life who you want to orange pill, get introduced. How do you start those conversations now when the price is so much higher? Is it harder in some ways to have a conversation about onboarding?
I actually think this is the easiest time to onboard people because people are suddenly paying attention and listening across social media platforms. The hardest thing is the next stage, which is, as you guys are all familiar, is when the price starts to go down. That's when you really have to educate people and keep them in the space. Education is crucial, so we have Binance Academy. I think YouTube channels are a great resource. The content that is put out, which is free for a lot of people, but you have to understand why Bitcoin is the long-term investment. rather than just kind of a short-term price go up. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Frank, how do you start people along the journey? Have you figured it out? I know you've been in the space covering it for years. Is there a good path to get people started out?
You know, I actually tell them to try to maybe get like a credit card where maybe they earn Bitcoin back or some sort of rewards program or a way for them to earn it. So I think that that's really it. But I actually just got word that we do have to head back to the Falcon stage. So Pete, if you don't mind, I'm going to take us back over there. We will be back right after this.
Lucas, could you just tell everyone a bit about yourself?
Nobody would have thought that probably in December this year we already are above 100 or around 100K, right? So what are we doing? We are Bitpanda. We've just heard about Europe, right? And how Europe is behind when it comes to Bitcoin adoption to a certain degree. Bitpanda, since 10 years in the space, we are the largest European crypto platform actually, providing in Germany, we're market leader, Austria, Switzerland, France, Italy, and other markets, crypto services to 30 million users across Europe. On the one side, on our own retail platform, where users can easily invest into it, but also, and I think that's always when it comes to how Europe at least is on the forefront of innovation when it comes from a regulatory perspective to it, we are supporting 13 different banks, including Deutsche Bank, for example, and others, getting crypto to their customers.
Thank you for that. I just want to take a moment and just look what's happened over the last 14 months in terms of Bitcoin price appreciation, but also from an institutional perspective. So in about September, October of 2023, Bitcoin was around $25,000. And from Q4 of last year, we saw the front running of the US spot listed ETFs that occurred in January. And the futures market, specifically the CME, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, became the largest futures exchange, overtaking Binance. They have around 35% of the market share. Binance being primarily crypto native, so retail. And that really front ran the bull market into January. We then have from January or Q1 of 2024, we had an all-time high around 73,000. And then from 73 in March, we had this 7-8 month period of consolidation, and the sideways price action just involved a lot of leverage being blown up. We had a lot of sell pressure from the German government, and but continued to see these huge inflows from the US listed ETFs. Within the sell pressure, we also had the yen carry trade unwind in August, and this kind of paved the way for an explosive price action in November with the red wave from the US election. But in this period of time, we've seen the US listed ETFs now hold 1 million Bitcoin. BlackRock's IBIT has now surpassed about $50 billion in assets. It's the quickest ETF ever to do that. And we've now just had the Fed chair, Jerome Powell, say Bitcoin is digital gold. President Putin also said Bitcoin is unstoppable. And coupled with the ETF adoption, we've had public treasury adoption on the balance sheet. This is MicroStrategy taking over 400,000 Bitcoin. They've just announced the largest ATM offering in capital markets history. And you're now seeing these copycats such as Metaplanet and Semler Scientific with huge share price appreciation. So for me, this is year one of institutional adoption. And I think, Lucas, you can agree that with the ETFs and then with this corporate adoption of Bitcoin, this is just the start, essentially.
100%. I think when we speak about institutional adoption, right, it has a broad variety of different ways. On the one side, the ETF in the US, as you just said, right, opened that up quite strongly. But what we also see is that regulatory clarity, and this is what we have here now in the UAE, this is what in Europe is going to kicking in from next year onward, right? Enabling suddenly also companies, large corporates, to think about how they can add Bitcoin to their balance sheet. And I think that's a very, very interesting thing.
So we've just gone through 2024. Could you just tell us crypto's journey prior to 2024 and Bitpanda's role in driving this adoption? And then after that, could you just tell us your expansion into the MENA region, please?
Sure. I think important to know is, and to understand is also in Europe, right? Until recently, there was no regulatory clarity about how to handle crypto. Therefore, banks, especially as all financial institutions, were very risk-averse and very crypto-averse, right? Banking crypto companies is a hard thing for them, it was at least, and on the other side, also even thinking about adding crypto to their service offering was something they were completely against. And this changed dramatically over the last 18 months. So what we see nowadays is that large financial institutions, Deutsche Bank, Société Générale, and other banking groups across Europe are not just adding crypto as an asset class to the service offering, but also think about how their platform can support long-term blockchain technology and also Bitcoin from an investment perspective in general. And this is how we as Bitpanda over the last 10 years were driving this adoption in educating these financial institutions and also regulators like BaFin in Germany or the FCA in the UK very strongly.
Yeah, so you should just tell the audience why essentially regulations and custody matters for this space.
Exactly. I think custody is always the foundation and the base layer, right? In the end, it's a commodity. You need to be able to custodize Bitcoin. You need to be able to custodize assets. You need to be able to interact with blockchain technology when it comes to tokenization in general, right? But, and I think that's the essence, it's only a starting point. So answering the question about how to solve the custody topic just opens up for you as a company, as a bank, or any service provider in the space, right? About what to do next and what to do else. And I think that's then when the tricky part starts, actually, how can you interact with that on-chain activity?
So after the bear market or during the bear market in 2022, did you see a lot of trust erode, and how did you build those relationships up?
100%. I think the whole FTX disaster and the aftermath of it in the bear market eroded a lot of institutional trust. I think before that, also in the US, we already have seen banks moving into that space. But then afterwards, this changed dramatically, right? So I think the last years were about building back trust, mainly on one foundation, regulatory clarity. And I think here, the UAE and the MENA region actually is on the forefront of it because they cherry-picked the good parts of European stuff, of UK FCA regulation and other things to build an ecosystem where crypto companies and blockchain technology can actually thrive. And that's something which I'm curious about how Europe and especially also the US will pick that up in the future.
So one of my biggest concerns going into 2026 is the, as I alluded to before, the copycats of this MicroStrategy playbook and all this leverage that's essentially going on, high interest debt payments, there could be some blow-ups similarly to the 2022 bear market. How would you reassure institutions or reassure customers that this may happen, may not happen, and do you provide that clarity?
Sure. I think on the one side, volatility is part of the game, right? That's the reason why a lot of us are in that asset class and why the interest is there. That's the positive thing about that asset class. It's much more about how to build trust long term, right? And this is where I really believe that regulatory clarity in the framework gives not just crypto companies like us, but also institutions, a clear way about how to handle that volatility and how to handle that risks. And the things which happened in the past, which led to these blow-ups, either that customer funds were stolen or that they were misused or other things, I think the whole regulatory framework is now taking care of that. And on the other side, the industry is growing up, right? I think you can see it here today. You can see it over the last couple of conferences. Adoption is there across the society.
Yes, exactly. So with Bitpanda, you have more than 5 million retail users, several institutional partners. So what does this mean for retail investors whilst having both retail and institutional?
Sure. I think for on the retail side, 2017 was heavily driven or only driven by retail, right? 2020, 21 bull market, mostly too. I think we are for the first time in the bull market, which is driven by institutional adoption, started in January with the ETF and adding retail additionally. So I think for retail, it just supports strongly the case of establishing as a long-term store of value, and Bitcoin in the end is that. It's digital gold, right? And I think we all are convinced sitting here today that it is not just that, but that also now the world and also banks are starting to recognize that. So I think that's a really positive thing nowadays. Yeah.
So what are your main concerns, or is it just like kind of a rose-tinted view for the next 12, 18 months?
Concerns, I think, adoption always takes time, right? And adoption takes not just time in regards of governments, but also within companies, corporates and banks to actually establish it there. So this will take time. And I think in 18 months, we will be much far ahead as we are as of today, but even more in 36. So it's a long-term game, but I really believe that crypto and Bitcoin especially will be fully established, as we've seen nowadays already in Europe, already in Singapore at some financial institutions there, and I'm pretty sure also in the near future here in the region, but also in the US. That's interesting.
So in 2017, as you alluded to, that was very retail driven. That's exactly where I got into. I actually bought the Pico top in 2017. And then 2021, I would say, again, retail-driven, but I think a few institutions were trying to come into the market. With this run, where do you see this? Do you see this as an institutional drive, or is it still very retail-driven?
I think it got started by an institutional drive and adoption of the ETFs, and then just fueled tremendously by suddenly the US opportunity for the whole industry due to the Trump administration incoming. And I think retail is already part also of the current interest and positive market sentiment, but it's not the only one. And I think therefore the large spikes will be interesting to see about how much long-term inflow just constantly from the institutional side will be there to flatten out a little bit probably the cycles, or on the other side at least the price fluctuation.
So what is the typical retail allocation to Bitcoin and the typical percentage allocation from these institutions?
Yeah, that's a super interesting question. I think if we look into the data, right, everybody would believe that most of the people are buying Bitcoin. And I think we're here at Bitcoin MENA today where we are all huge believers in that. And hopefully everyone in the room here owning it. Nevertheless, I think mass market retail only has a Bitcoin allocation of around about 30% if you look into the data. The rest of the is into the long tail other crypto assets and cryptocurrencies. And that's probably the largest difference when it comes to institutions and institutional adoption, where currently mostly the allocation up to 90 to 100% is into Bitcoin. Because the store of value, the long-term idea of Bitcoin is for them so attractive compared to investing into blockchain technology like Ethereum, Solana, and other coins, where it's not the store of value, but it's much more about technological adoption, right? And this is much more on the retail side.
So would you say if you had to put a number on it, it's around maybe 1 to 3%? In terms of a portfolio, or you can't give me a specific number?
Sure, yeah. I mean, honestly, if you look on companies and banks like Julius Baer, for example, they are even probably the only one currently advising on crypto as an asset class from a banking perspective. And in general, from a portfolio theory perspective and diversification perspective, 1 to 3% in a high-risk, high-yield asset class like Bitcoin and crypto would be actually, from my view, a very good one. Nevertheless, we'll see how the asset management and the wealth management world will adopt that.
Okay. And then going on to the other side, like how do you view the stablecoin market, for example? There are theories going around that the US government could essentially inflate the Bitcoin price, which will see a huge demand or an influx into the stablecoin market, which is already around $150 billion market. And then with the stablecoin growth, like Tether, who are one of the biggest buyers of US treasuries, that kind of seems like hand in hand the US treasuries will start being bid up by Tether and other stable coins. So what are your projections for the stablecoin market, and how do you differ it to Bitcoin and crypto?
Yeah, I think, first of all, booming, right? Stablecoins all over the place. But if we look a little bit back in time, the main idea of banks and payment companies and networks and even governments was about private blockchains, right? That moving value where it's backed by some type of fiat currency is on the private side, is on the governmental side. Even in Europe, there's an initiative with the digital euro being fully private and backed and owned by the central bank. But I think that narrative got changed. That narrative got tremendously changed over the last 12 to 24 months when stablecoins on public blockchains, and I think we see it booming across the world, here in the region, in Europe, especially with MiCA and stablecoin regulation now coming in, but soonish also in the US for sure, that it's here to stay on a public way. And then suddenly moving money around the globe will get much, much cheaper, and I think there are a lot of different players currently per region, per currency, in the play. We are super early, and we will see like who will pick the most market share for each of the local currencies, because that's the interesting game, right? Not just the US dollar tether game, but especially also from a local currency perspective.
And with all this regulation that's coming into the market, do you think this is going to stifle the innovation, or it's needed in terms of actually moving the industry forward?
I think it will accelerate it, right? One thing is for a certain amount of society starting an idea, moving that in, trying to scale that and get as much enthusiasm across all of us into that. And now we are actually at the level of bringing it to institutional grade, right? Mass market rollout, getting stablecoin usage and utility across everyone out there. Same as crypto as an asset class, but also as a store of value. And I think these are the really, really interesting things over the next 2 years. We will see really mass adoption, but mass adoption not just across people, but especially across use cases, industries, and that's super, super interesting.
So you've been an industry leader for essentially almost 10 years now. What are your biggest learnings that you've learned? Could you give it like maybe from a market by market perspective, or yeah, from any kind of angle to break it down?
Yeah, I mean, our biggest learning being that long in the space, right? I think we started 2014 when more or less there was nothing there, as you all know. It's about education, right? It's educating end customers, it's educating governments, it's educating banks and institutions about what Bitcoin is, why store of value and digital gold is so valuable and important for all of us, and also what the technology long-term can bring, which is the underlying one. So I think we definitely still need to go a long way down the road until everybody is here on board, but we are on that path and on a very good path. So it's education.
Before the US election, well, mainstream media would have said it was a coin flip between the Trump administration or the Kamala Harris administration. Was this something that you were preparing for on either outcome? And how big do you think the outcome is moving forward for the Trump administration to win? And looking at his essential cabinet, how many crypto-focused people there are in there, how big that is moving forward?
So for sure, we as a lot of other crypto companies prepared for both cases. I think in general, both are leading long-term to more or less a similar view and a similar situation. Nevertheless, Trump is just accelerating it by far, right? I think we need to see and observe next year and the year after how much action will follow the words of the last weeks and months. Nevertheless, the direction already is looking very positively to get not just the US back on track when it comes to blockchain technology, but also to get it to speed up regulatory clarity, adoption across users and also institutions. So I think that's just important to have not just Europe trying to catch up here, the UAE region on the forefront of innovation, definitely, but also to get the US at the proper pace for the whole industry.
Okay, so my last question to you is, if we're looking at the next halving, which is in 2028, and then maybe even the halving after that, 2032, where do you see the market? Where do you see adoption? Do you have any statistics or data to back it up, where you think this is going to head?
I think in 2028, at the next halving, we already see that there is clearness and regulatory clarity for the technology in most developed countries, ideally also in even more on the emerging market side. Plus also on the other side, there, like banks will speak so much about halving and what it means for the asset class and how this actually will affect it, which we have not seen at all in the past, also not in the last one. So I think that will be the major difference to the next one. What comes after, I think we all are long enough in the industry to say we don't know yet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, man.
You know, it's interesting when a government gets into trouble and they have to pay for a war, or they have to pay for a pandemic, or they have to pay for some cataclysmic event. They tend to print money. And because you're going to have these governments printing all this money, then the money is worth less. Well, what if it were all Bitcoin? Not only would that government not have the ability to print the money for the war, you might not even have the war.
Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business. Innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future. Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business. Innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for Corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future.
Have you Binanced?
What?
Have you Binanced?
Have you Binance? No.
Have you Binanced? Have you Binanced?
Have you Binance?
I have Binanced.
Congratulations.
Binance.
So when we talk about sound money in Islam, we're really talking about a form of money that cannot be created from nothing and therefore requires proof of work. Now, one of the problems with fiat money is that it doesn't require proof of work.
So how are we going to kick this off? Because neither of us is interviewing the other, and you and I have spoken about Islamic finance and Bitcoin before, so where do we start?
Where do we start? I guess we could start with just making the basic case for why I think, and I'm sure you think, Bitcoin makes sense from an Islamic perspective, from an Islamic finance perspective. And for me, the basic idea is straightforward. In Islam, riba is forbidden. So earning money from interest on money, selling the time value of money is not forbidden, is forbidden in Islam. And most people just take that for granted, and they just assume that it's a part of Islam that is sort of outdated and we can't really live with it in the modern world. But I think there's a very good reason for trying to understand why it is prohibited and how it is active in today's world. And I think the most important thing to see is when you look at government money, just the regular government money, it's got riba baked into it, into the process of creating it. So even if you yourself are not taking part in interest-based lending, if you're not lending or borrowing money at interest, if you're using government money, you are taking part in interest lending because the money itself is created through the process of interest lending. So fiat money, government money all over the world gets created when a new loan is issued. And so it is necessary to take part in riba just by the mere existence of the money, because for its existence, for it to come into existence, it needs to first be lent into existence using interest-based lending. So this is the sort of thing that most people just don't think of because it's so prevalent all around us. Everybody uses government money, we assume it must be okay. But realistically, I don't see how it can be defensible because there's riba involved in the creation of this money. And I think the only way that I could defend it, the way that I would explain this is, well, in Islam, if you find yourself on an island, on a deserted island where there's nothing to eat except for wild pigs, then you can see that it's okay to eat the wild pigs because the alternative is that you starve. But if you find cows on the island, then it's no longer okay to eat the pigs anymore because now you have an alternative. So I think this is similar. I think before Bitcoin was invented, you could argue that the harm from not using government money was far too big, far larger than the harm of using government money. So therefore, it is acceptable for a Muslim to use government money because the alternative is far worse. But now that Bitcoin exists, I think that excuse doesn't wash anymore. And I think if you care about your religion, you should really seriously consider moving away from the dollar and the government currencies into Bitcoin.
So we're not on a desert island anymore. I mean, we have this alternative available to us. And yet, when you speak to a lot of ulama, a lot of the scholars, they will say Bitcoin is haram because of this FUD and that FUD. And we know what the usual FUD is. You know, they talk about it's not guaranteed by a government, it's not backed by anything, it's volatile, it doesn't have intrinsic value, all the usual arguments that we hear, all of which have its sound rebuttal. And I don't think it's necessarily what we want to do here because everybody here, mostly everybody here is a Bitcoiner. So they know these arguments. But what I find fascinating is that we've had 60 years of modern Islamic finance. And during that time, we have not moved on from fiat financing. So all we're doing in this industry is reverse engineering conventional debt based on fiat money and fractional reserve banking. So every time an Islamic bank enters into a financing contract with a customer, it's creating new money exactly as a conventional bank would create new money. And this is the amazing thing to me, is that we still haven't got past this received wisdom that we hand down from year to year, from generation to generation, that this is the way to do economics, this is the way to do banking. And now this new thing has come along, Bitcoin, and still the ulama are sitting there and saying, no, I think this Bitcoin thing, I don't really understand it, so I'm just going to say it's haram, which seems to me a bizarre way of going about it.
Yeah, I think it's really puzzling, and it's sad, and I think there's echoes to the treatment of the printing press historically, where unfortunately a lot of religious authorities historically have just taken the easy way out of just thinking, if it's new, then let's just say no. Let's just say that it's forbidden. The conservative idea here seems to be the safer option for the sheikh, because you don't want to be the one who says something is okay and then people use it and they get hurt, which I believe is a very destructive way of reasoning, because instead of trying to understand things for what they are and trying to reason about whether they're good or bad, you just go with this silly heuristic wherein I'm going to do what covers me from responsibility, what is most conducive to me protecting myself from reputational damage. And so as a result, I believe it's a massive problem, because the Muslim world is missing out on this revolution. It's been 10 years that I've been hearing people issuing fatwas about Bitcoin being haram. And yet here we are 10 years later, what has happened? The price of Bitcoin has gone up about 100-fold. And so the person who wants to get into Bitcoin today is going to get 1% of the Satoshis that they could have gotten if they bought Bitcoin 10 years ago. So the user experience for Bitcoin is drastically affected by when you start using Bitcoin. It's different from other forms of technology. If you start using Facebook today, or if you used Facebook 10 years ago, you are getting the same Facebook today. It's the same user experience. Same is true for Google, the same is true for Apple phones, the same is true for most technology. You join it today, you get the same thing. Bitcoin's not like that. If you joined 10 years ago, you managed to buy your Satoshis at 100,000 Satoshis per dollar. Today you get 1,000 Satoshis per dollar. So it's an entirely different user experience in terms of what you can get it. And it's really sad to watch people have this idea where we're waiting for the whole world to adopt it, and then we will join only late.
Yeah,
because
we're followers, we're not leaders.
Yes, I think this is truly the sad thing about it.
This is very sad, and I'm going to add a little bit of balance to that, because, and I see one or two scholars in the audience now who are very pro-Bitcoin, and although on the one hand the sort of establishment ulama have, and who typically are associated with a government, they have been either neutral to negative on Bitcoin. We are seeing some young, financially savvy, tech-savvy scholars who have recognized Bitcoin for what it is, and what I believe to be the most Islamic form of money ever invented, even more so perhaps than the gold dinar, which we had for 700 years, that led to a golden age of Islamic civilization, a low time preference that led to advancement of science, of astronomy, of architecture, of culture. All of these things come with low time preference. And I think we'd have a group of young, savvy scholars who are recognizing Bitcoin for being an Islamic form of money and a worthy successor to the gold dinar standard of 700 years. So I think that's a little bit of balance. You know, we could argue that, yes, there are some who are causing harm, you know, to Muslims, to the Muslim Ummah, by holding us back. When Bitcoin was 1,000, you say buy now, and they don't do it. It's 10,000, you say buy now, they don't do it. 30, 70, 100, they're still saying no. And they're causing immense harm to people by saying no. So I think at some point, the people will adopt it naturally, and the scholars will have to follow suit.
I think so too. And you know, sadly, we have a lot of examples from Islamic history of this happening. The internet, when it first came about, everybody said the internet was haram, which, you know, is laughable when you look back now. It's ridiculous. It's a bunch of wires where you can send data. And so the idea that this could be haram is functionally no different than saying that speaking is haram, because you're just communicating data with speaking. You're communicating data when you're using the internet. And yet, the conservative mentality is that, well, something bad can be done with the internet, so therefore let's just make it haram. Same was true with the camera. For many years, decades even, many scholars said the camera was haram. People were told to destroy all the pictures that they had, all of their family pictures. They destroyed them at a certain point in time. And then the camera went everywhere and people gave up and they accepted it. And now nobody thinks of the possibility that photography could be haram because it's just technology. It's a very simple technology that doesn't really change anything. About how you behave religiously as an individual. You can use it for good, you can use it for bad. So I think the same thing is going to happen to Bitcoin. And I think there are no good arguments for why Bitcoin would be haram. And I'm curious, what do you think are the most prevalent arguments on this regard? What is the most common idea that scholars would present about why Bitcoin is haram from your experience?
The two that I hear most often are, number one, no intrinsic value, and number two, it's too volatile. So let's answer those two.
Yeah. Well, with the intrinsic value, I think the answer is that nothing has intrinsic value. Value is not intrinsic to things. Value is subjective. We give things value by deciding that we want to value them. And so there was a point in time at which oil had no intrinsic value, had no value, it was negative value. You had to pay people to come and take oil from your land in order for you to be able to build on the land, because it destroyed the quality of the land. So we went from a world in which we gave oil a negative value to a world in which we gave oil a positive value. And now oil is extremely important, extremely valuable. But what has changed? Nothing intrinsic to oil has changed. Oil is still the same chemical substance, but it went from having negative to positive value because our conception of the value has changed. This is true for oil, it's true for gold, it's true for government money, it's true for houses, it's true for apples, oranges, it's true for cars, it's true for everything. We decide that we give it the value, and the value is not something that is installed in the thing, it's not something that's inherent into it. It depends on how we relate to it. So when we figure out that we can use the oil, its value goes up. When we figure out that we can use things in a certain way, the value that they present to us increases. So Bitcoin doesn't have intrinsic value, just like nothing has intrinsic value. We see the value in it. Now, the fact that it's volatile, I think, I don't see how that could be a characteristic for making something haram, because it's a matter of degrees. Everything is volatile up to a certain point. There's degrees of volatility. So where do you draw the line? And how do you define the volatility in a way of saying this is what is permissible, this is how much maximum drawdown you can get into before the asset becomes haram? And I don't think that makes sense. Stocks can go to zero, bonds can go to zero, all kinds of financial assets can be very volatile and they can go to zero. But that's just what the market does. So I don't see why that would be considered a problem with it, right?
So I think on the volatility side, the other thing is that Bitcoin is volatile on the upside. Its long-term trend is appreciating against every other currency, including the US dollar. And people often forget that. They say, oh, it's moving up and down every day like this. Yeah, but how's it moving over 10 years? That's the thing that you guys need to understand. So that's one thing that they fail to. And on the intrinsic value point, one of the arguments that many Muslims use is that money must have corporeal existence.
Yeah.
Right? It's got to be a commodity. It's got to be real. It's got to be something I see, touch, and feel. So they point to this particular hadith, which is that 6 types of money are mentioned: gold, silver, wheat, barley, dates, salt, and they may only be exchanged hand to hand, meaning spot values only. And people misinterpret that hadith. They think it means that these are the only types of money that are allowed. In fact, what it's saying is things that may be deemed as money should be exchanged hand to hand at spot value. In other words, you can't charge for future cash flows, which is riba. It's creating money from money or money from nothing, which is ironic because that's exactly what Islamic banks do, right? Every time they enter into a credit transaction, every time they enter into commodity murabaha particularly, they're doing a proxy for a loan with interest. I see some people smiling in the audience. I don't know whether they're smiling because they disagree or because they agree. I'd like to know afterwards. Please come and talk to us.
Yeah. No, I think I presume I would agree with you that the emphasis here is not on hand-to-hand in a literal sense of actually using the hand. I think what is meant by it is spot trading, that it is money that is a final cash settlement of transactions, that it doesn't involve future liabilities, future obligations, that it's just a thing that clears trade. And that's how we understand money, in that it is a present good rather than a future credit liability. And so by that standard, in fact, Bitcoin really excels because Bitcoin leaves no room for ambiguity about ownership, which is the case that happens with fiat money because, you know, in fiat money, how much money does the bank actually have on hand? Not as much money as the liabilities. So in a sense, you deposit your money and then the bank lends out the money that you've deposited. And so at the same time, the bank gave the money to a borrower and also told you that the money is available for you. And that's the problem in Islam, in that the money is not, the ownership of the money is not clear, and that the banker is essentially double spending the money by spending it to make it available to the lender and to the borrower at the same time. Well, Bitcoin is really a technology to prevent that, because every 10 minutes you get a full audit of the entire network and you're able to see who owns how much. So there's no ambiguity about the ownership. You've got the private key, you've got the coins. You don't have the private key, you don't have the coins. There's no way at the protocol level to bake in the kind of ambiguity that is baked into the fiat money system, wherein these coins are mine, but they're also available for him if he wants to come and withdraw them. And the bank is going to figure this out because they're smart enough to know that him and I are not going to show up at the same time. That's how fiat works. That's how fiat doesn't work. That's how fiat always implodes. And that's not how Islam wants money to be treated, and that's also not how Bitcoin does it. So I think there's a very similar way in which they treat this idea, which is, in my opinion, it's the Islamic approach, but it's also the proper engineering approach. If you were building money from scratch, you don't want to make money ambiguous. You don't want to make it so that two people can fight over the same money. You don't want to make it so that the bank is issuing more liabilities than it has obligations. For two reasons. A, it's fraud, it's immoral, it's theft. And B, and this is the economic argument, putting aside the moral argument, the economic argument is, why are they doing this? They're generating more money. Why do they need to generate more money? We don't need to generate more money. The money supply is always enough, whatever it is. And all that is needed is for the value of the money to increase as people increase demand for it. So who benefits from generating more money, from increasing the supply of the money? The people who are able to generate and print that extra money, essentially the banking system. So it's good for the banks to be able to create that money, but it's not good for the economy. The idea that we're better off because banks are able to create money out of thin air is fiction. It's in fact extremely dangerous, and it's the exact opposite. The fact that they create the money out of thin air is what causes the money to fluctuate, and it causes the business cycle, and it causes those crashes. And you don't fix that with more money printing and with more inflation. You fix that by ending the money printing and ending the money inflation.
You mentioned just earlier about, you know, the existence of money. Is it a real thing? What is money that sits in your bank account? I think Muslims are starting to wake up to this, because particularly if you're in a place like the UK, which is where I'm from, Muslim organizations, mosques, charities, they are finding they're finding that the banks are gatekeepers to their own money. And we see this in the international markets as well. So we know that $7 billion of Afghanistan's own reserves was held in US banks. And when the Taliban came to power, the US wouldn't release that money to them. And that was a particularly severe winter, and people starved over that winter because they didn't have access to their own money. If that's not theft, I don't know what is. So I think Muslims are starting to wake up to this, even though there's a lot of FUD about Bitcoin not being Sharia compliant, about Bitcoin not being real, not having intrinsic value, being volatile. Actually, when they look at what their banks do to them, and the fact that every time they go and withdraw some money, they have to sign a bunch of forms, they realize this isn't even my money anymore. The moment I put it in a bank account, first of all, it's digital. It doesn't exist as something real and corporeal. But secondly, they don't give it to me unless they're satisfied with my explanation and what I'm going to do with the money. The only way I can send money to Gaza for medicines and aid on the ground is through Bitcoin right now. Every time I've tried to send it through normal banking rails, it gets blocked in some way. And that's not because it was going to the wrong place, whatever wrong means. It's because they don't want you to send your money that way. So that's why I think Bitcoin is freedom money. It's actually more real than whatever else we have in the world right now.
Absolutely, I entirely agree. And I think it's more and more people are waking up to this, that it's not your money if it's fiat, because first of all, you don't control it. So first of all, you have to offer an explanation every time you want to use it. But even beyond that, it's not just about why you want to use it. They don't just care about that. They also care about your general behavior. You can get debanked and you can have your money confiscated for all kinds of things. And we're seeing this becoming more and more popular. We saw in Canada how it happened to the truckers a few years ago. And we saw how it happened to Russia, how it happened to Afghanistan. And it can happen at any point to any country. So I think this is something that's very important, particularly for people who are rich, to think about it, which is that you think that you're rich, but if all of your assets are in fiat or fiat-based assets, then they can all be taken away just like that. Look at all the Russian oligarchs that had all of their assets taken away. You get your stocks, your companies, they can be taken away from you. Your bank accounts can be taken away from you. Your stock trading account can be taken away from you. All of that stuff can be confiscated and it can be taken away from you, which essentially means it's not really your money. It's money that you have conditional on good behavior. You have to meet the demands of other people in order to continue to be able to spend the money that you think of as your money. So if you don't have Bitcoin, you don't really have money. You've got brownie points, behavior points, where you're rewarded for nice behavior, like a kid in kindergarten. It's not really money. That's not what money is. Money is what you own. You can do with it whatever you want. And if you can't do with it whatever you want, it's not really money. So think about that, and then think about the people who are in charge of it, and think about the agenda that the U.S. government has, the U.S. foreign policy, the way the U.S. foreign policy is changing, and the way it changes with every election. And you realize this is a massive risk that most people are not really factoring in. They think that we're just living in this world where property rights are protected and whatever we want we can have. I don't think it's true. I think unless you own Bitcoin, you don't really own money.
So I think we've got less than 5 minutes, in fact, about 3 minutes. So what I want to do is talk a little bit about low time preference. I believe that Muslims are a fundamentally low time preference people, or at least they should be, because we're a people who believe in an afterlife, and we believe in storing up good deeds in this life for the next one. So that's the ultimate expression of low time preference. And I wonder how you see Bitcoin as a sort of psychological nudge, something that accords with the principles of Islam, of stewardship of the planet, of sustainability, of long-term sound investment decision-making, and so on.
This is a great question. It's something that's... Excuse me? Can you hear me?
We just lost the mic. Do you want to...
All right, I'll just use this. So I think this is a great question, and it's something that is one of the biggest surprises that I've come across in the Bitcoin space, just how often you see the experience of people being changed by getting into Bitcoin. It's almost a joke at this point, but it's only funny because it's true, because it carries a lot of truth to it, which is people get into Bitcoin and they stop drinking, they stop doing drugs, they start stacking Satoshis instead of it, they start thinking about starting a family, they start thinking of settling down, becoming much more future-oriented in their actions. And it's something I noticed myself, and it's something that I keep hearing from many, many Bitcoiners from all over the world, that once you're able to save for the future, this is how I explain it, at least in my work, once you're able to save for the future, once you're able to provide for your future self, then you have a much better way of thinking of the future. So you start discounting the future less. So your actions become fixated on the future. You start fixating on how to make the future better rather than just thinking about the present. And seeing the sort of transformation this does to people really gives a whole new perspective on religion. Because when you see this, you see how basically when people start thinking long-term, they start acting in a way that's more moral. And you see the parallel, which is that that's what religion is trying to do. Religion is essentially trying to lower your time preference. So don't just act out of impulse right now. Control your impulses and act in a way that is beneficial for you in the long run. And that ends up being the way that's more moral in terms of your action. So you don't steal now, because even though you steal now, that's a good reward for stealing today, there are likely negative consequences in the long term. And so you learn to get over the desire for the pleasure and the satisfaction in the present, and you sacrifice them for the future. And if you get down that path of prioritizing the future and thinking more and more about the future, you find yourself behaving in an entirely different way. In a way that's more moral, in a way that's more productive, in a way that is more future-oriented. And I think it meshes in very, very nicely with religion in general, with Islam. And you see this with other religions as well. You know, you see that there's a very strong Christian Bitcoin community. There's a strong Muslim Bitcoin community. It's startling how people from all faiths see metaphors and analogies and parallels between what Bitcoin does to them and what their religion does to them. And I think this is something that's going to become more and more prevalent as more religious people get into Bitcoin, because I believe what we see in our world today, a lot of the things that religions are not happy about, a lot of the things that religions tell you not to do, you know, the breakdown of the family, the breakdown of society, the high time preference, immediate gratification culture, a lot of that, I believe, is a result of the fact that money is broken. Because money is broken, people can't provide for the future. People become present-oriented, they seek immediate gratification, and they forget about the future, and they don't provide for the future. And I think this is massively destructive. And I believe this is the most profound transformation that Bitcoin is going to make in our world. And I think it's going to blow people's minds just how different the world's going to be after a couple of more decades of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think we've run out of time, but if anyone's interested, both Saifedean and I had a very nice chat on this about 2-3 years ago on your podcast, The Bitcoin Standard.
Yes.
So I think we go into a little bit more of a deep dive on some of these issues. But thank you very much for listening to us, and we look forward to catching up with some of you later.
Cheers. Thank you.
The price fixing hadith goes.
Have you Binance?
What?
Have you Binance?
Have you Binance? No.
Have you Binance?
Have you Binance?
Have you Binance?
I have Binance.
Congratulations.
Binance.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk here at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance, the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange. All the way to my right over there, we have Lawrence Lepard, partner at the Bitcoin Opportunity Fund and a longtime sound money advocate. To his left, we have Jessica Walker, head of global media and content at Binance. Larry, you just joined us here at the desk, so I want to go over to you. We were just talking about how to orange pill people. I know you're an old school gold bug, so can you tell us how you explain Bitcoin to people, to newbies?
Yeah, it's really straightforward. I mean, basically I start with the inflation argument that the government can never stop printing. We all kind of know that, and that their money and savings are being diluted. And I say traditionally the way to solve that problem was gold, but we've now got something better. We've got digital gold. And obviously gold is analog sound money, Bitcoin is digital sound money. And the great thing about Bitcoin is it's superior to gold in a lot of different qualities, but also because of the adoption curve, it's just going to appreciate incredibly rapidly. So the asymmetry here, we've got 5,000 years of history in gold. There's nobody rushing out to buy gold. If you want gold, you already probably have it. We've got maybe 10% of the world at peak that understands what Bitcoin is. And of course, in 10 or 20 years, everyone's going to understand what Bitcoin is because it's probably going to become the base level of the monetary system. So I try to explain to people that they've got to protect themselves against inflation and that this is the most and strongest asymmetric inflation bet, Bitcoin.
Much appreciated. Binance, you do an incredible job of educating people through Binance Academy, but we were talking a little bit earlier too, just about your own efforts. So Jessica, in your opinion, what's the best way to sort of orange pill someone?
I think it's to get started, but it's like what we were saying off air is like you really have to sit down with people and still explain. And I think the one amazing thing about like events like this is like people really get to come and they get to sit with some industry titans and hear their cryptocurrency journey. At the end of the day, everyone is just looking for a sound money alternative, which Bitcoin provides. As soon as you start tapping into why the financial system is ineffective and why Bitcoin can be a hedge against some of those things, then you kind of tap into it. But it's not an easy feat, and I think education, the content that you guys put out of Bitcoin Magazine, Binance Academy, these are just stepping stones that really help people on their crypto journey.
Yeah, and we very much appreciate the work that you do. We know you take education seriously, so again, usually it's number go up that gets people into this, but there's a lot of education that needs to come after that. So we are going to take it back to the Falcon stage again. We are here at the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk. We are watching the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Binance. Over to the main stage.
Matt, how's it going? This is great. It's good to be back. My second Bitcoin conference, but it's great to be here in the Middle East and talk Bitcoin, talk football. Any American football fans? You know what we're talking about here? Okay, there we go.
There's a few. Good afternoon, everybody. It's Mohammed Sanu here. I just wanted to say I'm grateful to be here. This is actually my first Bitcoin conference, so I've been looking forward to it. Russell invited me, and I was like, man, I would love to be a part of this journey and this experience.
And Mohammed, first Bitcoin conference, we were talking a little bit yesterday. What made you take the leap? What got you interested in Bitcoin for the first time?
Well, I've been, doing my research on it a little bit and learning more throughout the years. But, when I played throughout the league, I didn't really pay much attention to it because you want to be focused on what you're doing there now. And but I was more focused on other things, and now I want to really dive deep into it.
Yeah, and did seeing your colleagues, Matt and Russell, take the leap, did that influence you and the people around you at all?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of guys that I've known talking about it and telling me like all the great things about it, and you see it across the globe. It's something that's been growing rapidly.
Absolutely. Oh, here we go, Mr. AB.
The main attraction.
Here
we go. There you
this
go.
is for you, man. How's it going? And Russ.
You look great. Look at you.
Yo, how y'all doing? I miss you right here. Oh shit.
Boy, we get them.
Yo, how y'all doing?
Yeah. Antonio Brown, everybody. Fashionably late.
Always.
We're Russell, 25 million crypto Bitcoin MVP.
Oh, well, assalamu alaikum. Abu Dhabi, we're here. It's good to see all of you. So on this panel specifically, and we're a little late, so I don't know how far you've gotten, but Antonio, can you give everybody just a quick introduction of who you are?
I'm Antonio Brown. Glad to be out here with my friend Russell. All my friends here talk about Bitcoin and crypto, how it correlate with being an athlete. How you the first guy who took the level of investing and being in Bitcoin to the next level. So I'm here to explain the correlation of how Bitcoin go with being an athlete and being a professional on and off the field. So I'm excited to be here.
Well, we welcome you all. Really excited. All right, guys. So I want to talk about the concept of greatness. In our field, we're very used to seeing people reach the pinnacle of success. We're very familiar with achieving the heights of human potential. So the concept of greatness is something that we've all pursued and chased. So I'm going to ask each of you, what is greatness to you? What is greatness? Mohammed, how about we start with you?
I feel like greatness is a culmination of a couple things, and one of them is consistency in what you want in life. So if you're consistently driving towards something, or you have your mind focused on something, and you day in and day out, and you omit it out there, and you give it to everyone, and you stay consistent in what you're doing, I feel like you can achieve everything. And it starts with just that day in and day out, incrementally getting better. So I always like to say it's a 1% better type of thing. And over a long period of time, you can look back and you see all the great things that you've done, all the impact and everything that you accomplished.
That's good. And Matt, could you elaborate a little bit about what makes someone great?
What makes human great?
Yeah, what makes an athlete great?
I think there's a few different metrics you can use to characterize greatness, right? What the world says, and when you compare yourself to everyone else, I mean, being an expert in your field, being an expert in a craft makes you great in whatever you're doing. And then I think there's a personal level as well of what you're capable of pushing past what you think you're capable of, both mentally and physically. And I think all of us who have been in sports and have played at a high level, you know that there was a barrier that you had to break through, whether that was an off-season training or you're running sprints and your heart rate's pumping through your chest, you don't think you can do it anymore, and you reach a level of greatness even in your own mind. If people don't recognize it right away, you know it's coming because of the work that you put in. And so I think all the mental aspect and the training that we put in ultimately results in being great because we trusted the process.
Antonio.
I feel like greatness is your commit to excellence in regards to your pursuit to whatever your goal is. You know, being great is a correlation of commitment that's never ending. And it takes a lot of discipline, like you guys were saying, of being great to really not know what you're doing, but just continue to work with that commitment and excellence in regards of what your goals are. So I think being great is a commitment to excellence, being committed, the battle of excellence never ending, and having ultimate discipline to know what are you being great at.
So Mohammed, greatness, how does greatness translate into other areas of your life? Maybe you specifically.
Well, I feel like you have to be consistent in all areas of life, whether it's the way you brush your teeth or the way you make your bed. I always like to say the way you do anything is the way you do everything. So I always like to do everything to the best of my ability because I don't know who's watching or who may be looking, because I don't know, the one person that's looking is always God. So I always try to give my best and try to do everything in a consistent manner.
And Antonio, you've obviously had a lot of success on the field, literally a Hall of Famer. Talk a little bit about that path. When did you know, because you've had a very interesting background, so maybe you could talk about that too. When did you know that you're on the path to be who not everybody else says, who they see you are now, but you weren't always game time. That wasn't always who you were. So when did that shift change? When did that mentality, really arrive for you?
I feel like in life, you gotta always have a belief in yourself in regards to whatever you do. Criticism come with achievement. The more you achieve, the more you're gonna get criticized. And you gotta have a belief system in yourself in regards of chilling out everything you hear about what people say, and having that belief in yourself, that true drive to know what are you in pursuit of. People gonna always talk about you, have naysay things to say. True happiness is staying to the commitment of the things you inspire and aspire to achieve in your life. So for me, it's always was the belief in myself. No matter what nobody said, you gotta have the ultimate belief. And that's come with being great. I'm sure you guys heard about things you couldn't do. People said what they thought about your 40 time, what they thought about your height, how much you weighed. So I feel like you gotta have the ultimate belief if you wanna be great in yourself, and it usually start when you're a child. having that belief or building that belief or having leaders around you. So it's all about your belief system. Always believe in yourself. Don't let no one tell you what you can't do. And if you write down your goals, have a higher percent of coming true.
One more question regarding greatness. Often when we talk about greatness, there's a component of legacy which then follows after. You've been able to accomplish these amazing feats in life or on the field, and you look to this person and you say, wow, they'll have a legacy, they'll have something which lasts forever. So Matt, talk about legacy and what that ultimately means.
So I'm a father of 3 children, and so legacy has a different meaning now. And I played 11 years in the NFL, mostly as a backup. So my legacy in the NFL isn't going to be remembered for my stats or my touchdowns. I had a pretty good college football career at the University of Southern California, and stat-wise, that legacy remains on a leaderboard for touchdowns and passes and all that stuff. But I think what lasts longer than that is the character and who I was as a man, when how I operated, how I served in the community, what a teammate I was. And being a backup in the NFL, I learned that it's a lot more than numbers that makes a team great. And the legacy that I had, even if I was on the sideline, of being the ultimate encourager to the starting quarterback, to the receivers or whoever, being the mediary on the sideline or in the quarterback room when we're studying tape, just being a core value that'll last a lot longer than numbers will, and knowing what people will say about you. And again, as a father, how does that translate to the next generation and what comes after you? And so now being able to teach life to little people who don't know anything and to raise them up. And I mean, I honestly think Bitcoin plays an important role in that, in a legacy, right? And as athletes, we have kind of an opposite earning curve of most people when you're working up a corporate ladder traditionally, and then you peak in your 40s, your 50s. We earned it in our 20s, right? And now we're trying to sustain that. And how do you do that? Bitcoin is a way where you have an everlasting, lifetime appreciating asset that, again, you can leave to generations after you.
And that's the point. That's why many of us love Bitcoin the way we do. One, it's the greatest asset. It is the greatest asset in the entire world. And 2, and I'm saying this as my children are here and my wife are here, you can leave a legacy behind you. Look, I've loved watching the greatest players of all time like everybody else. But at some point, the confetti falls, those trophies gain dust, and those rings will fade. And you have to look up and ask yourself, what did you accomplish in life? Do you have something which can be passed on into the future? You know, and Bitcoin has been something like that for all of us here. You know, so as we talk about greatness, as we talk about legacy, I didn't arrive at that point until I understood at one moment how much I have traded my health for wealth. That was a very easy trade for us. So can we talk about, well, Antonio, as a person who has now created a business called CTESPN, can you talk about why you called it that, right? And then also how you've traded your health for wealth and its damages.
Well, CTESPN is, you know, I think they like to always correlate football players with CTE is a symptomatic trauma that they feel like we have, but I feel like the more people who go through trauma, the more greater you could be. You know, when you face adversity, you know, it kind of builds character. So for me, you know, whatever you go through is shaping you for the embetterment of your best self. So use everything you go through as a stepping stone to develop and be your best self. And I turn people calling me crazy into a brand, because you got to be able to deal with a lot of trauma, you know, to play football, to make it in life, saving your money and longevity of your money to live a good life. You got to be able to overcome trauma of your coach saying last year wasn't good enough. Just all kind of traumas through our life, coming from different football teams, playing for different teams. I know you guys played for different football teams, the trauma that came with that, the trauma that come with the media of people saying whatever they want to say about you, and you can't really public defend yourself. So I think it's a lot of traumas that everyone faces on a day-to-day basis. I've been trying to just change the traumas to positivity and open up conversations where people could share their stories and what they've been through and how they shaped them and how they continue to shape them in pursuit of what their happiness are. So for me, it's all about, getting into individuals like you guys here who been through a lot of trauma, who sacrificed your health to make a positive game for life, because to us, it was natural. I'm sure all of us on this stage been playing football since we've been kids. So to us, we possibly played the game more free than we got paid, growing up as a little kid playing this game. So obviously it's a lot of trauma having grown guys hit you in the head, being able to fall on the ground and do that repetitively. So for me, it's just about explaining people the unique challenges that we face as football players and how we continue to face even when our football lives over. Because we're still men and we still have to provide and leave a legacy, and that's what life's about.
Right. And again, it's the trade. It's trading my health for more wealth. Right. And Muhammad, you have massively been able to create businesses. You have understood that our time on the field is limited. So because of those limitations, the onus then falls on us as players, as people of influence, of people that are coming into wealth and capital, to now seize these moments and decide to create businesses, right, or to improve upon that legacy. You have a series of businesses and ways in which you've decided to parlay your money, your wealth, right, in order to create industry. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, ironically, since we've been talking about legacy, I own a sports complex, multi-sport sports complex called Legacy Sports Complex, where we train the youth from toddler, 5 years old or 2 years old, all the way up to 90-year-old grandma, grandpa. And we like to give the whole entire community something that they've never experienced. So it's a holistic experience, and we try to provide something that brings the whole family sector together. So in America, if you guys are familiar, a lot of people play a lot of different sports. A lot of people have a lot of different families. So like, for instance, like Matt here, he has 3 kids. So if he has to take his 2 sons and his daughter to different sporting events, and it's only one person, or his wife has to go somewhere else, we like to have the sports complex where you can bring your whole family, and we have football, basketball, soccer, baseball, anything that you can possibly think of, all encompasses in one. So we can bring your whole family sector. You can all come together, better yourself, worry about your health, worry about your mental life, health, worry about all the things that you necessarily need so your whole ecosystem can be better. So we like to provide nutrition, we like to provide healthcare. We have Botox doctors, aesthetic doctors for the ladies that like to keep their beauty intact. And I know a lot of people like natural beauty, but we like to help cover all our bases, because at the end of the day, we don't want families to be able to have to order food from McDonald's, or we would like to have the family be able to come all together, have the time to go home and prepare a proper meal so they have family dinner. And we just like to make it a whole, beautiful ecosystem. And we provide like after school care and a lot of different cool niches that, not many sports complexes do. And it was all encompassing. I like to invite a lot of players that I've played with along my career to help them change their community. So right now we got 4 coming up. When I started, it was just 1 about 2 years ago, and it's rapidly growing. And it's a beautiful thing, because you can see the impact that you're, making on people, whether it's the youth, whether it's some teenager or a 40-year-old man that just trying to make sure his levels are okay, and he doesn't know if what's going on hormonally. So we do hormonal therapy and all those different things, and just to make sure you are taking care of yourself and your longevity and your health. Because like you said, we sacrifice our health for wealth. And when your health is your wealth, you start to think differently. You start to behave differently. And we want you to understand and be educated on what you're doing and what you're eating and where you are in life, so you can continue to live a prosperous and better life.
Muhammad, something that we discussed earlier was you have been able to invest and build a series of sports complexes and facilities. And can you talk about your approach to Bitcoin, particularly as you own a lot of real estate and you're looking at the power cost in Georgia, particularly as they've launched more nuclear initiatives, and what you're thinking about next?
Well, talking to Russ, I was thinking about, starting, some mining sites correlating close to the sports complexes, because, like I said, in Georgia, there's so much land, so much opportunity, and there's a lot of power that's there. So it's unique to be able to be in a position to be able to help facilitate something like that, help change, a lot of people's lives, help them become more educated like myself. Because, like I said, you don't know what you don't know. So if you're able to deliver the right information to the right people, and you're able to help change generations past you, that's what legacy is about. So, and that's the beauty of Legacy Sports Complex. It's not about us. Everybody's trying to cement their own legacy. Everybody's trying to do something for their next generation or their family. And that's the place for us to do it. We try to give it out to the community so you have that outlet to reach out to.
Very nice. And Matt, you spend a lot of time speaking to families and family offices and wealth managers, people who have no idea what Bitcoin is. You have literally went from being just a pro athlete to now helping people find, even by proxy, ways to have exposure to Bitcoin. What are you up to?
Yeah, so again, this is my first year without football since 2000. So 24 years of my life spent playing football, and it's been a bit of an adjustment, but got plugged in pretty seamlessly to kind of a traditional wealth management role, but leading our tech and crypto investments and ultimately providing clients exposure to Bitcoin, which is there. Once that floodgate opens, at least in America, it's going to usher in a wave of assets that will just skyrocket the price of Bitcoin, in my opinion. And a lot of clients traditionally, they think it's too risky, like the volatility, or you don't know where it's going to go. And ultimately, I think it's riskier not to have exposure to Bitcoin, especially in a retirement account for people who are trying to preserve their wealth. And so that's kind of what I'm advocating for, and my mission right now of providing that to clients in a traditional sense and kind of bridging that gap.
And you're the young guy in office. You're the young person who understands future and innovation. What's that like dealing with maybe traditional finance people who want nothing to do with it?
It's nice to have my firm in my corner. I don't come from a traditional finance background, which they actually like, although I've been in the markets for years as a trader, and I've been in Bitcoin and other cryptos since 2016, early 2017. So I've been through the ups and downs. Volatility seems completely normal to me compared to the normal stock market. And they appreciate my different perspective that I bring. And I'm just tied in with a lot of circles that most of traditional finance is not. And luckily, in my case, they appreciate that and value that. So again, a lot of guys in my position, when you're done with a sport or with football, that's been your identity for so long, it's often a really hard transition, which I struggled with for a little bit right after I was done, but thankfully found a transition to be in something that I'm passionate about, not only finance, but Bitcoin, and to hopefully bring that to the masses even more.
Amazing, amazing. Antonio, what have been your interactions with Bitcoin and crypto?
I feel like I had a great reaction with Bitcoin, crypto, being able to store wealth, receive money, send and receive money. I'm obviously seeing what you did, Russ, with making 6 mil turn into 25 mil. So I think Bitcoin and crypto go a correlation with, being an athlete, with just being on the team. You need a team of people with Bitcoin, with sending and sharing money and trading and making money. So I feel like it's a great asset for digital currency moving towards the future.
That's very good, very good. And you said it the right way. When I decided to put, my savings and accept Bitcoin as a form of compensation, what did that ultimately mean to me? That was less hits to the head, right? In American football, a very traumatic and hard sport, a brutal sport. Here I am, which I would have needed maybe 6, 7 more years to create that amount of wealth, right? And you're able to do it in 2 or 3. Yes, there are cycles, there are waves, but if you take a very long-term view, ultimately, you're going to need to invest into an asset anyway. And here Bitcoin was, it eliminated all of these pieces which typically weigh athletes down. You need a financial advisor, you need a manager, and everybody wants their cut, they have their hands out. And just taking money in Bitcoin and not doing anything with it. This means more time with my children, more time with my wife, more time to think freely and not necessarily from a scarcity mindset. That's what makes Bitcoin so powerful. That's why it makes sense in sports. Here's my final question, guys. We have a platform, an incredible opportunity to use our voices, our influence to help change the world. How are you guys doing that? And I'll just say just a quick 30 seconds. How are you guys doing that? Right? What's your goal to do that? Right? And how can Bitcoin align with that? Mohammed, you first, and then we'll work our way back.
I'll go first. I'll give you a quick 30 seconds. And start by legacy. I just want to leave a legacy bigger than me. And I feel like the way I do that is by putting all these legacies across the world. That was one of my goals when I first started it. I wanted to be able to change the world holistically, make everybody better, healthier, stronger as a community, because that's what it's about. If we can pull everybody together, keep the community stronger, it's only going to grow, and that's what the Bitcoin community is doing. It's growing rapidly. Everybody's getting stronger, and they're growing together, and that's what's about.
Matt.
I think if you picture this like throwing a pebble or a rock into still water and the ripple effect that goes out, I think starting with your personal identity and trying to achieve greatness personally, and then letting that infiltrate your family to where you're trying to build a strong family that has legacy, and that reaches out into your community, your friend group, your school group, your sports teams, whatever you're involved with, in the workplace. Like, how are you impacting the circles you're in? And that ripple effect over time just keeps expanding and expanding. And how does it tie to Bitcoin? I mean, we started this off talking about greatness. I think Bitcoin is the greatest asset class ever invented. It's the greatest financial system that we've ever known, and I think we'll ever see. And to be able to be a part of it is just something special in our lifetime.
AB, take us home.
Well, I think we got an amazing platform where we can share and show you guys how Bitcoin and being financial literacy appropriate on our online site. So be sure to follow us online to be able to share the platform and share with you guys how Bitcoin is growing and how to use the digital currency.
Right. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Mashallah.
Mashallah.
So I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well. And I think, therefore, it's a very, very powerful concept, and one which can completely overturn our understanding of the last 100 years of economic history.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk here at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance, the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange. To my right, we have the one and only Jeff Booth, partner at Ego Death Capital, and to his right, Larry Lepard, partner at the Bitcoin Opportunity Fund and longtime sound money advocate. Jeff, you're new here, so let me start with you. You invest in companies in the Bitcoin space globally, in Africa, Latin America, all over the world, countries that are servicing people who need Bitcoin the most. What are some of the things that you look at when you choose what to invest in?
Well, I think this is such a new paradigm. It's like the internet, and we're building the companies that are going to be the railways right on top. So infrastructure companies that are bringing this to broad adoption globally. An interesting thing inside that is Bitcoin has a 45% IRR for the last 16 years.
Right.
And so that's the risk-free rate of the world.
Right, yeah.
And the only way to beat the risk-free rate of the world is either invest in somebody who's levering it, like MicroStrategy,
yep,
or to invest in companies that are building value on top of it and denominating their balance sheet in Bitcoin.
Yep.
And so we look at it as if you were in Argentina in 2000 and you could invest in Google, you'd move your money from Argentina to Google and the cash flows would be in US dollars.
Right.
So you'd have that double win. Today, everybody lives in Argentina, but we live in Bitcoin.
That's a beautiful analogy. Thank you, Jeff. Larry, over to you. We have just about a minute before we head back. So, yeah, your thoughts. What do you look at when you look at companies?
It's very similar, although I would think Jeff focuses a little bit on earlier stage things. We tend to focus on the mezzanine level and also on public companies. And our major criteria is kind of the dogs are eating the food, and there's revenue growth. And we've been able to find a lot of companies that fit the criteria, and one of our largest holdings has been MicroStrategy, which has obviously worked out very well for us.
Nice.
So we do technology, venture capital down at the beginning stage, but we've broadened out beyond that, so we've got kind of two pieces to the business.
Amazing. Well, appreciate that. Again, we're here with Jeff Booth, partner at Ego Death Capital, Larry Lepard, partner at the Bitcoin Opportunity Fund. You were just hearing about how they look at their investments, how they choose to invest in the space, and we're grateful that both of you do. So thank you so much. Thank you for joining us here. We're going to send it back to the main stage, and we will be back after this.
Cool.
We good?
But when I think about who is the coolest people in Bitcoin, it's the Bitcoin OGs that brought us to this point today. And I'm honored, really, to have one of the oldest Bitcoiners in this entire industry, this entire ecosystem, on stage as part of this panel today, Star Shu. So Star, for those of you that don't know, has been in Bitcoin since 2011. And I had the privilege, when I was a young lad getting into Bitcoin, to go to Beijing and to visit, at this time called OKCoin's offices. And since then, Star has transformed the company from this small startup in Beijing into a global powerhouse. And it's truly been incredible to watch. So I want to take a second, and I want to reflect upon the past and the future as we sit here with Bitcoin at 100,000. Star, what has changed over the past 10 years in Bitcoin? And what do you think is the next 10 years in Bitcoin are going to look like?
Okay. Yeah, since I started the company 12 years before, David, we met in Beijing, I think 2014. That is 10 years before. In the last 12 years, there are a lot of funny memory. Yeah, I can talk about a couple of stories. Yeah, we all know there is a funny story. A guy used 10,000 Bitcoin buy a pizza, right? Yeah. So when I buy my first Bitcoin from 2011, I'm also doing mining at that time. We just use a simple server to mine Bitcoin. Yeah. So at that time, nobody believed Bitcoin is the real money. In my mind at that time, the magic bean. So there is an online gaming platform, I think it's shut down many years before, called Just Dice. So at that time, because I mine a lot of free Bitcoin, so every time I use 500 Bitcoin to drop a dice. Yeah. So I can get my coins back. Yeah.
Were you the mysterious Just Dice whale? Were you the biggest Just Dice user?
Yeah, and the Just Dice has a couple of funny model. You can use Bitcoin to drop a dice. You can also become they call it investor. Actually, it's a market maker of their pool. I think there is definitely some legal compliance issues like the shutdown, but I think it's at that time one of the most popular decentralized technology application. Yeah. So
what do you feel like is different? Like from 2014, when you compare to how you spend your time today, like what's changed in the industry?
Yeah, I think when we start getting into the industry, nobody believed the crypto industry can one day become such an economy. So when I started my company in China, I never believe regulator will talk to me. A couple of years later, central bank talked to us. I said, who is central bank? Central bank should manage trillions money. Why they go to us? Yeah, I think not so many years we see Bitcoin or the crypto industry create a lot of very success crypto assets. So Bitcoin ETF. Yeah, everybody can easily access to the Bitcoin ETF. There are other success assets like Ethereum, Solana. But I think in the future, all we can say, 2025 is like a new start for crypto applications, including Bitcoin application. Yeah. So in the past, there were some applications, as I say, just DICE, as we see, RV on the Ethereum chain. But I think in last couple of years, the whole industry learning, first, how to make your product, your technology easy to use to mass retail user. Second, how to work together with the regulations, with the rules. I think we see a lot of infra getting mature, so there definitely will a lot of crypto applications from next year. So I would call it the crypto finance stage is coming. Yeah.
So fast forward 10 years from now, the year is 2034. What do you think Bitcoin's price is? Where do you think we are?
So 2020, that is COVID year. We have annual gala in Beijing. So all of the employee, like 1,000 employee. So I have a speech, and I say Bitcoin price in next 5 years will be 100K. Yeah. And the recent couple of weeks, our employee get their photos sent to our internal chat groups. Yeah. I think, next 5 to 10 years, I'm very optimistic for the Bitcoin price. It's not a financial advice, please.
You got to name a number. What's the number?
1 million.
Okay, there we go. $1 million, people.
Yeah, my employees say, Star always want to set up OKR to the team that is 10 times growth, 10x growth.
Okay, and another question before we switch gears a little bit. But, okay, we're going to $1 million of Bitcoin. How does that inform OKX's strategy for Bitcoin? Like, what are you doing with Bitcoin in your products, in your approach to capitalize on that change?
Yeah, when we start the company, we are a Bitcoin exchange. We only trade one crypto, one coin, that is Bitcoin. Couple of months later, we start to list a Litecoin. We feel Bitcoin is gold, Litecoin is silver at that time, yeah. At that time, we call all of the other coin, altcoin, or we can say a dirty word, shitcoin. Yeah. So there was one time, like 2017, Vitalik come to me and say, Star, can we negotiate, list the Ethereum on your exchange? I say, shitcoin, go. Yeah. It's a shame story. Yeah.
Hey, you weren't wrong. You weren't wrong.
Yeah. So I think from OKX perspective, we use until today, we are a professional exchange. We offer a robust trading product line like spot trading, derivative trading. We also support, we call it unified account. So if you have negative P&L in spot, a positive P&L in like options, we will have P&L offset. We call it unified trading or portfolio margin. Yeah. At the same time, we build a Web3 wallet. We have an infra. We real-time monitor data from all of the popular chains. And our infra can understand the real-time data format from different chains, different blocks. Based on this infra, we build a cross-chain, multi-chain wallet, cross-chain decentralized trading, cross-chain NFT marketplace, because all of the data is on-chain. So my understanding is in the future, there will be millions, 10 millions decentralized applications. The whole market, the customer, just like we use Google to access the websites, we use TikTok or YouTube to access videos. We will have 10 millions of dApps. Our OKX Web3 wallet try to be a gateway to the dApps. For Bitcoin, definitely is a classic chain. So we do a lot of specific optimization for Bitcoin, like how to manage the UTXOs, how to improve the Bitcoin transaction success rate. Especially there are some Bitcoin nil-to scenario, or how to use a Bitcoin Satoshi. There are inscription, ordinals, BRC20. So we offer a very powerful UTXO management tools, make the customer can easily identify all of your Bitcoin as Bitcoin itself and ordinals, BRC20, other assets from your UTXO. Yeah. So in the how Bitcoin ecosystem market, OKX actually play a very significant role. Based on my knowledge, I think more than 50% the ordinals transaction is created through OKX wallet. Yeah, more than 70% of BRC20 transaction is created through OKX wallet.
Wow. Well, so let's switch gears here a little bit. Haider, you're the creative side, you're the public-facing side. Talk about how you all approach the Bitcoin ecosystem. What caused you all to be first movers to ordinals, to UTXO-based projects, and to really kind of dominate this Bitcoin Season 2 market?
I think it's our moves on Bitcoin started before the Bitcoin dominance season. We've always felt that Bitcoin is the foundational layer of our crypto markets. So, when you think about our exchange, Star was talking about the early days of most exchanges. I think OKCoin at the time, or Coinbase, everyone sort of focused on Bitcoin, and then eventually we started to list other assets. So our DNA of our company has always been to be Bitcoin first. When you look at our self-custody wallet, the vision around that has always been, hey, how are we going to build the ultimate wallet that has cross-chain support, but it is a Bitcoin first wallet? So you heard some of the numbers from Star. I think overall 50% of the Bitcoin on-chain transactions happen on our platform.
That's really an incredible number.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And you look at ordinals, we were first movers on ordinals. We were first movers on BRC20 support, first movers on inscriptions. And so we have a really dominant market share for these utilities that are now being introduced within the Bitcoin ecosystem. And I think we're watching Stacks, what they're building. There's a sense of excitement in our company for how Bitcoin and the network can be programmed to bring more utility. So I think as a company, our brand, our vision, we'll always be Bitcoin first for the future.
So I feel like what $100,000 Bitcoin prices represent is that Bitcoin is going mainstream right now. Talk about what y'all's approach is to harness that. And I went to my first Formula One race yesterday, courtesy of OKX. And right there on the McLaren car, as it's crossing the finish line, OKX right across the side. I mean, it's pretty spectacular to see the growth of Bitcoin companies in the real world. So how do you think about this? What's the approach? And how effective is it?
Well, I think the company's approach, or I urge everyone in this room, I think we have to all take this approach, is that we have to think about our marketing in a 10-year interval. And there are a lot of people, there's two kinds of people outside these rooms. I'm imagining a lot of you guys are already crypto holders and you all have Bitcoin. But there's still a significant part of the world. There's two types of people in that world that's outside our community. One is they still don't understand Bitcoin. I think there's a little education that we have to do to continue to bring them into our ecosystem. And two, most of the people who are outside our community think that they're too late. And I think there's education we have to do to explain that there's the Bitcoin denomination and its overall economics, its supply. So there's more work to do there. And I think platforms like McLaren really help us achieve it. Now, when we put our logo on the McLaren car, we're not expecting people to convert right away. We're hoping that they're going to start to get comfortable with the brand. If they didn't believe in crypto or they didn't believe in this ecosystem, this is a gentle way of introducing them and bringing them in. Now think about marketing as dating. You know, if you're out on your first date, you're not going to ask somebody to marry you on your first date. So it's a similar analogy in marketing. I think we want people to be exposed to our brand 5, 6, 7 times before it creates a probability for them to give us a shot. And the other thing is, on consumer marketing, you know, we all built this industry with hard work and engineering. Now, there are traditional companies, brokerage platforms. In the United States, you have Fidelity, Charles Schwab, Thinkorswim. Now, they're all starting to introduce Bitcoin on their platform, you know, as an ETF or other instruments, spot trading. And they have been very comfortable and seasoned with consumer marketing. So I think that's been a big thing for our companies. Make sure we lean into consumer marketing and don't expect results in year 1, year 2. Build our character, introduce our character, and be there for the long run.
Where do you see the most growth happening in terms of users from around the world? Where do you see the growth?
I think there's 2 types of growth. We see organic growth and, you know, all over the world, given our platform with McLaren, Man City, the Tribeca Film Festival. But then we've also, a lot of our teams have been doing the hard work of getting licensed in different markets. So I think most people perhaps don't know this today about OKX. We're probably the most licensed company in the world, crypto company in the world. We have a license in Singapore. Very, very tough to achieve. I think most of the companies, you know, probably at the top level don't have a Singaporean license. You look at UAE, we were not the first to get a license, but we're definitely the first to have an operational license with a banking partner. So we met a few customers now. They said, hey, we're coming to your platform because you have an easy on and off ramp through our banks. So I think the way we're driving our growth is a super focus on licenses, registrations, working with regulators, and making sure we have banking partners so it's easy to onboard all those people who see our logo on McLaren. Because they don't have crypto, they can't transfer it from one exchange to another. So they need banking rails to be able to come in, and I think that's a big focus of our growth.
And how much did it cost to get McLaren to change their color to Bitcoin orange?
You know, they didn't really change their color. I think when we picked the team, one of the key things we looked at is, gosh, the papaya color looks a lot like the Bitcoin color. And I think that was a consideration. And I don't know if most of you guys noticed, if you watch these races, there's a little secret nugget. David, I don't think you even noticed it, but the back of the tail, there are 2 OKX logos, front-facing. Under those 2 logos, there's a line called Accelerating Web3. So what's special about the race yesterday in the Constructor Championship is that not only did McLaren win a championship, you actually had Accelerating Web3 across the track, making history for McLaren and for our industry.
Incredible win yesterday, by the way, so congratulations on that front, too.
Thank you.
So, I think as we go mainstream, there is a little bit of an ideological and philosophical divide that is going to, I think, rear its head in a bigger and bigger way, which is, how do you own Bitcoin? Do you own Bitcoin in an ETF? Do you own Bitcoin by owning shares in a company that holds Bitcoin? Or are you holding Bitcoin, you're holding your own private keys, you're self-custodying your own funds? And I think we're at risk of this industry moving in one direction versus the other, and it could change how our industry works. Star, how do you think about self-custody? How are you approaching this problem, and how do you deal with the trade-offs that come from having sovereign control of your money, but also having a user interface that normal everyday people can actually use?
Yeah. I think self-custody is a very beautiful infrastructure to the finance industry. So for our human society, thousands of years history, we make money, which is silver or gold. We take the money back, put it under your bed, okay? You own your money. The reason I think maybe less than 100 years, we go to digital times. When we get money, it's defaultly go to an agency, which is a bank. which is good. I don't mind. Bank hold my money. Then the bank can loan my money out, make interest, share very tiny to us, which is also good. The bank has the right to manage their customer funds. The problem is if a bank getting bankrupt, you can, in the United States, you get a 250,000 back insurance. In other countries, you may get zero back. That is crazy, yeah. I think self-custody give our society an opportunity back to own your money yourself, yeah. So I think in the future, everybody will get a self-custody wallet. All the financial institution service will become decentralized applications. Everybody can use your wallet, access to those DApps. You have 1 million in your wallet, you approve 100K to a JP Morgan Chase DApp. You may approve another 200K to Citibank DApp or to insurance companies DApp. I think that is a very beautiful ecosystem in the future. Also, self-custody, until today, we will see low KYC, no compliance. I think the whole industry has changed. There are a lot of technology infra also developed very fast, like a ZK KYC. Like we OKX also has our product strategy to deliver some 2-of-2 multi-sig wallet. The company, we hold a primary key. The customer hold another half. Yeah, the customer need to trust us. But the company, we can level abuse customers' money without the customer's permission. With this infra, we can add a KYC layer to this wallet. We can add a transaction monitoring layer to the wallet. And it will be a fully compliant wallet. It can access to all of the regulated financial service. I also believe the KYC or compliant self-custody wallet will accelerate the real-world asset tokenization.
So an idea that is we were talking about last night, Bitcoin superpowers. The United States has a fresh view on Bitcoin. What would be your advice if you were sitting here with Donald Trump about what the United States should do to become a Bitcoin superpower? What does that mean to you? And who do you think is the next Bitcoin superpower?
When I get into the industry, there are always a question. You invest in Bitcoin, or you invest in a company, or equity, or you invest in a fund. So in last, I think, more than 15 years, right, after 2009, Bitcoin is created. It's always you invest Bitcoin, you hold Bitcoin, the most right decision. I would think this trend will be continue. Yeah. So there are a lot of smart traders, smart investors, smart asset managers. But I think the most smart way is level, sell your Bitcoin, as President Trump say. And I think it's a lot of gambling, it's a lot of bad. We need to understand the real value about why in not so many years, Bitcoin died so many times. There were so many crises, right? 51% hash power attack. Mt. Gox got hacked. Bitcoin fork, which is Bitcoin Core and a BCH. There are so many crises. But every time, if the industry recovered from the crisis, they will survive to a very stronger, powerful than before. Why? I would think, it's simple. Until today, how many users hold Bitcoin? I think globally, although every company say I have 100 million customers, but real Bitcoin holder maybe 10 million. How many users finally would like to hold a piece of Bitcoin? I don't have the answer, but I have some stories. As I say, when Bitcoin is very cheap, so like there is a conference like this, I would say, today I do an air job, everybody want Bitcoin. That's 10 years before, not today. Yeah. So there are some of my friends' kids, they go to US, go to university. The level contact me. Like when because they have a birthday, I give them 1 Bitcoin. couple, maybe 5, 8 years later, they go to US, go to university. The level contact me. Someday they message me, Uncle Xu, how are you? I think I'm good. Are you healthy? I say in Chinese words, it's like, how are you? Okay, I'm healthy. What are you doing? How is your work? My work is good. Why you ask me this question? Then you give me a Bitcoin a couple of years before. Where is that Bitcoin? It's a you said. When I give him Bitcoin, he's 10 years old. He back to me when he is 18 years. I see these trends will continue to grow. I'm also see any country with the right Bitcoin reserve strategy will become a strong economy leaders. Yeah.
Who do you think is the next Bitcoin superpower? Where would you bet?
I think, yeah, U.S. definitely is a great market, great country. Yeah.
Okay, I was hoping we'd get a leak here that China's the next Bitcoin superpower, but we'll next conversation. So, Haider, same question to you. You're sitting down with Donald Trump. What would you like to see from a fresh administration on Bitcoin in America, this fresh era for Bitcoin? What would be the most impactful for y'all's business?
Well, I think, first off, we have to retain this innovation within the United States. I think that's very, very important. So, I don't know if we need to deregulate the industry, but I think there needs to be common sense regulation that allows builders to stay in Silicon Valley. Because you can imagine, we both know a lot of the builders left, over the last 4 years. They went to different parts of the world to build. And I think we need to bring them back. So I think that's probably number one. Number two is, I hope that this new administration will welcome companies from other parts of the world. Our company, for example, we have the potential to create hundreds of thousands of jobs in the United States, bring billions of dollars of net capital into the United States. And I think my hope is that it will be a friendly environment for crypto, but it will be a friendly and level playing field for everyone, especially us. And I think when you look at the US, there's not a lot of choice. You've got one big player in the United States. I think that we are the next alternative for people. We don't charge criminal fees. We are a very friendly platform, and I think that's what I'm most excited about, and I'm hoping that the new administration will open up the gate and welcome us and let us do more job creation, let us bring more capital, and give Americans a new alternative.
Well, I want to thank OKX for everything that they've done for Bitcoin for the past decade that has taken us to $100,000 Bitcoin prices. And I want to thank y'all for everything you're going to do for Bitcoin to take us to $1 million Bitcoin prices. So can we give them a round of applause, everyone? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance. The Bitcoin price, $99,431 on Binance.com. You just heard a conversation with OKX founder Star Zoo. Nation state adoption is happening. We're live on X, Rumble, YouTube. We have guests right now on our latest panel. They need no introduction, but we'll introduce them anyway. We've got Antonio Brown, CTESPN. We've got Russell Okung with a special announcement. Russ, do you want to take us in?
Yeah, so we have both been very astute in playing the game of American football, but the power is the game of life, right? And Antonio, you have a great announcement coming. You're getting ready to do some really big stuff.
Absolutely, man. We got an X Live award show. It's going to be presented live right from the X, your X account. We're going to be doing it in New York at the X facility. It's the Crackers of the Year event. We got a lot of big sponsors, a lot of exciting people that will be a part of this. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm sure you guys on the X account have been seeing the promotions. We got Elon Musk behind it. We got Dave Portner. We got a lot of great names that's going to be a part of it, giving out some great awards for some great people.
So we got this X award show. You're going viral. Where's the Bitcoin component in this? Why don't you take us in?
Right, so in regards to Bitcoin, what we've understood and realized is that Bitcoin is a powerful asset. So the question is how do we use the culture? How do we use our platforms in order to push a narrative? What we've been able to figure out, and more Antonio specifically, is that media is a powerful force. Right, so right now,
Antonio has been working with Donald Trump.
Yes.
Donald Trump wanted the Bitcoin president to
Yes.
push for the community. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, I'm grateful to be in with the president, with Mr. Trump, our 47th new appointed president, to be able to help athletes bridge the gap, provide financial literacy, community literacy, CTSPN, the trauma literacy that players face. You know, we sacrifice our health for wealth, and to be in this position now with Russ and what he's done with Bitcoin, how he overcame the scrutiny of people talking crazy about him. Some of the same things that our president was going through, some of the same thing I myself. To see he had the will to overcome what everybody was saying, and
the first to be paid in Bitcoin. Russ, you want to just touch
shout
on
out
a
to
little
Russ
bit?
for having me here at my first financial literacy camp or experience, especially for Bitcoin. I feel, man, when people calling you crazy for putting your money up there and then seeing the aftermath of it paying off for you.
Well, look, man, maybe being called crazy is a good thing. And so what we're doing now and building out Bitcoin and doing more things is we are going to work at the intersection of sports and technology, and we're pushing what's called Bitball. And Bitball is where we're going to see all athletes in
Bitball,
Bitcoin.
baby.
Right, that is the next move. That is the next ride. Where all athletes in every single form will interact with the Bitcoin network.
Of course, financial literacy happening here at Bitcoin MENA, happening all over the world as Bitcoin hits 100K and beyond. We're going to send it back to the Falcon stage now for more programming. We'll be back. Follow us on X, YouTube, and Rumble. Stick around.
These gentlemen on stage. I think you're all going to have your microphones. Bruce, you can take my microphone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello, everybody. Thank you. My name's Bruce Fenton, and I'm a longtime fan of this place. I've been coming here for 22 years, and I've been in Bitcoin for, I guess, about 13 years, so quite a while. So I'll just go ahead and have you folks introduce yourself, if you don't mind, and that'll give us a start off, and we'll talk a little bit about Bitcoin in UAE.
Hey everyone, this is Aldaheri. I am the CEO and founder of Zoda, and we're helping people preserve their wealth through multi-sig custody in the Middle East and North Africa.
My name is Abdulla Aldaheri. I'm the CEO of the Blockchain Center in Abu Dhabi, and we're building the ecosystem here in Abu Dhabi specifically and growing from many perspectives.
Hi everyone, Basil Al Askari, founder and CEO of MidChains. MidChains is a regulated digital asset exchange and custody business in ADGM.
Awesome. So we've certainly seen, I think there's a lot of parallels between the UAE and this industry. You know, both have gone through incredible growth and incredible change over the last, I mean, Bitcoin wasn't really around more than, 14 years ago, but over the last 20 years, the UAE and especially has gone through change. But over the last decade, both industries have changed a lot. Maybe you could each tell a little bit about what your perspective has been on, what the change has been and what you've been most excited about, and what is most striking to you over the last decade in how this ecosystem has evolved, both the country and Bitcoin and Bitcoin and the country together.
For my opinion, I live in Egypt right now. I'm originally from Lebanon, and I've seen the UAE evolve so much over the past 20 years. I lived here in the early 2000s and the early 2010s, and now I'm visiting again, and the transformation has been nothing short of incredible. Just in that generational time span, to see all that transformation happen in the region. And to kind of parallel that with what's happening in Bitcoin and the digital assets ecosystem, the fact that over the past 5 years you've seen all these companies move here, all that regulation come in across the different emirates, from Dubai to Abu Dhabi to Ras Al Khaimah, with other countries in the region following through, that just testifies and shows you the vision and the willingness to kind of like attract that talent to be kind of pioneers in that industry.
From my perspective, there has been a huge change. First of all, the UAE has been always the first when it comes to adoption of this technology of cryptocurrencies back in the days. And I think Basil knows more, but early days when ADGM started their regulatory framework, how early they were, especially during the time of when OneCoin happened and all of those aspects. So the big changes that we see right now has been that there is more clarity there is more adoption in this region, and the vision is now wider than how it was before. What we see from this perspective is that we see sovereign funds or institutions or exchanges or many people moving into this region as what we see like the early days of Silicon Valley and how they were to become. So these are the major changes that I see here in this region. Like I said, more clarity, there is more knowledge, both to what you said, Bruce, like when it comes from the institution side, from the regulator side, and also from individuals right now. I know a lot of people, their parents like started getting into this and asking about these things. So back a couple of years ago, nobody knew what's these things. And you said it yourself, Bruce, you came here for 22 years. I know a couple of years ago, people used to tell you like, if I don't touch it, I'm not gonna take it. Now people understand it more and look at it from a different perspective.
So I'm going to keep my conversation a little bit out of the regulatory discussion, because I think it's very clear to everyone that it is regulated here and everything's becoming much more clear, as the panelists have mentioned. But on a personal note, when I started looking at the space in 2017, I used to work in Mubadala, one of the larger sovereign wealth funds here. And I had pitched the idea of doing crypto investments internally. At that point, people thought I was completely insane. They said, you know, go do that on your own time. So I did. Here we are. We have them on the cap table. A lot of the sovereign funds are discussing looking at the asset class extremely seriously. And I think that's because we've elevated it to the level where they can. And it's taken a long time to get here, but I'm glad we're here.
Amazing. So this week is special for me because it's the 11th anniversary. So 11 years ago this week, just a couple days ago, it was December 7th, 11 years ago, we did the very first crypto or Bitcoin event ever in UAE, and that was the Dubai Bitcoin conference in Dubai. And a lot of folks who are here, like Dr. Marwan, were there, and people who are still in the industry, and it's been very exciting. And I think one of the things that was striking back then, and I think has, and now, you know, so we went from, you know, that event, which was, I think 70 people or so came to that event. And, you know, now we have this, and there's events like this quite regularly. There's very, very large events. And as you mentioned, you know, there's sovereign funds that have come aboard, and there's something like 50,000 entrepreneurs involved in this space in some way or another in this country, and you know, thousands and thousands of people. A lot of the very, very serious, you know, members of the industry that have come here. And I think one thing that's been striking about that is the what the government has done to be welcoming, and especially, unfortunately, with the U.S. The U.S. had a period recently, and I hope it's changing. I think it's radically going to change with the new administration. But you know, we had a period where we weren't super friendly to it. But the government here has been particularly welcoming, you know, not just to Bitcoin and crypto, but to industry in general. And I think it's been, you know, one of the reasons that there's been so much success. So I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on, you know, what do you think the success has been from, and particularly, you know, what do you think that the government has done right in this to help contribute to this incredible growth that we've seen in this industry?
It's really hard to kind of capture all of that, but what it really comes down to is a lot of planning, strategic decisions that have compounded over a long period of time quite well. And in terms of the data, that speaks for itself of where the UAE stands today amongst its regional peers and globally. Whereas 20 years ago, what was the kind of like volume of people that would come to UAE for conferences versus today across different industries? When you look at digital asset and Bitcoin adoption, UAE has the highest per capita around the world. All of these things within that industry and globally have been a result of them having that vision and willing to invest, take those risks, and really pioneer what that's going to look like. And I think we can see the kind of like results of it now clearly.
From my perspective, you know, us as a startup, a couple of months ago, people used to say, okay, what are you going to do? Are there government support? Are they going to push you guys to do multiple things? Look, in a couple of months, what we achieved with leadership support, government support, private sector support was huge. You know, I think the guys here know, the people who used to look at us and say, a couple of young kids running with $100 million fund, what are they going to do, and all of these things. Yes, we did that. It was an idea early days, but right now we exceeded what people expected from ourselves. Now, again, when it comes to discussing regulatory types of aspects, when we sit with them and we say, look, we feel that, or we see regulations changing from this perspective, or let's add this aspect, they were very welcoming. No one used to say, like I said, early days when you say, look at these bunch of kids there, what are they doing? No, they were very opening, very welcoming, and many things happened from that. Us meeting with big institutions, you know, whether it's from exchanges or from sovereign funds or from big institutions, the way they look at what we do here in this region, which all comes back to one thing. No one is ever going to stop innovation in the UAE, and they always are going to continue supporting the youth.
I think for the first time since I've been in this space, we're starting to see easing from the banking sector. And I think this is a huge development for on-ramping new participants into the market. You have a perfect storm where there's a population of mostly expats and mostly young people around the age of 30. And that's the right demographic to be looking at the asset class and its potential applications beyond just investments, but also for things like payments, for things like essentially record keeping and many other applications that we haven't even thought of yet. And I think the environment is favorable to experimentation at that level, which is going to allow us to have a lot more innovation that happens here for international markets.
Awesome. The timing of this is particularly amazing because we have the new pro Bitcoin administration in the United States. We have much more global interest. We have obviously the price. We passed these big thresholds recently with this big rise. There's a lot to be excited about, and it seems like, I was walking in with one of the hosts of this event this morning, and I said, boy, you sure did get the right timing for this. These events are planned quite a bit ahead of time. David was originally, David Bailey, the host of this, was originally talking about this when he came to my event, the Satoshi Roundtable, I think 2 years ago. He says, yeah, I'd like to do an event in UAE. Let's, it takes a while, especially something of such a scale. So the timing ended up working out, kind of coincidentally perfect. And there's a lot to be excited about. I'd love to hear, what are you most excited about over the next 1 to 5 years about this space and particularly this country, and what do you see happening?
As an early stage startup, obviously we're excited to get more customers and users in this space, specifically like Bitcoin adoption, seeing that kind of like become more mainstream, not only in the UAE, but across the region itself. The second aspect would be a lot of the pro-banking regulation that's starting to spread. So a lot of the central banks, a lot of the institutions, a lot of the big players in the space that have the funds, whether they're banks or whether they're investment banks, willing to allocate time to the space. That for us is going to help make this go scale up a lot better. And the last thing I think is just comes down to like Bitcoin's core ethos, which is it's very neutral. So anyone can make of Bitcoin what they want out of it. So whether you want to use it as kind of a hedge against inflation, whether you want to use it as a risk-on asset to kind of diversify, whether you want to use it as a way to store your wealth, there are all these different ways that you can start applying Bitcoin and using it. And so I think the region is just starting to scratch that surface.
From my perspective is we're going to see a lot of things. Let's talk on Bitcoin-related things. We are going to start seeing adoption from lending, borrowing, collateralizing. Who knows? I know one of the hottest topics today in this event is using Bitcoin as a Federal Reserve. Everybody is looking at this. Everybody's talking about it. It might happen. It might not. So people are going to start looking at Bitcoin itself. As I was saying today, Bitcoin is not a digital currency. It's something more than that of how people are going to start using. So that's the type of things I see changing in this region, and what will people do. As I said, if it goes as to be a Federal Reserve and people start using it instead of gold, that's something big. At least I know I went in the right path when I was young.
I want to spend a minute to talk about the institutional use case. So at MidChains, we essentially had this thesis to build a business that was for institutions to either make investments or utilize us as a payment and remittance service in some shape or form. 7 years ago, when we presented this idea, it seemed like it was a million years away from essentially reaching a point where institutions could actually get confident in the compliance of an institution in this space. And we are finally here. So from this year, we've seen institutional adoption skyrocket internationally, but also locally. And that is a great place to be.
Awesome. So we talked about a lot of the all the positives. I'm wondering if there's anything that you can think of that you think can be improved upon, or anything that you're worried about, or anything that you think could be better. And I'll start on that. The one thing that I always think can be improved upon, as I've seen this space grow so much, is one thing I miss is kind of that original cypherpunk feeling. You know, it's wonderful to make money, and many of us have been very, very blessed by this. But I sometimes miss the early days when it wasn't so much about the money. It was more about a revolution that will make the world better for people. So for me, that would be one thing I would like to improve upon, is go back to that original, more, kind of cypherpunk roots and that rebellious spirit. But I'd love to hear from each of you about what do you think could be improved upon, or is there anything that you're worried about, or if there's something that you could really do to move the industry forward, or improve it in some way. What would that be?
Sure. Interesting comparing like the UAE, the region here, to the United States. I think in the United States, there's a very clear distinction today between Bitcoin and the other digital assets and crypto classes. I don't think here there is still that distinction. There is still that discussion around what are the other altcoins, what are digital assets, NFTs. Like, I think there is still that close tie, like we're associating Bitcoin with the rest of crypto, whereas for many adopters in the US, that's kind of like been decoupled. And Bitcoin has become its own asset class that is being used by ETFs, that is being used and tokenized in different ways. So what I would like to see is just how can we start making that distinction and kind of valuing Bitcoin for what it stands for, and like putting all the assets classes in that category separately.
One thing I would like to say is knowledge. Having the knowledge to understanding what people can achieve using this technology, and taking risks. Like a lot of things, like a lot of countries right now or other jurisdictions are lacking of doing a big major things because no one wants to take the first risk into these things. I do agree with you. In early days, people had that cypherpunk feeling and all of that because people used to take risks. This started as a white paper in 2008, and then small enthusiasts came and pushed it to what it is today. So someone has to take that risk as a start, and everything was basically going to follow along with it.
Bruce, I'm with you on the original feeling of the industry, that cypherpunk feeling. I think that really speaks to fostering innovation and creativity, which feels like it's kind of tapered off a little bit. So I hope that returns. Speaking of other challenge areas or risks that I potentially see, one thing that concerns me is that with prosperous times, we'll see a resurgence of potentially scammer or illegal behavior. And this genuinely worries me because when something goes wrong, all of us get hurt.
Yeah, great point. To your point about education, education has always been something important in this. I mean, in the original days, we had to do tons of education about, what this is, and that still continues now. And we're still sort of early stages. There's some people, older generations still, who just have absolutely no clue. There's very wealthy people who still don't know very much about this asset. If you had a ability to magically reach millions of people, what would you say, and what is the most important thing that you think, particularly about this part of the world, what do you think is the most important thing that you would try and educate people about?
Well, education can kind of come in leaps and bounds, and with something like Bitcoin, it's about kind of like breaking it down and making something that is unfamiliar sound very familiar. And it's for any startup, it's the same problem. It's like you're working on something that might not be on people's radar, something that might be a pain point, and you're trying to say like, this is something worth investing in and starting a company for, so you can solve that for them. In terms of like education, what I would like to see, if we had a magic wand, is understanding the value of storing this quite safely. What we've seen over the past year in this industry is the bad actors. What we've seen is also the central banks and the inflation. What we've seen is how a lot of people keep getting hacked or losing their Bitcoin. And I think this is wealth that shouldn't go and disappear that way. So trying to really dilute that and make it very familiar, make them understand like what it would take and what are the kind of few simple steps that you can do, and creating products that can do that, that would be very helpful.
For me, myself, I see pushing education at a younger age in schools and universities right now. That's what I would like to see from an education perspective, to what you said about having people understanding, okay, how to hold these things, how to store them, not getting hacked, understanding what blockchain and crypto is, what are the use cases for it and all of that. So we need to see a big push from schools and universities into this perspective, and that's how people are going to understand it more and get educated about it. Otherwise, yes, all of us here collectively can start pushing and explaining this to people, but till when? You know, I always ask, till when are you guys going to start pushing these things? Someone has to come and, again, taking risks.
I agree with all my panelists on the points regarding education, especially at the younger ages. Especially for the older ages, though, I'll add to the conversation regarding, I think, explaining and educating how people can assess service providers and how to utilize those service providers best to gain access to the different markets as well as the different services in our industry. And I think that's incredibly important to help them avoid being scammed. Now, getting scammed happens all the time with regards to even the securities market still today, but I think there's a lot more resources that are readily available and tailored to an older generation that makes it accessible for them to educate themselves. I think that's missing quite a bit from our industry, and I think finally we have attention of decision makers at senior levels, and we shouldn't ignore that.
That's great. You know, we mentioned hacks and theft a couple times, and so I'd like to ask about what you see as the best solution to that. Education is definitely part of it. When it comes to regulation, there's sort of a variance of two schools of thought. I'm personally on more of the side of letting the markets do it. I think the markets make a great regulator. In the United States, we saw the ICO wave, a lot of low-quality projects, and it was actually the market that fixed it. The regulators didn't come in until many, many years later. And there's a big balance, and there's a debate in the UAE, as there is with every country, about how much regulation is the right amount. In the U.S., we've seen over the last few years we had too much, and people don't. A lot of I'm sure many in the audience have seen investment prospectuses that say available everywhere except the United States, and that's not a good place to be. But then, typically you have countries where they maybe start out more free, and then they add more and more regulation, and then they become just like the more regulated countries. What do you see as the best way to solve things like hacking and theft? Are you more on the free market side or more on the regulation side, or somewhere in between?
Educate yourself for sure. From a personal experience, I went through the 2019 Lebanese banking crisis, where myself, my families, and most people in Lebanon lost all of their savings. And you had regulation, and you had a central bank, and it was still a system that was a once-in-a-century event. I would say just educate yourself, understand what are the risks that you're taking, understand the jurisdictions that you're in, understand that you're putting your wealth into an asset class. Don't just invest in it because someone told you about it or you heard it in the hallway. Try to understand when you're putting your money into something that this is a vehicle to preserve value and wealth over time. And so you want to put it into something, understand whether it's art, whether it is Bitcoin, whether it is equities. Choose your asset class and then invest yourself in it. Because if you don't do that due diligence, you're always going to end up on the wrong side of things, and you might have you'll be like rug pulled.
I'd go with the open markets model, and not to sound rebellion here, but having an open market allows more innovation to come in, and considering it like a sandbox, type of style. So let people build. Still, I do support regulations in many constants, and people always ask me like, what's my stance on it? And I do see there is a need for regulations, but people should treat it such as a computer, like you can build more apps on it with the coming years until there is actually a full understanding of these things.
So as an operator in the space, I've got some experience with very, I would say, restrictive regulation versus open markets. And like yourself, Bruce, I'm a big fan of the open market regulatory model. However, I would say it's still important for us to conform in a way where we are creating a safe environment for participants to come in different aspects. Now, that shouldn't necessarily be telling them how to invest, but for us to have a process and a procedure that is consistent and that can deliver the service, as opposed to necessarily delivering a promise of returns that is not our place. That is the investor's place to determine on their own.
Awesome. Well, that's about time for us. I really appreciate the panel. I think that was great, and hopefully you enjoyed it as well. So let's give our panelists a big hand, and thank you very, very much.
So when we talk about sound money in Islam, we're really talking.
Government fiat currency is not just money. It steals from the poor and gives it to the rich.
If you don't have the choice of how you spend or save your money, you don't live in a free society.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance. The Bitcoin price on Binance.com, 98,600. Nation-state adoption is happening here at Abu Dhabi's Adnec Center. You just heard State of Bitcoin in the MENA region. We've got an all-star panel here to talk about all the trends that are happening. We've got Jessica Walker, Global Media and Content Lead at Binance, and we've got Stefan Libera of the Stefan Libera podcast. The topic now that we're going to turn to is FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt being spread on the internet. Peter Schiff calling Bitcoin a national security concern. Let's talk about this new wave of FUD. Jessica, what are these critics getting wrong? What are you seeing that's new from their criticisms about Bitcoin?
I think what's really remarkable about Peter Schiff tweeting about Bitcoin is that is where most of his engagement actually does come from. And it's the Bitcoin community
Shots
debunking
fired.
him. He's still going strong. But I think what we're seeing now is like the health of the industry is so much stronger than what we are seeing, that you can't debunk Bitcoin at this point. 2024, we've seen Bitcoin try again. And I think Pascal Gauthier from Ledger said on stage earlier today is, in kind of 2018, you were hearing like Mt. Gox was still looking at repayments. Then you were like, okay, there are some kind of black swan events that could threaten Bitcoin. But now the likes of BlackRock, like the chance of failure is next to none. So I think at this point, it is just FUD.
Stefan, your assessment about this new wave of FUD, is it innovative? Is there new FUD here, or is this just all rehashed, recycled FUD?
I mean, it evolves a little bit, but as anyone who's been around Bitcoin for a while knows, there have been these perennial lines of like, oh, what if someone makes a new one, and Bitcoin is boiling the oceans, and oh no, what happens, no one will borrow, and no one will, oh no, the economy will die, and all these things. I think the current line now from pig-headed Pete Schiff is, we'll see things. He's sort of arguing that, oh, the government is going to buy, Bitcoin and not his bags, gold, right? And sort of they're a bit salty because the government is not buying their bags as much, and the focus is shifting towards Bitcoin.
Quick thoughts, your advice to newcomers: what should they do? Where should they go, Jessica?
Newcomers, educate yourself on the space. First of all, depends how new you are, but you just have to get started. If you're sitting here and you're watching this, and we said this off air, it's and you feel like, you've been in this space for a few years and Bitcoin is a certain price. Actually, we're still so early, and I think we talk about this and we educate new people on the space. You're not too late to the game. It's not too late to get started, so just jump on in.
We're headed back to the Falcon stage now. Much more to come here at Bitcoin MENA 24. Day one of a two-day event. Nation-state adoption is happening. We'll be right back after the break on X, Rumble, and YouTube. Stay with us.
Bitcoin MENA? I hope so.
And hello everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion on leveraging Bitcoin for financial inclusion. I'm Vivian Chang, and I'm the host of Live with Bitcoin podcast, where we explore the personal transformations through the lens of Bitcoin. It's an absolute honor today to moderate this panel, and today we're welcoming an exceptional lineup of panelists. Financial inclusion is a topic that cuts across all communities and industries. And Bitcoin uniquely positioned to play a transformative role in this process. Today we'll explore how Bitcoin is making an impact, opening doors, and shaping the future of financial inclusion on a global scale. Before we delve into the discussion, let's hear a round of self-introduction from our panelists.
Should I start first? Marhaba, good afternoon everyone. My name is Faisal Saeed Al-Mutar. I'm originally from Iraq, but I live currently in New York City. I'm the founder of Idea. Actually, I have multiple hats. I'm going to wear the inclusive hat. So I work first as a researcher with George Washington University in the United States. I also have an organization, Ideas Beyond Borders, we're going to touch on, and also building a venture fund to support startups. So on the Ideas Beyond Borders piece, we work on three things: education, innovation, and policy. My last time in Dubai was in the Wikipedia or Wikimedia conference. So we are the organization responsible for building most of Arabic Wikipedia. We have added roughly by now 45,000 articles in Arabic, Farsi, Kurdish, and Pashto. And we call it after Beit al-Hikmah. So Beit al-Hikmah 2.0 is the name of our program to revive that golden age of Iraq and across the Middle East. And also we give a lot of funds to a lot of startups, and hence the Bitcoin conversation comes in, because many of the countries we work in, like Iraq, Lebanon, etc., they don't have as much advanced banking systems as exist in the UAE or the United States and other places in which you cannot just easily wire transfer money and it's there. So we actually have to be creative on how to get the money over there and to pay our team, which is now made up of 120 people. So the conversation of Bitcoin to me is not just about going to the moon and becoming a billionaire, even though I would like to be that. That's one of my goals in life. But from a pragmatic approach about how it can be used to really unbanking the unbanked, providing financial resources to people that the current and sometimes archaic banking systems that exist in where I was born in Iraq or other places. So I'm very passionate about the subject, and I'm very honored to meet many of you here, and happy to talk to you all.
Thank you. So I'm Antonia Rupel. I lead innovation and partnerships with regard to Bitcoin at Save the Children. So Save the Children is the largest independent children's-focused organization in the world. We work in over 100 countries, focused on humanitarian aid and also development. I've personally been there some time, and I've been able to work directly in CR programs in places like Gaza, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Iraq. There's a long list. So I'm looking forward to sharing what we're doing with regard to Bitcoin and financial inclusion.
Hi, I'm Yoni Astia. I'm co-founder and CEO of eToro. eToro started in 2007 with the vision of opening the markets for everyone to trade and invest in a simple and transparent way. So I consider financial inclusion also financial inclusion to capital markets. We have today 37 million registered users to the platform that trade both stocks and crypto assets. And as we started eToro before Bitcoin, in the pre-Bitcoin era, it was very exciting to see the progress of Bitcoin since we started this journey in, I think, 2010, buying our first Bitcoins for $5 and seeing how that entire market scaled and grew to now more than $560 million people who actually own digital assets today in the world, which is financial inclusion in its own.
Amazing. And the next question to kick things off, I want to address this question to all of you. How do you define financial inclusion in your context of work?
Well, mine and ours is very simple, is that having people who are not part of the regular banking systems that exist. I remember opening my first bank account in the United States. I arrived in the United States around 2013, and it was so simple to open a bank account in the US. I mean, you need a social security number, you give that, you're now able to receive money, you're now able to send money. In Iraq, it's amazingly regulated to get a bank account. to even receive loans or anything, you have to put in assets, your home, in some occasions. So for me, it's like that financial inclusion is really being able to live a normal life, like to be able to transact money digitally, to be able to be part of the global financial systems. As Iraq, we're unfortunately a country of refugees. So many of us live in the US, Germany, and other places, and we want to send back money to our family, our friends. And so having the ability to send that and having everybody being part of the global financial system, sometimes in a small way, we're not talking about investing in S&P 500, but it's just being part of the normalcy of just having your phone and sending your money to anybody around the world. I think that's what I define financial inclusion to be, its most basic form.
Right, and Antonia, what's financial inclusion?
For Save the Children, financial inclusion is often a situation of life and death. We work with the most marginalized communities and individuals. So we see financial inclusion as the center of everything that we do. You have billions of people around the world today, underbanked, unbanked, debanked. This means they don't have access to basic financial services like being able to hold the earnings that they have in a secure way, being able to transfer funds without being hit by high fees. And that's even people who have, just to be able to have access to the financial system right now, you need IDs, you need to have a bank account. 120 million people right now, plus, I think in the last few months, are displaced. So that means they're forcibly displaced. They don't necessarily have access to their IDs and their information. So at Save the Children, we see financial inclusion as essential to what we do. I would just add that with regards to financial aid, a big part of what we do is cash assistance. So gone are the days where you would just arrive, you'd maybe fled Ukraine, and you'd be given a hygiene kit and a blanket. Maybe you don't need that. Maybe your family needs to pay for urgent medical support for your child. So we now, and many other humanitarian organizations do this too, provide cash in crises and assistance. So we're looking specifically now at how we can use Bitcoin, and I'll get into that in more detail, within our cash assistance. But last year, I think we did 170 million in cash assistance globally, and that's something that's going to continue to grow. Yeah.
Wow, and how about Yoni?
So first of all, eToro has always been about democratizing the markets, access to the market, and we focus a lot about financial education, which I think is very important prior even to financial inclusion. And we also started what we realized, I think about 10 years ago, is that it's actually hard to serve the people who need the most because they don't really have access. So we started the Good Dollar nonprofit foundation at eToro, which is basically a free digital wallet for every person in the world to actually come in and claim every day good dollars. And the purpose there is to really help people understand how to use digital currencies. Then they can actually use those digital currencies. And today we have more than 1 million clients, mostly from Latin America and Africa, that actually claim good dollars on a daily, monthly basis, and then create markets around them. So we basically created a blockchain-based UBI system for people to be able to participate in the markets without taking any risk in a decentralized way.
And the good dollars are dollars?
No, it's called Good Dollar. It's actually an ERC20 token that we create by actually minting it. So people are minting it every time that they claim.
And Yoni, the next question would be for you. Now we're seeing a lot of institutional effort and institutional adoption into Bitcoin in general. And Bitcoin was funded with the principle of decentralization and empowerment. And do you see the fact that we have increasing adoption from industry, institutional players, would that be diluting Bitcoin's core vision, in your opinion?
I don't think it's diluting because I think the way capital markets work, right? So you have the ETFs and then you have the Fidelities and the BlackRocks and all the institutions buying in, and you have the price of Bitcoin going from X to 100,000, and also carrying the entire market cap of all of that. All of the crypto markets are going higher, and all of the people who joined crypto over the last 5 or 10 years from all around the world, there was hundreds of millions of people, just became wealthier, right? So they're actually supporting the entire crypto ecosystem by buying crypto, increasing the prices of Bitcoin, therefore the entire crypto market, and by definition, they're creating huge amounts of wealth to all of those people who actually bought Bitcoin in 2012 or 16 or 20, or basically anytime you bought Bitcoin now, you made well.
For sure. And for Faisal, we're having the pleasure to hosting this very discussion in Middle East. And from your experience, does Bitcoin adoption differ in Middle East from other parts of the country? And what are some of the unique regional opportunities and challenges you see in this region?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as I was mentioning in the beginning, is that, I mean, obviously the Middle East is, I always say the Middle East is the opposite of Las Vegas. What happens in the Middle East doesn't stay in the Middle East. So the effect of the Middle East around the world is pretty massive, as you know. But the Middle East is obviously not one entity. I mean, you have the Gulf states. I mean, you have the GCC, and that's where we are right now, and which have much more advanced banking systems and the existence of international banking infrastructures from HSBC to Goldman Sachs, etc. So that's a very different experience because they already have access to basic financial services. If I'm in the United States and I want to send money to Dubai, I just fill up the form at JP Morgan and whatever bank you use, and you can send it immediately. Then you're going to go to the conflict-ridden Middle East, which is if you fly 3 hours away from here, you see it, and that's where Iraq and stuff comes from, which has archaic banking system, sanctions, U.S. sanctions, U.S. Department of Treasury, etc. So that's kind of a completely different world. So the use of Bitcoin is kind of very different because is that people, I think the last statistic is that about 85% of Iraqis are unbanked. Now the Iraqi government is forcing people to get banked through the salary position, is that they're giving salaries through banking, so they're actually forcing people to join the banking infrastructure. However, Iraq is not on the SWIFT system, so the uses of, I would say, in Iraq in particular, and Syria and Lebanon, is that with Lebanon, the currency was completely devalued, as you know, over the past decade. So Bitcoin is utilized a lot as a money sending thing. Is like you have Iraq, Syria, Lebanon. If you add us combined, there's about 20 million of us live overseas as expats or refugees. So Bitcoin is actually used as a way to send money because you have Western Union that takes a lot of fees, as mentioned. Fees is a very big issue. So that's the case in Iraq. So the case in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon is not used necessarily as a way to be rich or kind of a way to be, it's more like a way to send money. In Turkey, there was a very good article on CNBC about the fact that Turkey, after the inflation rate that happened a lot, is that it's being used as a hedge against inflation. So many Turkish people buy Bitcoin as a way to do that. So each kind of, I would say like each country, but each region within the region. I mean, they have the GCC, the most advanced. They kind of, I would say, the uses of Bitcoin is very similar to the US and most of the kind of the advanced economies. But then if you fly 2 hours west, the situation is a bit different, and it's being used as a way to transfer money and also a hedge against inflation.
Wow. And for Antonia, I know Save the Children was the first international NGO to accept a Bitcoin donation in 2013. And wow, that's so impressive. And I want to ask you, how has Save the Children's effort with Bitcoin evolved over the years?
Yeah. So the donation in 2013 was in response to a typhoon that hit the Philippines. 10 years on, well, more than 10 years on, I think it's fascinating to see. We were the first organization to accept a donation. Now, if you look in the US, you have the majority of the large charities in the United States accept crypto. And the Giving Block, who we work with, they've said that $2 billion this year went through charitable donations in crypto. So it's there and it's growing. In order to stay relevant and pioneers in this space, Save the Children understands that we need to look at how we use the technologies, the underlying technology of Bitcoin, peer-to-peer transfer of value in a permissionless way. This is the innovation. There's a lot of noise, but this core is the innovation that we can put to use. So we set up a crypto, on the donation side, we set up a crypto campaign in 3 years ago, and we've raised about 8 million in just organic people donating crypto to the organization. But today, and this year actually, we did a partnership with Fedi. So Fedi, who are building on Bitcoin, a community custody solution with Bitcoin, but importantly, that can be off-ramped into local fiat. And we're testing that in a humanitarian context, which is super exciting.
Wow.
I mean, can you hear me?
No.
Shut down.
No, we can't hear you, so your mic is off.
Oh, no, that's better.
Okay, so one of the very interesting things that whether self-custodial is also the elements of trust. So I think what Fedi, which I really encourage everybody here to engage in that conversation, is that in most of the countries that she works in and I do as well, is that most of the people rely on what's called human ATMs, is that you give your Bitcoin to somebody and that person gives you cash. And at the beginning when Bitcoin was just being popularized in Iraq and Lebanon, there was a lot of fraud happening, is that you give people Bitcoin and they're like, I'm not going to give you money back. So what Fedi is doing, and I think what great having the Save the Children and other organizations involved in this, is that it would be good to develop trustworthy people, because normal exchanges don't work there. You cannot use Coinbase and eBinance and stuff because of a lot of reasons. So really I think what Fedi does really well is that it has this individualized and also safer way to transact in Bitcoin into fiat, which is something that if you are dealing with a humanitarian work, people need their money immediately in local currency that they can buy food, they can buy shelter. So that's what I think is really something that needs, I guess, more innovation on, is how to find trustworthy human ATMs for you to give Bitcoin to and get money in local currency. Just what you're saying.
Yeah, totally. And back to Yoni. You just mentioned the UBI project, and eToro has its project that offers universal basic income, but it was built on a proof of stake blockchains. So I want to ask you, how can we as a community leverage Bitcoin's capability to build UBI projects or more initiatives that are aimed at financial inclusion?
First of all, when Bitcoin started, there was the concept of faucets, right? So when Bitcoin started, a lot of people could just sort of find Bitcoins and collect them in different websites. So when we started the Good Dollar, the idea was, how can we get people to actually collect tokens without the need to actually set up an account, transfer funds, take any risk? I think the concept of Good Dollar could work the same way on a smart contract system on Bitcoin as well. We looked at it in the past. Right now it's a bit more based on EVM models like Ethereum, but it's definitely something I think worth for us exploring with partners, figuring out how can you bring the concept of universal basic income into the sort of core Bitcoin protocol to help people start stacking stats without taking risks.
I can just add that we actually did a Bitcoin project last year, and I think you can just use the core of Bitcoin, right? You don't need to look too far. We did a project with Stackwork in the Philippines, which was offering people mobile micro work, which tasks you can do on your phone, and just pay them in Bitcoin. Because now you can send a small amount of funds to somebody, and it makes sense for me to send you, Vivian, 30 cents, because I'm not paying 15% fees on that, which I can't afford. So being able to send someone, and again, you just need Bitcoin for that. Send someone funds in that way, you're empowering them economically.
Just to give an example, on the Good Dollar, when people collect every day, they collect like 1 or 2 cents, right? So 40, 50 Good Dollars is 1 or 2 cents. Then they aggregate it, and we had people in Nigeria aggregate these 1 or 2 cents every day to eventually pay for education, right? So that entire process can't happen in traditional finance, right? There are a lot of people who for the entire month don't make even $5, but when you can actually give them 1 or 2 cents, 10 cents, $30, it's very significant in a lot of regions in the world.
And I want to address the next question to Antonia. When we're dealing with Bitcoin for financial inclusion, how do we measure success when leveraging Bitcoin in that process?
I think it's a really key question, and it's one we'll continue to work with. I think success is when Save the Children works somewhere and is able to extract themselves. We do not want to create more dependencies, more need for us to be in places. But unfortunately, because of the crisis we're facing, we've been in places many, many decades because they're compounding crises. But on the financial inclusion part, the way we would measure success is tough because in many ways we want to work with open source technology. We want to work with Bitcoin. We want to work with Fedi, which is what we're doing. The whole point is that these are privacy-preserving tools and technologies. That means that we don't own the data. We don't get to see the data of how much somebody is stacking or not stacking, because that's their right. That's privacy, and we need to promote that in humanitarian space. So I think the privacy aspect makes it harder for you to monitor and evaluate the findings, because you're not taking people's data and you're not selling people's data. So that's the tough, well, it's not tough, it's great, but it means that we have to find new ways to define success. And I think it's the less that we are finding dependencies on us, that is success.
I guess it will come back to proof of work then.
Yes, proof of work, all the way.
And for Faisal, Ideas Beyond Borders is really an organization that equipped individuals and communities through kind of teaching them how to fish instead of giving them the fish itself, right?
Yeah.
So can you give us some specific examples on how your organizations have been empowering individuals in a space like entrepreneurship?
So about 3 years ago, we did a partnership with George Mason University, and they have an amazing program called Emergent Ventures, in which they give somewhere between $500 to $6,000 to start up money for kind of innovative ideas. So we received a $2 million grant to actually do that for Iraq, Lebanon, and other places. And again, the first challenge we got was, how are we going to send money over there? How are we going to be able to make sure that the people have received the money, and etc. So we have built, there is a very known system called the Hawala network, and that's what's mostly used in the region. But one of the things that is great about Bitcoin is the P2P, the peer-to-peer phase. And when people actually receive the Bitcoin and then they actually convert it to local currency and they start a business with it, it becomes real. Now it's no longer just an abstract people speaking in a convention center. It's actually something that people can use on a day-to-day basis. And when then people see the success stories of these businesses, one of the reasons why we support businesses is that we don't want to create dependency. Is that if we want, my dream for Iraq is that more people visit Iraq than escape it. So that's how we measure success. So we look at success is that more people visit the country than leave the country. And when people see that businesses are rising and these businesses are creating a lot of jobs, then when they hear that the seed money actually came in Bitcoin and they converted to local currency and it's real, then mass adoption happens. So actually our best ambassadors, instead of our educational videos about Bitcoin and what it is, and people, to be honest, get confused. Like, who's Satoshi, who's whatever, nobody cares, to be honest. Like, nobody cares who Satoshi is when you're trying to deal with this kind of real stuff. But when they see it's real, they convert it to local currency. Local currency was able to get them to hire people to expand their business. And then they tell their stories to the public that we received money from the United States and we got it in Bitcoin that was converted to real thing. And as of now, we created 35,000 jobs. And every week we publish a news story about some of the businesses that we supported. And they became actually our best ambassadors, is that we received some of the money from Ideas Beyond Borders, we scaled our business. And so we're very much like to keep it real, like want to show real impact, tangible things. And hopefully our goal is ceasing to exist. So I don't want to continue the organization forever. We actually we're now trying to find the deadline in which when we actually want to close the organization because we have achieved our mission, not actually just trying to get money for sustaining ourselves, not sustaining the cause.
I can definitely feel the sense of empowerment someone may feel when they see the success of their peers overcoming difficulties and utilizing all the resources. And I want to address our last question to all of you on how do we balance the short-term volatility of Bitcoin versus the long-term potential of what Bitcoin can mean for financial inclusion. Let's keep this one brief as we're running out of time, but I would love to invite all of your thoughts.
We give people, the thing is like Bitcoin is a success story. The money is rising, it's not an issue. So if we tell people we're going to give you in Bitcoin, they're like, sign me up. It's probably going to become an issue when it goes down, but right now I think it's great. And we give 3 options to people: Bitcoin, digital dollar, or cash. So we really give it up to the recipient to choose whatever method that they're comfortable with, and we get them sign an agreement on that. But I think now with the price going up, everybody wants to sign up for this project.
Yeah, I would say that the price is important because it's a measure of success in one regard, but the technology remains the same whatever the price is, right? So we need more humanitarian and more charitable organizations looking to see how they can use the technology. With something like Fedi, there's a great thing that we'd be testing in our pilot, which is where they can stabilize the price of Bitcoin to whatever local fiat currency we're dealing with for the time of that transaction. Because you can't afford to send someone $5 and then it's $2 when it arrives because of the fluctuations. So there are ways, and there are people building layer 2, layer 3 solutions on Bitcoin that I highly recommend people watch. And finally, a shameless plug for people to, if they have crypto donations that they want to give, Save the Children is a great organization, and we're working in the space very actively.
And us too.
I think everybody aspires eventually for Bitcoin to be the reserve currency, right, for central banks. The real innovation of Bitcoin is it's actually the reserve currency of people, right? So every person in the world can basically be their own bank, own their own Bitcoin, and preferably not sell their Bitcoin, but actually be able to take against it credit or dollars and spend other sources. And I think the most important thing is if we look at the next couple of years is seeing that growth from 500, it was 420 million, now it's 560 million, to reach to 1 billion people with digital currencies, and then to 2 billion people, and eventually to everybody on the planet.
May I add I mean, the volatility piece is actually something I just thought about, is that again, back to the Middle East as a region, within the GCC, that's not an issue. But I used to live in Lebanon in 2009. $1 used to be 1,500 liras. Now in Lebanon, $1 is 50,000 liras. So I think many people in the region are very used to volatility. It's not a trigger, actually, unfortunately, to say if the currency is volatile. I mean, only in places, again, back to like the GCC and other places where the dirham and the US dollar are very much used to volatility.
Amazing. I think it's safe to say that all of us on stage would agree that we're bullish on Bitcoin financial inclusion. And let's wrap up here, and thank you so much for our panelists for your great insights, and thank you for our audience listening into this conversation, and let's keep this collaboration ongoing. And thank you so much. Enjoy your time at Bitcoin MENA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you Binanced? Have you Binanced?
Have you Binanced? No.
Have you Binanced? Have you Binanced?
Have you Binanced?
I have Binanced.
Congratulations.
Binance.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance. The Bitcoin price on Binance.com, $98,370, teetering on 100K again. Of course, nation-state adoption happening here at the Adnac Center in beautiful Abu Dhabi. You just heard about Bitcoin for financial inclusion. We're back with another all-star panel. To the far left, we've got Aaron Van Wertum, editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine. To his right, Jessica Walker, global media and content lead at Binance. The topic we turn to now, how to spot a Bitcoin, a top signal. The energy is high, attendance is high here. We've got these experts. People at home, they want to know, is it time to buy? Is it the top? What are you seeing out there in the market, Jessica? Take us in.
So at Binance, we're seeing a huge user uptick. We're currently nearing very close to 250 million users globally, 25 million users across social media, which is insane. But when it comes to like personal preference for investing, I normally just DCA in, and I think DCAing into Bitcoin is like an idiot's guide. It's like impossible to fail. It's a very fail-proof strategy. What about you?
But you're seeing celebrities out there with meme coins. We're seeing the Pump.Fun fiasco. Aaron, when you think about a top, how do you know? This is your fourth Bitcoin top or cycle. What do you think through this?
Yeah, I think things need to get really, really dumb. Like when you reach the point where you think, this is really dumb.
So Peter Schiff saying that.
Then you got a little while to
Bitcoin.
go. I mean, last time we had like Paris Hilton with her nails, had like all the crypto stuff. I remember
Katy Perry.
Katy Perry, maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
So are you looking?
These are the same
We have the
person.
president now with his own crypto sneakers. So what does the top look like in a world where President Trump has crypto sneakers?
I actually agree that we need to see more kind of like silly features, like mainstream Saturday night television. I remember in 2021 we had the amount of Super Bowl ads. There were 7 crypto sponsors at the Super Bowl. So when you see so much of the inflow and then you see visibility everywhere that you feel like you cannot escape being shilled crypto, that's normally when it's an indicator.
Yeah, that's the bottom now. So we gotta get like a magnitude dumber than that this time.
Or when your mum texts you about crypto, like if my mum or my dad texts you about that Bitcoin thing, that's an indication.
Maybe that's the top. Your mom has a meme coin. We're here at Bitcoin MENA 2024. More to come. Going back to the main stage now. Stick with us on Rumble, YouTube, and X.
Hi, we do self-mining, and we also offer turnkey hosting solutions for those who are interested in mining Bitcoin. Our booth is just down there. Feel free to visit later. And our flagship site is located in Salalah, Oman. Thanks.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
You've got a fan club.
Sorry?
You've got a fan club.
Sorry?
You've got a fan club.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, unexpectedly. Thank you very much for inviting us to this prestigious the conference. My name is Abdumalik, and I'm a founder and executive president of GDA. GDA is one of the largest cryptocurrency Bitcoin global producer. We have around 20 data centers all over the world, and the majority of our hash rate comes from US and predominantly from Texas. Thank you.
Nicholas?
Yes, Nicholas Safford from New Layer Capital. We're a venture capital firm operating in the Bitcoin ecosystem. We've been around since 2021, invested in around 15 companies so far, and a lot of what we've done has been in the mining space. So we've invested in a few mining companies with sort of innovative business models, a pool called Ocean, and some other software companies that provide services to miners. And my background is energy. I spent like 15, 20 years in the energy industry, with 12 years at one of the biggest energy companies called Saudi Aramco, doing corporate development. So happy to be here.
We'll be talking about more of the companies that you're invested in later because there are some amazing initiatives there. But first of all, let's kick it off with Abdumalik. So Texas is cited as the gold standard for grid balancing and demand response. Why is it so successful, and how can it be replicated across the world?
Of course. We started our operations back in the year 2016. And before we choose a jurisdiction and the geographical location, we look at the certain criteria. The most important criteria are attractive energy prices, regulations, as well as the climate. We operate in various countries like Sweden, in Kazakhstan, in States, in Argentina, and if we consume around 600 megawatts of energy, and of course, if you want to scale up your operations, Texas is ideally placed. Why? Because Texas produces 153 megawatts of energy. And out of 153 megawatts, 63 megawatts are used, and there is still gigawatts. So I just made the big mistake. Texas produced 153 gigawatts. The current consumption in Texas is 63 gigawatts, and unutilized capacity is 90 gigawatts, which is a positive delta. And most of the energy produced by Texas, especially in West Texas, is renewable, and Texas has access to the cheap energy. And if we look at the barriers to entry, and the barriers to entry quite low in Texas. Why? Because the Texas is a super friendly, and they created a super friendly environment for the Bitcoin miners. There is ERCOT who provides a load and response program, which is a fantastic instrument for the miners, and we see the growth of the production in Texas. And if you look at the growth from 2024 to 2025, it's a 34 gigawatts. Just for comparison, what is 33 gigawatts? I mean, if you look at the Malaysia, right? So the consumption of the total consumption in Malaysia is around 40 gigawatts. Switzerland is around 30 gigawatts, which is a substantial number. And therefore, as a result, 20% of the global hash rate comes from Texas.
Do we have a centralization problem?
Sorry?
If 20% of the hash rate is coming from there, is that an issue?
It's not an issue, but I think this number will grow up because of the reasons I've described. But this is the Texas should be the good model for the other energy producing countries. If they take the same approach, I think that will also make those countries and those regions champions in that area where they operate.
Do you think that anybody could replicate Texas now? Do you think that perhaps, what's the next country that could have a similar setup like Texas? Because they're smashing it.
Yeah, I think the countries has two ways of development. So the country has I'm talking about the purely energy producing countries, whether it's they're located in MENA or it's Southeast Asia or it's South America. So there is two ways. Either country takes the approach as a Texas and encourage and motivate all the producers to come deploy and install the capacities in Texas, or they take the other Asian countries approach where the mining getting banned. And I think there is some areas where we see if the government will bring the similar type of approach and create a similar business environment. So, and we will hope the the miners will also migrate some of the capacity to those areas.
I can comment on that. The Middle East might be a place where the success in Texas could be replicated. There's abundant energy resources here, obviously, solar mainly, wind, and also obviously fossil fuels. But what's lacking in the Middle East, at least in Saudi Arabia, I think, and maybe in the UAE, which I'm less familiar with, is the lack of a deregulated energy market. The lack of demand response, robust demand response programs where these countries are going to be adding gigawatts and gigawatts of renewable capacity over the next 10 to 20 years. I think Saudi Arabia is supposed to add 50 gigawatts of renewables by 2040. 50 gigawatts is a massive number. And if you have a grid that is that renewables heavy, what happens with renewables is you only produce power in the daytime if it's solar. So you need batteries to store the energy at night. So in order to have these demand response programs and grid balancing programs, you need to deregulate the energy market and implement these programs if you're the government. With all that renewable capacity coming online over the years, you will need these kinds of programs here. So it's a good time to, I think it's a good opportunity for countries in the Middle East to start this process, and with these programs in place, the region can become one of the leaders in the Bitcoin in the Bitcoin mining industry.
So, Bitcoin miners buy energy as a last resort, so the buyer of last resort. So, Nicholas, can you tell us any examples of where companies have been made viable using Bitcoin mining?
Well, I know in Texas, it takes years. If you're building like a solar farm, for example, it can take years to connect to the grid, to sell the power to the grid, right? So, when you're a project developer trying to make a project economical, you need to build the solar farm, and then you need to wait a few years to connect to the grid. I am aware of some Bitcoin mining companies partnering up with these solar developers. So when the solar developers build the farm, they can immediately sell the energy to a Bitcoin miner over the interim period that it takes to connect to the grid, thereby improving the economics of the project. It's able to generate cash flows faster, and it's enabling the development of more renewable energy just by having Bitcoin as an off-taker in that interim period before these projects can connect to the grid.
That actually leads on nicely to you, Sam. So your flagship store is in Oman?
Yes,
So
correct.
how does that contribute to grid stability?
Sure. So not many people may realize this, but there's two key benefits for governments when it comes to Bitcoin mining. The first is utilizing unused electrical infrastructure, or basically excess electrical infrastructure. Second is grid stability. So when a country basically builds their electrical infrastructure, they plan for the years to come. They plan for future demand and for the growth of their country. Now, when, let's say, for example, a 500 megawatts power plant is built, there might not be the demand in that region today to offtake that entire capacity. So what happens is basically these power plants are not able to operate at optimal production levels and operate in inefficient levels. Where Bitcoin mining can come in handy is basically it can utilize this excess infrastructure that's available and allow power plants to operate at better levels, let's say the optimal production levels, that in turn will lower their cost per megawatt hour and in some cases even lower emissions. The second aspect of it is grid stability, which you have seasonal cycles of peak consumption and basically lower consumption. So here in the Middle East, as an example, during the hot summer days, you see the peak consumption on the grid. But then during the winters, it tends to tone down much more. Now, where Bitcoin mining can be useful here is basically they can help grid operators stabilize the grid, that when there's excess energy available, basically they offtake that excess energy. Whenever you reach peak hours and the grid needs the energy back, basically with a flip of a switch, mining rigs can be turned off. And this basically helps grid operators and power plants deliver energy in an efficient way from the power plant to the end consumer. So
can I ask a quick question about that? So I understand why that's important when it comes to renewables because it's intermittent, but you mine from coal.
No, I mean, we're connected to the grid in Oman, so we don't have control of the source of energy. It's not coal-powered.
Right.
But basically, the idea that I'm getting at here is...
So what is the grid reliant on?
Well, Oman has a lot of initiatives to bring renewable energies, but I think a good chunk of the energy today is gas-operated.
Right, gas. Okay, but that's easy to control, no?
It's easy to control, but basically where our facility comes into play is by allowing power plants to operate more efficiently, we basically help them lower their emissions.
Right, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, sorry, Nicholas.
Like in Oman, basically, as we gear up to 200 megawatts, we're working closely with the authorities to see basically how we can help them operate at more optimal levels for their power plants, but also basically help them stabilize the grid based on their own needs. But we also have other initiatives as well, which we're looking into solar energy as well in Oman and gas flaring projects as well.
I was getting confused. It was the non-renewable aspect, not the coal. I don't know where you'd get coal from here, but natural gas. Sorry, Nicholas.
So what happens in the Middle East is on a daily basis, like between night and day, the grid can, 20% of the utilization of the grid can go down during the night because you don't need the air conditioning during the night, right? So.
But natural gas is easier to control, though.
Also, it's very seasonal. So in the summertime, you have way more energy demand than you have in the wintertime in the Middle East. But you need the baseload power for the summertime, right? So let's say you need 80 gigawatts of power to power your air conditioners in the summer. In the wintertime, you only need 60 gigawatts. So you have a 20 gigawatt gap of power infrastructure that is sitting idle in the wintertime that can be monetized with Bitcoin mining. Right. I think that's what Sam's getting at, is by utilizing that excess wasted capacity that's already been built, you're making the whole grid more efficient that way.
But Susie, your comment is right. The gas plays as a balancing partner here also. But if we look at the Bitcoin mining, I think this is a perfect example when the energy producers and the Bitcoin miners complete each other. Because if we look at the renewable energy, right? Let's take the wind as example. So the peak for the production of the energy based on the wind, it's during the night, and as you see but the consumption, the peak of the consumption is during the day. So the Bitcoin miners, they consume 24 hours a day, And the load response programs invented by ERCOT, for example, in Texas, it's ideally help to Bitcoin miners to mine 24 hours a day, but to turn the machine off during the peak time and to send the energy to the grid. And the same time, it gives a fantastic opportunity for the ERCOT to balance the grid. So this is a very good example when the Bitcoin mining actually plays a super important role for the grid.
So it sounds like it would play a really important role regardless of what your grid is run from. So it's not just about demand response and flexible load for renewables. I think that's something that maybe people don't appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you can add on top of this as well is when you want to build a solar power plant and you're not sure the demand is there, this is exactly where Bitcoin mining can complement and make sure that every last megawatt of that renewable energy is used. Yeah. So there are focuses that can basically gear towards this. It's just a matter of working closely with the authorities to be as efficient and be as sustainable as possible.
Yeah, it's perfect. So Nicholas, your company invests in lots of different companies, from heat miners to Saifedean Energy and sustainable Bitcoin protocol. So how are you using tokenization, biogas to limit Bitcoin mining's environmental and economic impact?
So let me just talk about the companies that we invested in, a few of the companies we invested in. So Hestia is one company. They make radiators. Instead of a heating element in the radiator, inside the radiator are computers. And the radiator heats up because the computers are running calculations, and the computers in the radiator are Bitcoin mining chips, right? The company is a French company. They're a heating company. They're not a Bitcoin miner. They're a heating company. And the customer that they're selling to are buildings and people who want to have heat. By doing that, they're recycling the energy. So they're using the energy twice. One, to heat someone's house, and two, to mine Bitcoin. Or to run other types of computing applications like AI in the future. Another company we invested in called Saifedean Energy is utilizing landfill gas that's vented. When you have a landfill, you have a bunch of trash, all that methane is vented into the atmosphere, or it's collected and flared. This company is going and it's monetizing that gas by burning the methane and then mining Bitcoin. I think Sustainable Bitcoin Protocol is the tokenized carbon credit. They've created a tokenized carbon credit that for every Bitcoin that you mine on sustainable energy, you get 1 Bitcoin. You get a token for equivalent to 1 Bitcoin. So the plan is to sell this token for miners to earn this token, and then the miner can sell the token to BlackRock or Fidelity or to these ETF providers who want to say that their ETFs are sustainable or carbon neutral. And I think if a Bitcoin carbon credit were to exist, that could really incentivize more sustainable energy, more Bitcoin mining on sustainable energy, and it could incentivize, if we can incentivize that process, you'll have renewable additionality. Miners will be making more money because they'll have another form of revenue, and the ETFs will be happy because they can say the Bitcoin in their ETF is sustainable. So I think mining is going in 2 directions. One direction is the grid scale, grid stabilization, energy storage type huge projects, mega projects, integrated with a grid. And the other way Bitcoin mining is going is very small scale, very distributed, dispersed around the world, and business models like landfill gas, flare gas to Bitcoin mining, and heating, using Bitcoin mining to provide heat to consumers around the world.
I think that's probably going to be the only way that we actually achieve decentralization is when it's built into everybody's homes. So, and all of these distributed solutions, I think at the moment we're becoming far too centralized. And in actual fact, we need that to keep the base layer sufficiently decentralized. But with the heaters, do they get the Bitcoin or do they get paid fiat?
So they're selling a radiator. The customer wants heat. The customer doesn't care where the heat comes from, whether it's coming from a heating element or from computers inside the radiator.
They get dirty fiat, don't they?
So the customer is actually just getting heat. They don't get any of the Bitcoin. The company gets the Bitcoin.
But they get a reduction on their bills.
No.
So hang on. So they get nothing except for the heat, and the company gets the Bitcoin. They don't even get a discount.
No, they don't get a discount because they get it's cheaper than a heat pump. They're selling to real estate developers. So real estate developers have an option of using a heat pump or their product. Their product is cheaper than a heat pump. Right. So the real estate developers are interested in using their product instead of a heat pump.
That's super smart.
Because it's way less, it takes way less space and it's way cheaper.
Got it. Yeah, that's very clever.
But they're essentially a miner because they're earning all the Bitcoin.
Got it. So Sam, when we discussed this before, I had no idea that you could use Bitcoin mining to recycle grey water. Would you like to? I really want to know more about this. Could you expand on that, please?
Yeah. So being in Oman and being connected to the grid, of course, we don't have the choice of what energy source we're going for. So we've basically taken other initiatives to see how we can operate more sustainably. Our site in Oman is a hydro-cooled site, which means we require water to cool our systems. And one thing we've become aware is that in our region, there's a lot of excess gray water. So for those of you who don't know what gray water is, it's essentially reused water that's treated. And when a country has excess gray water, they have no choice but to basically put it out in the environment because storing such large volumes of water is expensive. So what we as Moonwalk do is basically we've implemented an RO, reverse osmosis plant in our site, which off-takes this gray water, cleans it, so we can utilize it for our cooling systems. And whatever excess water we don't have, we basically put it back into our environment as a much cleaner state of water than we receive it. So, I mean, this is just an example of initiatives people can take for sustainable mining that's just outside of energy.
Yeah, I was really impressed when you said that because I thought that I knew what all the uses for Bitcoin mining were, and you threw that into the mix, and I was like, wow, that's a new one. So we've only got 3 minutes left. I'd like to go back to you, Abdumalik. So beyond energy efficiency, Bitcoin mining is creating lots of opportunities to financial inclusions, especially in undeveloped regions. So what innovations, like heating greenhouses, and what social impacts should we consider when it comes to the future of Bitcoin mining?
I think that really I want you to destroy this wrong negative perception that Bitcoin is just a scheme where the people use energy and they make the money and leave the CO2 emission. Bitcoin plays a super positive role for ESG, which includes the factors which you just described right now, right? Because we all understand that ESG is not an option anymore, it's our duty. And if you look at the Bitcoin miners today, there are certain positive contributions we do for the world. Number one is, I give you an example what we do in Sweden, for example. The heat with which we produce in Sweden, the heat which comes from the data centers, we direct to the municipality, to the garages where they keep the trucks and the snow cleaning machines, and we heat and keep all these garages in a nice and warm conditions. We send the energy to the greenhouses, and we help to produce the vegetables. And these vegetables goes to the municipality and the schools and the kindergartens. And if you look at the Bitcoin as the payment instrument, so there is 1.4 billion people who has no access to the banking. This is the statistics which comes from the World Bank. And Bitcoin plays a fantastic role in order to help these people for their payments. And lastly, I wanted to say that Bitcoin is also, Bitcoin miners, they bring the positive contribution for the society themselves in terms of we're creating the jobs, we're creating the new, we support the talents. And as example, the Payet, the small town where we operate in West Texas is one of our data centers located in that area. So we
Government fiat currency is not just money. It steals from the poor and gives it to the rich.
If you don't have the choice of how you spend or save your money, you don't live in a free society.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine News Desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance. The Bitcoin price on Binance.com, $98,645, teetering on $100K again, as we broadcast from the Adnac Center in beautiful Abu Dhabi. We're here with another all-star panel. To my right, you have Peter Todd, author of the CLTV Bitcoin Soft Fork Upgrade, and all the way to there, editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine. Going to change the topic up a bit from the panel. Talk about U.S. corporations buying Bitcoin. We have MicroStrategy over 400,000 Bitcoin. We have BlackRock crossing the 500,000 Bitcoin in their treasury, of course, on behalf of customers. Let's tap in now to the Bitcoin development perspective. We've got some of the more revered minds in technical development. Peter Todd, your take, is this centralization bad for Bitcoin?
I mean, I could also ask the question, how do you know it's 400,000 Bitcoin?
I get my information from public websites.
I don't know.
Apparently it's these wallets.
Well, my understanding is all these ETFs and stuff, they tend to hold their coins on Coinbase. So,
is it known where MicroStrategy is holding these coins at all?
MicroStrategy is using Coinbase, yes.
They are, yeah.
Don't quote me on that. I mean, I'm on camera, but you get the idea.
Yeah,
but,
you are quoted.
Yeah, I am quoted my definition. But like my understanding is, maybe not MicroStrategy, but my understanding is at least a bunch of other ones. It's all through Coinbase. So, who knows what happens if Coinbase screws up? I mean, do they try to get a hard fork to get the coins back? I don't know.
So when you look at these numbers, amassing more than Satoshi in terms of total Bitcoin,
well, no one knows how much coins Satoshi had.
Let's just say hypothetically that they had this much Bitcoin.
More than HBO Satoshi.
More than HBO Satoshi. Thoughts? Should we be encouraging this, Aaron? Is this something the community should be championing?
Do we know if Michael Saylor ever made a Bitcoin transaction? Is this
We're heading it back to the main stage here at Bitcoin MENA 2024. Hard questions being asked on the stage. More hard questions on the live stage. We'll be back on X, Rumble, and YouTube.
We bet on the technology very early on. We had the first Bitcoin conference in 2013, and also 14 Bitcoin conference. Conferences started happening on a regular basis in Dubai. In 2016, we've had a lot of traction for Bitcoin, to the point that we announced a blockchain strategy in Dubai in 2016. So, and the rest is history, so to speak.
Amazing. We'll come back to that. Karthik, you've been around this space for a little bit. 2009, you first got into it a little bit. I'm sure it's kind of almost shocking in a way to see now nation states being interested in this. So maybe you could talk a little bit about what you've seen over the course of your almost now 16 years in Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's a 15th year in Bitcoin, and it's 5 cycles. It's been fascinating, right? I've had the bird's eye perspective to look at what was happening in the US back in 2012-13. I was here in Dubai with, I remember meeting Marwan in 2017, he's one of the OGs of the space. Singapore, India, now Bhutan. So I've been around the world, I've sort of had this different perspectives, and the larger countries were always looking for American leadership. They were looking at what US would do. And if the US would come with a regulation, they would start accepting it, right? So when you have conversations with folks at this very high levels in governments, especially with large countries, that was the state of affairs. But after COVID, everything changed. After COVID and after the war with Russia, the world changed. It's not the same anymore. It's not the same world. So now I have conversations, everybody's excited about Bitcoin. So they want censorship resistance, right? They're looking at this massive debt that's piling up in the US. I mean, I'm very pro-American, just to set the tone, right?
Just speaking the truth, that's all.
And I spent quite a bit of my time in the US. So all of these factors have basically compounded, this acceleration towards nation states very seriously looking at putting their surplus capital, their national surpluses, as Bitcoin as a store of value, and now slowly looking at a medium of exchange, which we will talk about later on.
I'm going to come back to that, and I'm also going to put a pin in it. You mentioned Bhutan, and we'll talk about your work there in just a moment. Prince Filip, to you. So your job as the CSO of Jan3 is, I guess, coming up with strategies for how to approach heads of state, people in power, how to talk to them about adopting Bitcoin, the benefits of Bitcoin. Can you tell us a little bit about that strategy and what you're hearing from your end?
Sure. Well, we all know here that Bitcoin is a bottom-up strategy. It's a grassroots effort. But sometimes we've got to employ a little bit of a top-down approach, and that's where Jan3 comes in. We reach out to nation states, to politicians, to leaders, to individuals who might be influenceable, to ministers, and we teach them about Bitcoin. We educate them about Bitcoin, about how Bitcoin can help them, but more importantly, how Bitcoin can help their people. And the way we get to them is because Bitcoin can offer so much, not just a store of value and a medium of exchange, but also its energy capabilities of a way that Bitcoin is not just a monetary update, but it's also an energy update as well. And we're seeing a lot of adoption in the energy space as well. So that's really encouraging to see. So this is where the top-down approach comes in very handy. It also adds to the game theoretic nature of Bitcoin, that it's always good to see some Bitcoiners rubbing shoulders with some presidents and maybe having a picture or two with them, and that gives it some sort of credibility. And then you get other nation states questioning that and then saying, hey, why aren't we speaking to them, or what are we doing about our Bitcoin strategy, what's this and what's that, and it gets people talking. So as you know, Bitcoin doesn't have a marketing arm. It never will, it never has, and we are all the marketing arm of Bitcoin. It's up to us to speak about Bitcoin, about us to spread the word. And most importantly, it's about how Bitcoin can help the individual. So even though we focus a lot of our efforts on these leaders around the world, it's about how it can help their people, and that's number one.
Much appreciated. Mr. Al Zarouni, you talked a little bit about the work, well, we talked a little bit about the work you did dating all the way back to 2013, doing what Prince Filip just said, speaking with the leaders here in the UAE. Now, we're talking in a post-El Salvador world right now, where it's a lot easier to talk about a nation state adopting Bitcoin, blockchain technology. I'm sure things were a bit different in 2013, but from what you've told me, you focused on education, you focused on showing the benefits, so I was hoping maybe you could share a little bit about what that process was like over a decade ago.
Yeah, so it was a multi-tier kind of approach. So not only talking to the regulators about regulating the space, which we didn't want to have too much regulations, we want to have much more adoption. And so one of the courses, for example, we used to teach was actually how not to lose your money. So educating people on having offline wallets, having wallets with a seed phrase, having a smaller, hardware wallets to keep their money on. We started with Bitcoin, actually. There was no other cryptocurrencies at the time. We were super early. And then when the ICO craze came out and all this other new programmable money kind of smart contract driven economies came out, we taught people how to start their own projects, how to start doing mining, how to start doing proof of stake and what was called master noding as well. And then after that, all the value takes from DeFi and CeFi and all the other, social fi now is a new term, and all the things like micropayments and tokenization and real-world assets and things like that. So every kind of new kind of compounding kind of complexity on top of what blockchain is, we try to always not to only keep up, but also provide valuable education that people can act upon. So this has been our ethos from the beginning, and it will continue to be the same.
Appreciate that. Putting education at the center is certainly important, especially when most people are attracted to this just for number go up technology, and we know it's much more than that. Education is a necessary component. Kartik, to you, I actually have two questions. You can start with whatever one you want. Some people may have heard about the nation of Bhutan has been mining Bitcoin. Kartik played a role in this. He's also spoken with higher ups in the Federal Reserves of India, I think the Bank of China. You've spoken with people. So you've spoken with people who are obviously dealing with money at very, very high levels. You convinced Bhutan to successfully mine. I think they've mined a total of, 13,000 Bitcoin or something at this point. Wow. I would love for you to touch on that a little bit, but I also want you to talk a little bit about, please take either one, whichever one you want to go with first. This idea of really continuing to focus on Bitcoin as a currency. Again, not just a store of value, not just something that we hold and never use, but Bitcoin as a currency as well. So please start where you'd like to.
Bhutan actually is a great story, and I told you the main accelerant for Bitcoin going from $18,000 to $100,000 was this massive geopolitical uncertainty and everything else, right? So this was 2019, 2020, COVID happened, Bhutan went into lockdowns. It is the only carbon negative country in the world. It's not carbon neutral, it's carbon negative, right? All their power is produced by hydroelectric dams that India went and set up, and they were producing power for India, and India used to buy the power. And there are only two major contributors to the economy. One was high-value tourism, and the other one was energy. So during COVID, the country was shut down completely. There's zero COVID policy, so the tourism industry was wiped out. And then India didn't want as much power because India was also going through, the COVID lockdowns and all that. So they went into a huge crisis. So one of my friends recommended me to the RMA, and a lot of folks knew I'm very under the radar, but folks who know me, and then so I was invited to advise the RMA, which is the Fed of Bhutan, the Royal Monetary Authority of Bhutan, and they were looking at how to use the surplus energy that they had. So we gave them initial advice on mining Bitcoins, so because at the end of the day, Bitcoin is a way to store energy for the future, right? It's a battery, that's what it is. It's the most powerful battery in the world, right? So whatever surpluses you have, you can store it in the battery and then spend it in the future. So we gave them this idea, and I think, the Singaporeans reached out to them. BitDeer became the mining company that started mining. The sovereign fund invested, became a partner. And the rest is history now. They're the fourth largest Bitcoin holder in the world as a sovereign. Wow. They came out of the crisis very well. They're building a new city, which I think Singapore is building, which is called Gelfo Mindfulness City, which is going to create a lot of jobs and innovation. So this, in essence, is a remarkable story of how, if you're an unreasonable man, like there's a saying about the unreasonable man, right? Like the reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable man persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. So all progress is based on unreasonable man. So I think when smaller countries are pushed, then unreasonable men in their leadership roles try and reach out to like unreasonable men like me for advice. and then great things happen, right? And so I've seen the great work Marwan did in the UAE. I mean, transforming UAE, because in 2017 it was still like not very well accepted, and I think there are pioneers like Marwan who came and transformed this place. So I think there are leaders in every country that are doing this. The second thing is the Holy Grail, right? In 2017, 2018, I would basically say things in Singapore, I would get invited, and a lot of those things will happen. Now it's a UAE. In 2022, I basically spoke about the DeFi crisis. I spoke about counterparty risk in UAE in a panel. And then 3 months later, DeFi crashed, and everybody was talking about counterparty risk. So I'm going to be talking about something for the first time now, which is called managing Bitcoin volatility for payments. So we are exploring something called as a GARC model, which is a general adversarial regressive model which is used to price volatility, along with something called as VAR model, which is a value at risk model. The problem is a lot of the guys, a lot of the shopkeepers who start accepting Bitcoins, they're afraid because of the volatility of Bitcoin.
Absolutely.
If it goes up, they're happy. If it goes down, they're unhappy. So if there is a meaningful way to price that risk and tell them that this is the risk and this is the premium that you need to start charging, then there is, a more acceptable way to do this. So the GARC, ARC, and VAR models will be massively applied, in these payment systems in the future.
Incredible.
Right? And we've been spending 4 years looking into this because a lot of people have massive amounts of Bitcoin and they're not spending it. And this is coming. The next 4 years.
That's amazing. That's amazing also because if you are a merchant accepting it, you have to mark your income to market, and then if it loses value, then you're obviously in a really tough situation. So coming up with something to stop that allows for the frictionless, borderless payments to exist, but without the negative externality of that volatility.
Because at the end of the day, there has to be a meaningful number, right? So if you tell the merchant that he has a 4% volatility risk to accept Bitcoins, then he has a number. He can choose either to accept in dirhams or in Bitcoins, right? Based on market sentiments, based on GARC, ARC, and VAR models,
right?
With the value at risk models. But if there's nothing, it's faith in God, right? So this is going to be a very powerful tool, and you will start seeing a lot of people speak about this over the next 5 years.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that here with us. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Kartik. I want to talk a little bit about. So Prince Philip, you came out early, as a figure that supports this, political figure that supports this, earlier than most, one of the first major ones. It's getting easier, I think, to come out and support this. We just sort of had a bit of a referendum on Bitcoin in the United States in the last election, and we have, I guess, what is considered the first Bitcoin president in the United States right now. When you're speaking with leaders, do they feel like some of the stigma is sort of is it dissolving a little bit, the stigma? Are they feeling a little bit less nervous about coming out to say that they're pro this technology?
Well, firstly, thank you very much for considering me a major political figure.
I mean,
Yes, when I first came out as a Bitcoiner, it was tough. But I got used to it, and I did get some backlash from some of my people back in Serbia. But that's normal because it's a technology that's not understood. And even now, we're all learning about Bitcoin all the time. It is such a beautiful piece of engineering that it's just so much about it that I'm yet to discover. So yeah, it's a tough one to try and convince people what is Bitcoin. And that's the challenge that we have that we're trying to do at Jan3. So thanks to people like Trump, when he did a 180 on Bitcoin early this year, as we know that in his previous administration, and he's always been very much, I wouldn't say anti-Bitcoin 100%, but he was always very much pro-dollar and never really spoke much about Bitcoin. But I think thanks to his family, and that's great because Bitcoin is family as well, that his family got him onto Bitcoin and made him understand further the use and the power of Bitcoin. I think for many reasons, but I think one of the main reasons is that in America, I think there's about 70 or 80 million Americans there that own Bitcoin or crypto in some form. And that's a huge voter base. And that's a voter base that's hard to sort of to collate, because it can be from many different age groups. Of course, the crowds are going to be younger, but from many different ethnicities. It's just hard to quantify those numbers. So you don't want to annoy that voter group. And I believe that's the opportunity he saw there. But also, as rightfully that his children probably taught him, is that America needs to be the leader in this technology. And as he says, you know, he wants to make America great again. He wants America to be the best place for Bitcoin. So this also, he also said before being elected that the right to self-custody, those words, right to self-custody, uttered by a former sitting president and now president-elect, is huge. Let's hope that he comes through with this word when he is sworn in next year. And yes, this has made our conversations easier. It's made a lot of conversations easier because he gives a lot of credibility to Bitcoin. Also, I'd like to add that the adoption of the ETFs in January this year added a lot of
credibility
wind into the sails of adoption, and that opened up some new doors and more conversations as well. But really, I think Trump is given, because that's a political adoption. I really hope he goes through with what he says, and we start to see states adopting it as a strategic store of value or as a medium of exchange, mining it more, being, as Trump says, being the best at it in whatever way or form. And I think this is going to make conversations easier. And I really hope this happens. I believe that MENA has it better than other parts of the world.
Yes.
Coming from Europe, coming from Serbia, we're a little bit more neutral. We're not part of the EU, thankfully. And we are not part of NATO or anything like that, so we're a little bit more independent. Yes, it's tough. We have to put up against a lot of big superpowers out there, but we're holding our ground. But what I'm talking about is the European Union. The European Union, what innovation have we seen from the European Union over the last 20 years, or ever since? That's nothing, really. Since the 2008 financial crisis, there's been like one or two tech companies that have come through the works. Whereas America and China have got hundreds, they've got many big tech companies just always exploding. The reason why is because the European Union are more focused on red tapes, on regulation, on taxation. Basically, your freedoms, your private property, and Bitcoin is private property rights. So this is something that I hope Europe will wake up to. When America starts to do it, then Europe might start to do it. They will be slow, there will be laggards in it. There won't be first movers. Maybe some smaller states that are out of that control of the European Union might move quicker. But I believe that Trump is definitely going to spur a game theoretic ripple effects across not just the rest of the world, but hopefully in Europe, because it needs it.
Appreciate that. And yeah, we do hope he follows through as well. I could speak as a U.S. citizen saying that. Mr. Zarouni, you talked a little bit about how the government itself has adopted Bitcoin and blockchain technology. They use it, and there's another thing I wanted to touch on too. I think it's VARA. It's the, I have it written down here just so I don't forget. So. It's the regulatory agency, the virtual asset regulatory agency. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about how the government has adopted it and then also how the government regulates it. You said something really interesting. You said we don't really regulate the assets themselves, we regulate the entities that are using and purveying the assets. So if you could touch on that.
So VARA is a virtual asset regulatory authority that actually regulates the activities of the VASPs, which are the virtual asset service providers, rather than try to regulate the underlying assets. So if you are an exchange, you're licensed as an exchange. If you are a broker or a dealer or a proprietary desk, we regulate that kind of activity. So not try to fall into the trap of trying to regulate asset as a utility or security, and not try to peg crypto to like the normal traditional financial.
Fit it into the old structure.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think that's a fresh kind of look at crypto regulation. And apart from that as well, the way that we have a feedback cycle in Dubai and the UAE is that the regulators listen here. We have continuous roundtable discussions on a weekly basis, and I don't know how many of you guys here are based in Dubai as the virtual asset service providers, but we have banking-related, roundtables, retail businesses related, payments roundtables, all of them with the regulators, with the lawyers, with the prosecution, with the courts. We're having one as well soon in January as well, with all the public prosecutors, all the lawyers, all the judges in courts will be invited to speak about crypto regulations and the latest in this field as well, with international experts coming in. So all these kind of roundtable discussions are extremely important to bridge the gap of knowledge between the two, because regulators speak the regularity kind of language, technologists do the same, but we need to bridge this gap of how to do things and how to regulate and how to push the envelope when it comes to technology adoption and enabling innovation. So these roundtables are essential.
I'm very jealous to hear that after living under Gary Gensler in the United States for 4 years, we didn't have a lot of dialogue happening with our regulators. So it's good to hear that that's going on here. And when we first spoke, I was really amazed to hear that there was that much willingness to learn and to listen. I think those two things are really commendable in the UAE. It's amazing.
And the nice thing about it is that all the meetings, all Chatham House rules, so all the insights are there. No saying who said what or so it's extremely open, extremely open to criticism, extremely open to constructive kind of, feedback. So it's a game changer.
Amazing, I appreciate that. We're getting down to the wire here. We're getting a little close on time, but I had one last question both for you, Karthik, and for Prince Philip. So Karthik, again, we've been talking about Bitcoin a lot as a macroeconomic asset. US is talking about strategic Bitcoin reserves and all this, but you're coming up with this technology to make sure it gets used as a currency, which is what it was intended to be used as. Is it going to take more people like you very much specifying this is not just an asset, it's not just a savings technology? Are we going to have to make a concerted effort to get this across the line? Some of which, using the technology that you're working on, are we going to see this nation, are we going to need to see this around the world, this sort of effort being made?
No, absolutely. I mean, Bitcoin to me is a representation of the US Constitution on code, right? That's how I see it. It's the greatest constitution in the world, liberty and all that stuff. And so either you need to have great kings like you have in the UAE, outstanding leaders, or you need to have excellent institutions like you have in Singapore with the democracies, or you need to have a constitution like the US. Like you can't go against the constitution, right?
Yeah.
So enforcing the constitution on code is the next step, right? Like privatizing, not privatizing central banks, but opening up to the people. So across history, all the money was either created by kings. British East India Company became the first private enterprise to outsource country running, so it became private enterprises. In 2004, Michel Bowens was the founder of the PTP Foundation, where Satoshi published the first Bitcoin client, wrote a paper called C Theory, where he argued about this time, about 2024. He said, people will come around to technology and organize economic activity. And that's what's happening right now. Yep. And so we have like a plethora of companies now building on Lightning. There's a lot of technology that's coming around for vendor payments, for risk protection. That's what I was talking about today, because you could get paid, but what if Bitcoin goes from 94,000 to 80,000? Yeah. For you and me, it won't matter because we are here for the long term, right? Like 15 years for me, maybe another 20, 30 years. But what about a vendor, who's living day in, day out? And so downside protecting vendors, downside protecting average citizens is going to be the next big game in Bitcoin. And that's coming. That's coming. And it's going to change the game. Bitcoin's going to reach its true potential, right? It's going to reach what it was meant to do, which has become the money of the people, the global money of the people.
I'm very excited to hear someone like you say that, and I'm on board. Let's go. Prince Philip, last question to you as we wind down here. People are probably interested to maybe, I don't know if you're allowed to share some of who you're talking to or some of the people you're talking to, or maybe, I don't know, some regions of the world that maybe we should keep our eyes on when it comes to the next country or leader that wants to come out in favor of Bitcoin. Is there anything you might be able to offer us on this?
Well, Bitcoin adoption comes in many forms, from just mining to store of value to medium exchange. I think the one people are really interested in would be in the next El Salvador. El Salvador was an outlier. I think we may get a surprise this coming year, hopefully, but we're going to see mining adoption is ever increasing. That is at a nation state level, that's happening all the time. It's happening in secret, it's happening in open. And the next one that's people talking about right now is strategic reserves, so SOV, store of value. That is already happening behind closed doors, or it will start to happen in the open. When it starts to happen in the open, then that's when the whole game theoretic ripple effects of it will start to take off. But really, the one I'm more interested in is medium exchange. Really, that's what the white paper said. It's a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. That's what we're here for. But we've got to understand that it works more as a store of value today than it does as a medium exchange. Thanks to layer 2 solutions like Liquid and Lightning, that we're able to transact cheaper fees when the high fee environments, or just much faster transactions, and stick to the core thesis of what is Bitcoin. Over time, we'll have better technology that will allow us to transact faster, but always remain true to what is Bitcoin. And Bitcoin main chain is that it's security. It's 15, 16 years of unadulterated truth.
Right.
It is a pillar of truth, that the longest piece of truth we've ever had in humanity, and it's only growing. And that's why the world is waking up to it, and that's why the world is starting to unfold, and the cracks and all the bullshit happening in the planet will all start to unravel thanks to Bitcoin.
I mean, I can't really leave it at any better, perfect way to end it. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to this panel here, absolute legends. Thank you for all the work you've all done over the years.
Magazine news desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance. The Bitcoin price on Binance.com, 98,199. Some fresh news from the main stage. Jetcoin, an Indian-based company, putting Bitcoin on the balance sheet. Of course, we've got an all-star panel here. Back with us, Aaron Van Werda, Meta-Room Chief at Bitcoin Magazine, and Peter Todd, founder of Open Timestamps. Of course, a lot of knowledge on stage now. Talked about a little bit of pessimism beforehand. Peter about to give a talk on the problems with Bitcoin. I want to flip this, talk about optimism about Bitcoin in the future. What do you think this is going to make people's lives better, and how will it impact their lives? Peter, what will using Bitcoin look like in 10 years?
I mean, I think the sort of most obvious one about how Bitcoin will impact things for the better is, like it or not, hard money pitch for getting governments away from inflating currencies and debt. It's kind of a thing that endless people have talked about, but Bitcoin does a decent job of that, and it could be a way of reigniting kind of gold standard type discipline, which seems to be a good thing for a lot of countries.
And how does that come to the end user? Say we have an era of hard money return. Aaron, you've written about this extensively. What does that affect people's lives? Does that help people for the better?
I mean, it helps the economy as a whole, and also individual people that hold Bitcoin. But I have a question for Peter. Like, you just answered this question that the other Peter asked you. But I was wondering, in your case, because we kind of know you as this developer that's always critical of other ideas, have you ever had this phase where you sort of go around orange pilling people? Like, is that, no, you've never done that? You've never walked around and go to stores and tell them about the great future of Bitcoin and that they should accept it?
I mean, certainly not the go around to stores type thing. Like, you could say I've orange pilled people in a way by giving talks, openly talking about Bitcoin, its pluses and minuses. But that's not, I think, the sort
mostly
of...
Mostly it's minuses, though.
Well, right, but that actually gets people into Bitcoin.
I mean, I don't disagree.
It is far more convincing that a piece of tech is good when the people are willing to tell you all the ways it doesn't work.
Right. I don't disagree.
Let's talk about your parents, family, friends in your life. Have you successfully onboarded them to Bitcoin through talking about these problems?
Well, none of them are tech people, so the tech people in my life are disproportionately Bitcoiners, and of the tech people in my life that haven't been, some of them got into Bitcoin, some didn't, but it is what it is, and I suspect that the people who did, part of that was just having yet another person in life who's willing to say, yeah, it's got this pluses and minuses, and here's how it works.
Quick thoughts, Aaron. What will it look like Bitcoin in 10 years? We'll be using it for payments or hard money used by governments? Your thoughts?
Why not both?
Yeah, both, hopefully.
We're sending it over to the Falcon main stage. Stay with us at Bitcoin MENA 2024. Still more to come, including major keynotes from members of the Trump administration. We'll be right back after this next panel.
Last time I did a talk in Nashville, I stood on stage while a video was playing of me using a ledger for like 45 seconds not talking, so I'm perfectly comfortable standing on stage not talking. Oh, you're off mic right now.
So what we're going to do is take a quick 5-minute break.
Sounds
so
good.
everyone here can relax for 5 minutes if you want to grab a coffee. Although, as I said earlier, you might lose your seat, so you probably want to stick around. We're going to get the slides ready, and Nick will be back in 5 minutes, guys.
Thank you.
Fiat money is used to fund
All right.
wars. We've spent $8 trillion
We're back,
on
like
regime
Bitcoin
change
in
wars
2024.
over the
Okay,
past
so
20
my
years.
name's Nick.
And almost
I'm the CEO of Casa. We're one of the largest securers of Bitcoin in the world. And we focus on helping large holders of Bitcoin secure their Bitcoin in self-custody simply and safely. And so today I want to talk about a framework for what it looks like to secure a sovereign Bitcoin reserve. So in 1939, the Nazis invaded Czechoslovakia, and as part of their war effort, they needed more money, and so their first order of business was, we're going to steal the Czechs' gold reserve. So you would think this maybe took a big heist or something like that. No, all they had to do was just have the Czechs call the Bank of International Settlements and request that through that bank, the Bank of England would transfer the gold held in their account to the German Reichsbank. And the Bank of England kind of wasn't at war with Germany yet, so they kind of closed their eyes and just did the thing. And because of that trusted third party making a bad decision, the Czechs' gold was stolen by the Germans. In 1971, President Nixon decided to close the gold window, which means that countries that were storing their foreign reserves with the US in the Federal Reserve Bank of New York could no longer convert their dollars into gold. France had been withdrawing gold from their account at the Federal Reserve for years and actually famously sent a warship to do a final big purchase of gold right before the gold window closed. And then, little trigger warning on the next one, but in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine, Western governments froze about $300 billion worth of Russia's foreign reserves, which was more than half of Russia's estimated $500 million of foreign reserves at the time. And so I give these three examples because it shows not just bad guys doing this to good guys or good guys doing this to bad guys or allies doing it to each other. It shows that no matter what, when you hold your country's reserves with somebody else, you take a risk that you won't be able to access it when you need it. And so this is three examples from the last 100 years, but this has been happening for thousands of years. It's always been difficult to secure a country's sovereign reserve. It's never been simple. And so now we have Bitcoin, which is this first natively digital hard asset, right? And so that native digital aspect actually is really important here, because it's not like gold where you kind of take this physical item and translate it to digital. It's natively digital. The foundation is digital, which means it's a great new different kind of reserve asset. And I like to look at this chart from the bullish case for Bitcoin, which is an article written in 2017, and it does a nice job of comparing Bitcoin to gold as an asset overall. And so because Bitcoin is natively digital, it is incredibly easy to move huge amounts of it at any point in time. Whereas with gold, it takes a ton of effort. You have to send a warship to go move a ton of gold at once. It's way more easy to verify Bitcoin and that you actually own Bitcoin than it is to verify that you own actual gold. With Bitcoin, it's just a cryptographic signature. With gold, you have to do purity testing, weighing, all of these things to make sure it's actually the right mix of gold in the gold bars or coins or what have you. And then as a government, you know that Bitcoin is only going to have 21 million Bitcoin. And so you know exactly how much of the total supply of Bitcoin you own of the asset, which is unlike gold, where you could find a new gold deposit that could significantly increase the asset's overall supply. And so zooming in on this established history point, which Bitcoin scored very poorly on, this article was written 6 years ago. So Bitcoin has now had 6 years of more track record to prove itself. And during that time, and really the decade plus since Bitcoin has existed, Bitcoin has survived multiple crushing bear markets, come roaring back to all-time highs, and is now a $2 trillion asset. So it's clearly here to stay. But as we Bitcoiners like to say, we are still early, because even though it's a $2 trillion asset, gold is an $18 trillion asset. And so as a country, adopting Bitcoin as a strategic treasury asset, you get to benefit from the increase in Bitcoin as it overtakes gold as the world's neutral reserve asset. And it will overtake gold because it has the fundamentals for a digital-first world that we're living in today to make it a better reserve asset for countries, companies, and people. So what are some other countries doing with Bitcoin today? You've got El Salvador is the OG Bitcoin country. They've been stacking a Bitcoin a day for years now. And President Bukele recently tweeted that they were up over $300 million on their investment. That's over 100%. Huge for a small country like El Salvador. Bhutan's been mining with hydroelectric power for a few years, first in secret, and then it came out more recently that they own 12,000 Bitcoin. It's over $1 billion. Germany smash sold 50,000 Bitcoin right before the price doubled. It's about a $2 billion mistake. So moral of that story is don't be Germany. Talking to you, Biden. Okay, so let's say you're convinced as a country that you want to secure Bitcoin as a treasury asset. What do you need to think about next? Well, the first thing is, how do you get the Bitcoin? You can acquire the Bitcoin, El Salvador style. You can mine the Bitcoin like Bhutan. You can do a mix of both. And this is really a very country-specific thing that you have to think about in order to decide what's right for you and for your country. But I'm not going to talk too much about this because I want to spend more time on the more important second question, which is, once you have the Bitcoin, how do you make sure you keep it? A reminder of what we talked about at the beginning of the presentation here, just to preload your brain for this next point. Your country's Bitcoin should not be held by somebody else. It is easier than it has ever been to secure Bitcoin as a reserve asset yourself. Use that to your advantage. You may think, okay, I need to go to my kind of traditional financial asset model. I'm going to use a custodian to secure my Bitcoin. But that would be a mistake because Bitcoin reverses some of the traditional self-custody norms, or custody norms, and it's actually a suboptimal way to store Bitcoin to use a custodian. So why is that? I like to think of this rubric that we've made here, and the first and most important thing is control. With self-custody, you have full control of the Bitcoin at any time. When you use a custodian, if the custodian's located within your borders, then you have some amount of control, but you're still needing to ask them to move any Bitcoin for you. And if the custodian is not located within your borders, you can effectively assume that you have zero control of the Bitcoin in any sort of conflict situation. When you talk about the risk of asset seizure or freezing, with self-custody, the risk is pretty low here. It really stems from basically armed invasion of your country or high-level espionage and theft. On the custodian side of things, you don't control the keys. So if somebody can force that custodian to freeze your assets, they will do so. On business continuity, so what happens if the business that you are, or the entity that you are working with to secure the Bitcoin goes out of business or experiences a catastrophic loss? On the self-custody side, you hold the keys, so you can just take those keys and use them elsewhere to access the Bitcoin, and I'll talk more about that in a second. But with a custodian, you are trusting that maybe they have the right legal structure to separate these assets into a bankruptcy remote type of vehicle, but even in that best case scenario, you're probably waiting some amount of time to get access to your assets. And we've had time and time again situations where people were using a custodian and the custodian went bankrupt, had a catastrophic loss, and they're still trying to get access to their Bitcoin. Mt. Gox people are still waiting for some of their payouts, right? Insurance is more difficult to get for self-custody, but it's getting better. A year ago, I would have given this an F. Now we're actually starting to see some larger insurers that are global insurers willing to insure Bitcoin in self-custody as long as you have the right processes and procedures around the internal controls of how you're actually protecting those keys. And on the custodian side, it's a little bit better here. Many custodians will advertise that they have insurance policies, but what this actually boils down to is a broader policy that doesn't really cover all of their customers in a case of catastrophic loss, which is exactly when you need the insurance. And then knowledge of true security basically means, what do I know how these keys were created? Do I know how the keys to the Bitcoin are stored? And with self-custody, you know exactly how they were created because you create it yourself. You know where they're stored and how they're accessed. But on the custodian side, maybe you learned some of this in your due diligence with the custodian, but they can't give you perfect knowledge of how they're storing the keys because they are likely securing Bitcoin for other people too. So if they give you information about how their keys are stored, then they're putting their other customers at risk. So in the worst case scenario, they're just a complete black box. Convenience, I won't sugarcoat it. Self-custody, doing it the right way is going to take a little bit more work. But I really think of this as more perceived convenience because when you are using a custodian, you still need to establish all of these different processes and procedures. Who can move the money at the custodian, at what times? All of these things you would be thinking about anyway with a custodian, you can just apply to your self-custody setup and still get all the other benefits of self-custody here. So to dig in on that business continuity risk, this is the thing that a lot of people don't know about self-custody, and it's really self-custody's superpower, and we call it sovereign recovery. So sovereign recovery means that if the app or product or self-custody business that you're working with to run and manage your treasury goes out of business or has some sort of catastrophic overnight problem and their servers aren't working anymore, you can just take your keys, plug them into a completely different Bitcoin wallet, and your Bitcoin appears like that. And so this gives a huge amount of resilience for your Bitcoin treasury compared to using a custodian where you may have to work through years of bankruptcy or other types of problems here. So a couple of other rapid fire considerations for you that are a lot of people and process considerations that governments need to think about. Who can move the money, who has access to keys, and who designates those people? Is the president the one designating this, or are these treasury, is it the treasurer, the minister of finance? Who has access to move Bitcoin? Where are keys stored? Controlled access locations with high security is ideal in geographically disparate areas. How are they backed up in case the hardware that's actually protecting the keys fails? You need to be able to recover those keys. What's the process for changing those key holders? What are government continuity plans? What happens when you have a new administration come in? You have to be able to smoothly move through these processes without any risk to the Bitcoin treasury. How do you handle compliance and auditing? Are you going to make it public or are you going to keep it private? What's your disaster recovery plan? There's just a lot of considerations to go through, right? And so while it has never been easier to fully control a sovereign reserve asset, it's still a lot of work. And so I want to take one more trip back through history. And because I'm a male in 2024, of course, this has to go back to the Roman Empire. And back in the times of the Roman Empire, there was this highly trained, highly specialized guard, group of soldiers that protected the emperor. And they were known as the Praetorian Guard. And since then, this concept has been reused in sci-fi, like Star Wars and other stories, always to refer to this super specially trained group of people that help protect some of the government's most important assets. And so this was inspiration for us in what we are announcing today, which is an expanded offering for CASA called Praetorian by CASA, the most secure way for nation states to secure their Bitcoin. We're super excited to expand from our offering today for individuals and companies into helping governments, countries, states, cities to secure their Bitcoin treasuries. So why work with us? We're a self-custody company. You control the Bitcoin, not us. We work with you to make sure that it's geographically separated on different hardware that is highly secure and protected and controlled to make sure that you're protected against disasters, theft, loss, all these problems that you need to consider when securing a Bitcoin treasury. You get sovereign recovery because this is self-custody. We will do a custom implementation to work with your country on your very specific needs. And you get a team from CASA who are your expert advisors. They are your Praetorian Guard, embedding with your team for the implementation to make sure that you do everything properly from start to finish. And then last, we have the track record to do this. Out of any other company in the world, we are the experts in this. We've been around since 2018. We protect tens of billions of dollars, have successfully made it through multiple bear markets as a Bitcoin company. And we are excited to help you establish such a reserve, such an important reserve for your country. So if you are interested in learning more about CASA Praetorian, you can check out the website that's listed here. You can email me directly. This is my contact info. And we're very happy to talk through your individual use case to make sure that we can serve you and your needs best. So thank you very much for your time. Hope you have a great rest of your conference.
So I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics.
Back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk here at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance, the biggest cryptocurrency exchange in the world. I am joined all the way to my right here by Andrei Garanin, CEO of Saifedean Energy, and to his left we have Mohammed Al-Sheikh, CTO of Dema Energy. So as you can see, we mentioned energy in both of the titles there, so we're talking Bitcoin energy right here. We were talking a little bit about how Bitcoin mining incentivizes renewable energy, something that most people don't necessarily know. Could you tell us a little bit about this, Andrei?
Yeah, well, since my energy background, basically, we treat Bitcoin mining as a high-load energy consumer, right? And in the energy space, what you actually learn is that flexibility matters. You need to be able to make sure that since we see that how energy transition going on from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources, and main thing you need to remember about that or know about it is that renewables are intermittent. This is not a stable, it doesn't provide a stable load as, let's say, good old times when you had like a gas fire engine which was like run evenly. So what is required actually is that when you have intermittent supply, you need to have actually controllable consumption load.
Right.
So Bitcoin mining actually answers this perfect.
I apologize to cut you off there. We have a bit of an emergency. We do have to head back to the main stage for just a second. Andrei, please put a pin in that thought. We will come back to it right after this break. We're heading back to the main stage. We'll be back after this.
Okay.
Sorry, they're
Okay, and the first part is about
mining by solar power. The price of solar panel continue to decrease in last 2 years. I'm not sure it's the bottom or not, but now the price of solar panel is down to 9.5 US cents per watt. And in Oman, even 7.6 US cents per watt is available. The banter price is also continuing to decrease. And a 5 megawatt hour battery, the price is down to 6.2 US cents per watt hour. And because of the decrease, the price decrease of solar panel and the battery, the electricity fee for solar power mining is down to 3.4 US cents per kilowatt hour. The condition is we will return our investment in 5 years. And the peak solar power per year is 2,200 hours. This is the typical case in Middle East. And because of the price decrease of solar panel and the battery, and the Bitcoin's price up to 100K US dollar, the break-even time for whole solar mining system is down to 3 years. The whole system includes solar panel, battery, miner, and the others. Next is about heat recycling. The heat from the miner can be used directly in our house, greenhouse for vegetable, and the fishing farm, and the other application. The heat from the miner can also be changed to high temperature steam for industry. The heat can also be used for seawater desalination. And the fresh water is very important, especially in Middle East. This is the principle, okay, about seawater desalination. And this is the equipment. And this equipment is run almost 1 year, and it is okay, can be used for industry. Okay, like this is part 3, and is what's miner, new miner launch. The first 2 miner is about 80 degrees Celsius high outlet temperature. And the first miner is M64S Plus. The power supply for this miner is 5 kilowatt, and it's hydro cooling. The power efficiency is 17 joule per terahash. The max hash rate is 236 terahash based on 4 kilowatt power. The next one is M65S Plus. The power supply is 10 kilowatt, and it is also hydro cooling miner. The PE is also 17 joule per terahash. And the hash rate is 440 terahash based on 7 kilowatt power. Why 80 degree Celsius outlet is so important? Because our house heating need the high temperature. Because the sea water desalination also need a high temperature. The temperature higher and the cost will be cheaper. Okay, next is about high density manner. And the M61S Plus is a air cooling manner, and its power supply is 5 kilowatt. Why we increase the power supply? Our customers can do overclock to get more hash rate. Now, is our most important part of my speech. Our flagship miner launch 15.5 joule per terahash. Thank you. The first one is air cooling miner M60S++. Okay, is hash rate is 226 terahash. This is the temperature curve for power efficiency and hash rate. And this miner keep the good condition of was miner. Its curve is very, very stable. But not all miner has but not all miners' behavior is like this. Okay. The pink one is for our M60S++ miner, and the yellow one is a famous miner. Okay, and our miner its PE only change the change of our PE is below 3% from the 20 degrees Celsius to 50 Celsius degree, but the other one, okay, the PE the change of PE is bigger than was miner. It's more than 15%. This is our hydro cooling miner M63S++. And the hash rate is 478 terahash. And the PE is very stable. Okay, from the 30 degree to 60 degree. Okay, the change of PE is below 1%. The last one is M66S++. Miner is an immersion cooling miner, and the change of PE is very small. It's below 1%. Okay, this is the total 6 miner that we will launch today. The latest 3 include M61S+, M65S+, M64S+. It is they are available now. Under the latest 3 the M60S++, M63S++, and M66S++ is available on the May of next year for mass production. Okay, please contact our team at booth M053. Thank you again. 谢谢。
powered by Binance. I want to go back to this thought that Andre was in the middle of before we cut before Andre. Please continue with where you were, if you don't mind.
Okay. I'll continue with why renewable is important and
Yes.
why Bitcoin mining is important, actually, is how it's connected. To start from where I left, basically the introduction of renewables is it's an inevitable trend for one simple reason. This is called a chart called like levelized cost of electricity, which means which compares or ranks different types of energy sources, just from gas, nuclear, solar, wind.
Yeah.
And for quite some time, you see that solar and wind are at the bottom of the chart. They're really at the bottom.
Okay.
Competing maybe like with hydro, but they're really one of the cheapest sources of energy right now on the planet. So, and there, if you compare basically the lifetime of the project, including capex, capital expenditure, operational expenditure, solar and wind are way cheaper.
Okay. I do have to cut you there. We again have to cut over to the stage, and we are going to get to Mohammed when we come back next time. We're going back to the Falcon stage. We'll be back after this.
About the changing monetary system in terms of central banks, balance sheets, what companies, institutions are doing with their money. But ultimately, the monetary system is downstream of the geopolitical balance of power. So I spend most of my time advising multinationals, critical technology companies on the intersection of their geopolitical and cybersecurity risk. I'm also the head of strategy at the Bitcoin Policy Institute, where I shape US policy on Bitcoin and national security. So these questions, to me, are not hypothetical anymore. When I started thinking about these about 4 years ago, it was a potential, it was a plausibility, but I think today, this conference represents an inflection point where Bitcoin is now a geopolitical asset, and we need to think about where it's going to play a role as the larger global system changes, potentially dramatically in the next few years. So if we want to think about the future of the monetary system, we need to think about what changes may occur on the geopolitical stage as well. So let's think about what is the geoeconomic system. That's sort of a fancy term, but it really boils down to the, three basic legs of the global stool. We have credit and capital, we have production and labor, we have energy and commodities. Any basic system is capital, production, energies. Put those together, you have an economy. The current global order, the past few decades, has sort of shaped into this sort of frenemy-style system where the G7 pretty much dominates credit and capital markets. They bring China in the 90s into the sort of dominant production process and sort of start to climb the value chains. And OPEC Plus, of course, has been the dominant provider of raw commodities and energy resources. And as long as those three parts of the global system were friendly, were agreeing to cooperate in a basic economic order, we had globalization, we had productivity growth, we had relatively peaceful in terms of great power relations. However, that system is now unstable. We've seen each part of this sort of three-legged stool come under a variety of both stresses as well as potential dramatic changes just in the past few years. So I'll draw attention to a few pieces of this. The most noteworthy, of course, has been the relationship between the G7 and an OPEC Plus member, Russia in particular. After the Ukraine invasion, you had sanctions placed on Russia, the freezing of their central bank reserve assets, kicked out of SWIFT. You had an attempted cap of the oil price. And in response, you've seen a number of sort of sub-threshold activities, sabotage, political warfare, a whole bunch of sort of under-the-table sorts of retaliation take place between Russia, the G7 in particular, and that's been a major flashpoint in Europe. But the other watchword in sort of DC is tech Cold War 2.0, this idea that China is now a peer competitor to the US, and it's causing acute anxiety inside DC in terms of what is the relationship going to be between China and the US as they sort of try to carve out different spheres of influence and technology capabilities in the next few years. And so in one direction, you have an attempt by mostly Washington to de-risk from China while imposing technology capital controls on trying to sort of keep them from climbing up the value chain and trying to take too much advantage of the strategic technologies that are coming online, AI, semiconductors, et cetera. And China, of course, is responding in kind with a variety of different influence and cyber operations. So a lot of stress on that part of the global system. Meanwhile, you've had increasing, more positive relationships being formed between China and OPEC+. A whole litany of acronyms: the Belt and Road Initiative, the Digital Silk Road, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Global Development Initiative. And you've had a number of things take place in the monetary domain as well. The introduction of bilateral Chinese yuan swap lines, the introduction and expansion of the Chinese, the cross-border interbank payment system, CIPS, and then more recently, this idea of a BRICS bridge, which is sort of an outgrowth of this M-Bridge, cross-bridge CBDC platform. And of course, more basics in terms of being able to slightly denominate some portion of their trade in yuan with maybe net settlement in gold. So what is this doing? Geopolitics is restructuring markets. You have a number of responses, both from the COVID shock and then the Ukraine war, that have changed how governments around the world are thinking about their resilience and their posturing in terms of the basic function of globalization. And this is going to have a monetary effect. So they're reshoring. They want to bring capabilities for critical production supply chains closer to home, or at least in friendly jurisdictions. They need to rearm for a more insecure world. So they're investing more on GDP. In defense. They're restocking for a rainy day. They want to make sure that they have the critical supplies, commodities, other critical resources available for them if the geopolitical or other public health situations go bad like they've seen in the past few years. And they're rewiring. They're rewiring their grids with renewables, with nuclear, with additional sort of infrastructure to try to build climate resilience or to ensure that they have taking advantage of advanced energy systems. So this is causing a number of changes to the normal market system, where national security and fiscal dominance are now overriding market forces. And this is leading to a recognition that there are trade-offs that are going to have to be made more explicit. The structural imbalances between deficit countries and surplus countries are becoming more acute and maybe unsustainable. The rising debt, not just in the West, but throughout the world, is becoming a more critical concern and is now potentially leading to more geopolitical strain. As this idea of a zero-sum competition plays out, you get more likelihood of conflict. And this is particularly having an effect on sovereign bond markets, specifically in the West, which are increasingly fragile and have to be managed to ensure that there isn't an unstable rise in interest rates that causes the central bank have to step in. It makes the politicians not happy. So we can see this in a few charts, and I'll be going through these to kind of illustrate the challenge. First is the Treasury security market. This is the dominant global reserve asset. This is what underpins the entire global economic and financial system. The US debt is the foundational collateral for the Eurodollar system, and it is what essentially runs the global economic and financial machine. And it's becoming an increasingly source of instability for the way the market has to manage the increased issuance of Treasury securities. It used to be you'd have a relative balance between the amount of debt the government would issue and the sort of primary dealers that would intermediate those securities. And you'd have occasional issues, but really you've seen this dramatic surge in just the amount of issuance to the extent that the primary dealers, their balance sheets, can't absorb it all. So what has happened is hedge funds have stepped in. And hedge funds are not as reliable as, say, the major banks on Wall Street. They are there when times are good, but they may not be there when times are not so good. And that has happened, for example, in March of 2020, during the COVID shock, a bunch of those hedge funds dumped all their Treasury securities. And effectively, the Fed had to ensure that there was a buyer for those, and that meant they had to print trillions of dollars to ensure there wasn't a massive run on the Treasury market. So this is a concern. Policymakers are trying to put in place a variety of sort of technical tricks and sort of duct taping the Treasury market back together. But the more that we have to keep issuing Treasury securities, the more strain we're putting on the available balance sheet, and this leads to overall market fragility. The other key effect that this is having, just the amount of debt the US government is having to print, is it is squeezing out critical fiscal space at the same time that you have these geopolitical and national security concerns coming in. Where right now, the US government is spending more on interest payments than on the Department of Defense. And so this doesn't have to be spelled out like rocket science. You show this to a general and they go, we have a problem. We can't be spending more on our interest costs than on our national defense. This will not be sustainable. And this is increasingly being seen inside DC as a national security risk. Examples. There's a major initiative underway inside the Pentagon to assess what is the capacity of the defense industrial base to produce the key munitions they think they need in case of a conflict. And as the conflict in Ukraine has shown, as the conflicts in the Middle East have shown, there's scarce assets to deploy, and there's a massive backlog of orders and limited industrial capacity to produce. And the Defense Department is now coming to this realization that the structure of the monetary system, the fact that the US government has to essentially run structural deficits, has led to the atrophy of our manufacturing base and also the atrophy of our defense industrial base, to the point where we can't produce the missiles, the other munitions that we think we will need in order to have effective military deterrence. So there's general recognition that the geopolitical risks, the monetary system, are no longer working to the national security interests of the US government. Meanwhile, China, from the US's perspective, their main competitor on the global stage, is rapidly climbing the value chain and is poised to dominate industrial production, going from 6% of global industrial production to a projected 45% by 2030. So this is a dramatic shift in the balance of production, the balance of ultimately material power. The lesson that the US learned in the 20th century is that the country that has the most advanced and effective industrial base has the most global power. You can produce the most weapons, as well as the most ships, as well as you become the center of global trade. But it's not just in basic production and trade. China is also really climbing the value chain in terms of advanced technology, and also wants to sort of rewire the world with its technology. So just think about one dimension of this is subsea cables. This is what we all live on. All of our mobile traffic, all the internet, financial transactions. When you think about the global financial system, it's a series of networks that, through data that get shared. So whoever is laying those networks, whoever controls the networks, effectively has network power. So you have a network power competition playing out. And key dimension of this is sort of the financial and digital rails that the world system is going to be built on. And China is aggressively deploying their own technology, their own rails, to rewire the world in a way that connects to it, connects to its companies, connects to its geopolitical interests. And one key example of this in the monetary domain is Enbridge. So this is somewhat of a niche topic in central bank circles, but it's been in development for a number of years now. And recently it's kind of made the news as it was sort of a bit of contention between the US and the Bank of International Settlements, which had been incubating this project for a number of years. They sort of abandoned the project under pressure from the US. And at that point, though, they said it had basically been done. And they handed it effectively off to the partners, in particular China, to sort of take from there. And unrelatedly, of course, Trump tweeted out his threat to sanction all BRICS countries if they created this new currency. Now, the Enbridge platform isn't itself a new currency. It's just a way to essentially do CBDC to CBDC exchange between different central banks. But it is in this larger package of initiatives that the BRICS countries are exploring to try to create alternative sort of financial settlement systems and potential unit of account as well. So when we think about how the monetary system is currently structured, the Ukraine war really marked, I think, a dramatic phase shift. And just one example of how to illustrate this is the relationship between the gold price and the 10-year TIPS yield, which had typically been pretty well correlated until the Russia invasion. You had this massive divergence. Basically, gold started to become what looked like a substitute for treasury securities. And that was also demonstrated by this chart of central bank reserve allocations. Adapt this from Luke Groman. So the blue line is gold. The orange line is US Treasury securities, so a bit flipped. But you can see that around that same time, the Ukraine war, there started to be this divergence, and that divergence has pretty much maintained itself between how central banks are building their reserves of gold versus their reserves traditionally of US Treasury securities. And the global system has been running on Treasury securities for decades. That has been basically the modus operandi of kind of the petrodollar system, where the US essentially sells Treasury securities and gets hard assets in return, our consumption. So this divergence is significant. Where does Bitcoin fit in? Well, gold is the old standby neutral reserve asset. It has been the asset that most countries turn to when there's conflict, when there's potential breakdown in international relations. But we're not in a world war. Globalization hasn't ended. We haven't, all retreated to, behind these castle walls. So Bitcoin is this interesting hybrid where it has one foot in the 21st century as a digital, native, scarce, liquid, decentralized, portable, fungible, verifiable, censorship resistant, and natively digital asset that has functions like digital gold in the sense that it's hard capped, but you can teleport it and you can use it much more efficiently than you can use gold. So countries are starting to think about Bitcoin in a similar way that they thought about gold in the sense, but for a world that's a bit different than the traditional, say, 19th century style geoeconomic model. And we've seen some examples of this. A colleague of mine at the Bitcoin Policy Institute, who also happens to be an economist at the US intelligence community, did these charts showing that Bitcoin, which had traditionally been thought of as like a risk-on asset, highly correlated to, say, the triple Q, showed positive response to both the failures of a bank, like SVB in 2023, as well as the 2022 Ukraine invasion. So these are interesting properties of an asset that you would typically associate with a reserve asset, with a safe haven asset. And this had not really been observed before with Bitcoin until maybe last year or two. And of course, this is being seen post-Trump's election in the market value of Bitcoin, now climbing to be the 7th most valuable single asset on the planet. And of course, the assets above it are the traditional sort of scarce equities that the US has specialized in creating for the world system. The US's basic function is to create scarce, desirable assets that the rest of the world, specifically foreign surpluses, want to invest their surpluses in. So OPEC, Russia, China, historically, they are surplus nations. And we have designed a geoeconomic system to recycle those surpluses into our assets. And as long as we're all friendly, then the world system kind of got along just fine. But these equities, they have risk. They have technology risk, they have sanctions risk, they have capital control risk. Gold, obviously, standby at the top. Bitcoin is climbing that ladder. I think it's reasonable to expect it will continue to climb that ladder and maybe even start to eat into part of gold's market share. And that will have, I think, a whole number of second and third order effects on the way we think about the global economic and monetary system. So some quotes here. A year ago, I would have not believed myself that I would be standing on stage reading these quotes from the President-elect of the United States, but I am. First quote, the United States will be the Bitcoin superpower of the world. Bitcoin is not a threat to the dollar. In fact, embracing Bitcoin can strengthen our economy and maintain the dollar's dominance globally. It will be the policy of my administration to keep 100% of all Bitcoin the US government currently holds as a core of the strategic national stockpile. Bitcoin should be mined, minted, and made in the USA. Each of these are quite dramatic statements coming from any political official in the United States that happen to be coming from the president-elect. They should be taken very seriously. It's my understanding as soon as he comes into office, he's going to make this one of his priorities. He has the executive authority. I don't think many other countries around the world have really caught on to how quickly and how dramatically the US may move in a pro-Bitcoin direction. And these Bitcoin moves may likely come in combination with a whole series of other geoeconomic moves. The incoming Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, has forecasted some of these. This idea of an economic and monetary reset that he wants to be a part of, this global economic reordering that he wants to help shape. This is not just going to be tweaking around the edges of the global monetary and economic system. They want to fundamentally reshape how things work and really go back almost to like a Nixon-style shock. I think it is not out of the realm of possibility that you see in 2025 a series of policy moves, not all at once, but start to be iteratively built upon that push the global economic system in a quite different direction. And you will likely see the use of other tools of statecraft, of geoeconomic and geopolitical coercion and inducement to try to shift the direction of the global monetary system in a way that the United States views as more favorable to itself. In particular, just one example of this is Bitcoin and dollar-based stablecoins. So this government is coming to realize that stablecoins are valuable for two key reasons. One, they help proliferate the dollar network around the world. If you think about the dollar system as a network, it's an IOU on the balance sheet of a number of correspondent banks. Folks want to have dollars in their bank account, banks will give it to them. Ultimately, they trace those dollars back to being able to access Fed, repo, and liquidity facilities. Ultimately, sometimes you get runs on those offshore dollar balances, and the Fed has to step in to make them money good. Stablecoins are just like those offshore Eurodollar balances, except they are natively digital. They ride on cryptocurrency rails. An important feature of this, though, that's also recognized by the US government is the fact that if those stablecoin issuers are voluntarily or required by regulation to reserve portions, if not all, of those IOUs with actual dollar claims, specifically treasury securities, then you have a natural buyer that didn't exist before, a new buyer of US debt. And so this is the basic equation that some policymakers are thinking about. If Bitcoin goes up, the demand for stablecoins goes up because it's the principal medium of exchange in cryptocurrency markets, and the dollar price of Bitcoin going up means you need more, say, dollar-based stablecoins to help intermediate that trade, and among other uses of stablecoins around the world. So Bitcoin going up, more stablecoins out in the world, expansion of the dollar network, as well as an expansion of endogenous demand for US debt. So from the US's perspective, they're coming to this realization that actually Bitcoin appreciating, potentially significantly, is both positive for the dollar system as well as a reinforcement of the stability of US debt. And this was not a realization I think they had until relatively recently. I think it's explaining why some elements of the US government are recognizing how important it is to be a leader in Bitcoin, and why a number of other countries around the world may be caught by surprise about the scale and pace the US government may move in the next 12 months. Now, some are getting the memo quietly. Institutional investors around the world, folks that may have been saying negative things about Bitcoin on CNBC maybe 6 months, a year ago, are now having, side meetings where their opinions are being changed. Everyone, likes to think they have things figured out. But ultimately, even very wealthy individuals, people that run major banks, sometimes they're victims of herd mentality. They go with whatever is safe, whatever their sort of in-group, their peer group thinks is okay. And I think the president coming out and being so explicitly pro-Bitcoin has shifted the basic dimensions of that conversation quite dramatically. And you're seeing those second and third order effects start to play out as a number of individuals, the ones that are usually on the top of that list, like Larry Fink, but there's a whole suite of those that are moving. And now others around the world, including many sovereigns, are reconsidering and reassessing the value of Bitcoin as a strategic reserve asset. So this is, I think, going to be an increasingly important focus area for not just Bitcoiners, but increasingly national leadership in the next year. Bitcoin had typically not played at that level before. Now it is. And I think most of the world hasn't really caught up to how quickly and how dramatically this could play out. So the Bitcoin race is now on. Thank you.
2024, powered by Binance. I'm joined here by Andriy. I said I wasn't going to introduce them again, but I'm going to introduce them again. Andriy Garanin, CEO of Saifedean Energy, and Mohammed Al Sheikh, CTO of Dema Energy. I have had Mohammed sitting here next to me. I wanted him to speak before. We didn't get an opportunity. Mohammed, tell us a little bit about what is going on with Bitcoin mining in the Gulf region.
Thank you, Frank. I mean, the Gulf is abundant with energy. There is a lot of oil, a lot of sun.
Yep.
And it's ripe to be mined there. Now, there are movements here in the Gulf region.
Yep.
We can see UAE, they have huge mining activities linked to their nuclear power plants. We also have Oman. They're very active. They have a regulation set up, and they have companies that are institutions who are mining there on a big scale.
Okay.
And but the rest of the GCC countries or the Gulf countries, they're a bit slow on that adoption.
Yep.
There's still a lot to be to raise the awareness and the importance of having Bitcoin mining either as a source of monetary value or balancing the grid as we do in Dema Energy, that we're spending a lot of education time to the government officials to teach them about the benefit that Bitcoin mining can do to the grid and increase the efficiency and reduce the cost of everyone and scaling up the energy production.
Okay. All right, well, we are going to go back to the main stage. Thank you so much for that, Mohammed. Heading back to the Falcon stage. We'll be back here at the live desk right after that.
Good afternoon, Bitcoin MENA. I feel like there's so much energy in here. Anyone that's positioned over here, there's more seats, a couple more seats over here. I know you guys are excited. Are you ready for this? Guys, that was not enough energy. Are you ready for this? Okay, I know this is what you guys have been waiting for. This is the amazing CZ Fireside Chat. So, I want to keep that energy. Please join me in welcoming to stage Changpeng Zhao from Giggle Academy and our moderator, David Bailey, the CEO of BTC Inc. Guys, let's get lots of energy. A huge round of applause for our amazing Fireside Chat. Thank you so much. It's an honor.
Wow, quite the crowd. CZ, you have some fans.
A few.
So, you know, I did a session earlier today, and I always think it's most interesting to get the insight of the Bitcoin OGs that have been around for a long time, who had the vision of where this is going whenever we reach some new milestone. So, $100,000 Bitcoin prices. Congratulations, CZ.
Congratulations to you too as well.
You know, I met CZ the first time when, I forget what your title was, but you were at blockchain.info doing, I think, security or?
VP of engineering.
Yeah, okay.
I'm the third guy there.
So, and then, you know, I don't know how many companies later, Binance. So incredible trajectory, incredible journey. But let's talk about the future. So we've hit 100K. Took us, I guess, 15 years. Where are we going to be in 10 to 15 years from now?
I think we're going to see a lot more use cases right now. So right now, people still view Bitcoin as an investment asset to a large extent. So people talk about price. People talk about 100K. People look at it as an asset type or investment asset. It's really the utility that I think we will see in the next decade or decade and a half. So I think it's a future of money. So it should be used as a utility. So I think later on, we shouldn't be calling Bitcoin. It's just money. So I think people like Is it Bill Gates who said like people overestimate what they can do in 1 year, but underestimate what they can do in 10 years? So I think within 10 years or so, 5-10 years, we're now seeing nation states accumulating Bitcoin and as strategic reserves, and that will increase the price further potentially, and that almost mathematically, and then we will see more use cases out of it. Yeah.
Okay, so you avoided the question. What's going to be the price of Bitcoin in 10 to 15 years?
To the moon.
I'm putting you on the spot. You got to give me a number. What would you say to your friend?
I think really there's no limit really. So it's very hard to put a precise number. So I'm avoiding the question still, but it's really hard to put a precise number on it. I think any number will get there in time.
Above 1 million?
I don't want to make any specific predictions.
Okay. What about the number of users? How many users do you think will be using Bitcoin in 10 to 15 years?
I think today we're around 5 to 10% adoption. So we're still before what we call crossing the chasm, which is usually around 20% or so. So I think in a few years, we will reach more mainstream adoption, where we will reach 50, 70% of the population. We're probably never going to reach 100% of the population until like 20, 30 years later, because there's an older generation that may, like, my mom doesn't really know how to use cell phones very well. Right, so I think it will take a few generations to reach 100% adoption. Yeah.
Well, if we have 50% of people on the planet using and owning Bitcoin, I mean, that would make it the most widely held asset in the world.
I think it's probably approaching that already. If you look at any asset type, I think probably gold is still up there in terms of market value. So that means probably more people holding gold. But today, most gold are held by nation states. They're not held by individuals. So as an individual held asset, I think Bitcoin is probably already way up there. I think it's already there, yeah.
So I want to talk about nation states, but I want to talk about a theory I have. Bitcoin right now is digital gold, but it's better than gold in almost every attribute. I mean, it's more scarce, it's more portable.
Absolutely, yeah.
So when I think about what should the price of Bitcoin be, I really have a hard time making the case that it should be worth anything less than parity with gold, which would be, I think, a $16 trillion market cap.
I think it should be way more than that, because as you said, it has many advantages over gold. And gold is not a limited asset. Like, people control the supply of gold by not mining it, but there's a lot more. And we don't know how much they are. And with Bitcoin, we know exactly how sacred it is, and there's not a whole lot left. And it's easier to carry, it's easier to spend, it's easier to use. So there's so much more, and we should not estimate the potential of a new asset type or new industry by using old industries. You shouldn't estimate the market cap of Uber using taxis. They can do a lot more. I think with this new technology for money, we can do a lot more. Bitcoin can do a lot more that gold couldn't do. So gold is hard to transfer, hard to carry, hard to send internationally. It can't be used as a transaction currency where Bitcoin can. So yeah, I think cryptocurrencies, we can do microtransactions, we can do large transactions. So there's a lot of things that crypto can do that gold cannot do. So Bitcoin should be way larger.
You heard it here, folks. Bitcoin should be way larger than gold, $16 trillion market cap. I think that's like $850,000 of Bitcoin. That's the floor. That's the floor. Okay, so let's talk nation states. You saw that the United States is going to be doing a strategic Bitcoin reserve. What's your reaction to that?
It's fantastic. I think finally we are seeing smart leadership. I mean, it's like this is the most simple thing, most effective thing to do. Right, so you have a limited supply asset. That's a very hard asset. And then if you can print money to buy this, that's the simplest thing to do today. And the earlier you do that, the better. The last guy who does it doesn't reap the benefit. So, and then there are guys like us who are like, normal people that we don't have the ability to print money to buy the asset. We have to use our own money to buy it. We have to earn money to buy it. So yeah, I think it's very smart for the US to be doing this. And this also have a knock-on effect to other countries in the world. If US is doing this, then every other country will have to do this. So I think it's fantastic. Yeah.
So if you had to give like the elevator pitch to a country, you had 60 seconds in an elevator with the head of state, what would be the pitch that you'd make?
I would say it's like, do you want the future of money, right? So if you care about your money, then you should care about the future technology for money. This is the future money. If you don't want it, then you're going to be poor in the future. So I think that's a pretty simple pitch.
I think the saying is have fun staying poor if you don't adopt Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So how do you see this unfolding? Like, what do you think are the next countries or the next regions that are going to look at a strategic Bitcoin reserve? And what do you think about this concept of Bitcoin superpowers? Like, what will constitute the G7 of Bitcoin?
Okay, well, number one is in terms of countries adopting it, I think the smaller countries will adopt it first. But I'm actually very surprised that U.S. is moving forward first. So this shows that the U.S. Constitution has some really interesting mechanisms, innovations built in. The leadership can change, and the thought leadership can change as well together with a leadership change. So that's fantastic to see from a country perspective, especially from the largest country in terms of power. But now I'm seeing, to be very frank, in the last month or so, the other countries are still changing slowly. Countries are very large organisms. They are large organizations, right? They have a lot of different, other than the US where you can have a 180-degree change, in other countries, unless you have that kind of mechanism built in, then you have a lot of different people to convince to change. Governments have a lot of different departments, a lot of different offices, etc. So what I see still is like the guys who were pro-crypto before are still moving faster, like here, in the UAE, in Bahrain, in Bhutan, in some other parts of the world, in Asia, etc. So I think the countries that are previously pro-crypto are moving faster now because with US becoming positive to crypto, now there's competition. There's competition for talent, there's competition for companies, there's competition for funding, there's competition for innovation, which is great because the more, then that will promote governments to provide a better atmosphere for people to innovate. So this is good. Yeah.
So I'm not saying anything that isn't already been publicly said, but one of the driving motivations amongst many for President Trump to embrace Bitcoin is he wanted to ensure that America was dominant and that America didn't cede the market or the opportunity to China. China is the elephant in the room on where their Bitcoin position is. There's lots of sites out there that say China holds, I think, 190,000 Bitcoins. How do you think China reacts to America's change in policy? What should China be doing? Will they do that? What's the mood in China on Bitcoin today?
I think China is a bit harder to predict. I think China is less transparent in terms of what the policies are and what they do behind the scenes, in terms of what assets are they accumulating or not accumulating. So far, there's no news about Chinese government accumulating Bitcoin right now. But it's not to say that there's some department that could buy it or not buying it, right? So far, there's not been so much public information. I think there's a lot. Trump has not got in office yet, and the strategic Bitcoin reserve has not been activated yet. So I think as soon as that actually happens, we will see what other countries do. So I think the other countries, because they don't have this sort of democracy debate thing going on, they're less telepathing their intentions. Where some countries like UAE, they have always been pro-crypto. So they already have a Bitcoin reserve. They've been mining Bitcoin. Bhutan has been mining Bitcoin. Other countries, they're pretty public about it. I think China so far, based on my information, there's been less information. But so far, they have not opened up crypto exchange registrations. There's no regulatory framework right now. But at the same time, though, China can move really, really fast when they want to. So this is the difference between a democracy and a sort of aligned leader, like a powerful leadership, where when the top leader says go this way, there's no debate. Whereas the U.S. have to go through this debate process back and forth. Luckily, we're now on the right side of the debate. Yeah.
I thought it was interesting. As soon as the United States approved the Bitcoin ETF, within like I think 3 months, Hong Kong approved Bitcoin ETFs. Do you have any opinion or perspective on what to make of that? How would you read that situation?
Yeah, I think I think China is quite smart in the sense that they want to use Hong Kong as the sandbox for crypto to see how it works. And Hong Kong has some competition with Singapore, so they always want to one up each other in terms of how pro innovation they are, in terms of attracting talent, etc. There's also a drain in terms of funding talent from Hong Kong during COVID periods. So now Hong Kong has to work really hard to attract those people back. And Singapore has benefited quite a bit from COVID in Asia. Quite a lot of rich guys from China went to Singapore. Singapore, although now, because it's a financial leader in Asia, is actually quite conservative in terms of crypto regulations. I think Singapore was pro-crypto like 3-4 years ago, but then certain things happened. Like sovereign fund invested in the FTX. That didn't go well. So they're a bit more cautious right now. But we're seeing that competition happening still. Hong Kong is a test bed, but I think Hong Kong's regulation is still somewhat restrictive in terms of number of coins exchanges can list. Japan went through that. 7 years ago, Japan approved exchange registrations, but they had a very strict limit on what coins can be listed on the exchange. Because of that, 7 years ago, in 2017, when we first started, if you look at the world's top 10 exchanges, 5 of them are Japanese. Now, a few years later, they were not in the top 100. So now they're changing their regulations again. They opened up the listing framework. So Hong Kong still have the restrictive listing framework, just as a simple example. So I think over time, Hong Kong will catch up, will realize that that's not enough to attract businesses. When I spoke with some regulators here, they mentioned, look, if you make a framework, the key is not to, the benchmark is not to say, hey, how strict we are. It's to say, hey, does anybody come? Right? If you make a framework that's super strict and you don't get any business, then the framework doesn't help you. So as any regulator, your job is not to block everything. It's to encourage economic growth in the healthy way. So that's a benchmark. So I think Hong Kong, though, because it's kind of viewed as a China sandbox, it can change quickly. I think Hong Kong has some advantages. Yeah.
What do you think the likelihood is that there is a strategic Bitcoin reserve in Hong Kong? Because we've heard rumors and rumblings of that happening. Is that something that is realistic to happen within that sandbox type environment?
My guess is, given the sort of Asian Chinese mentality, they will probably do much quietly. So the Asian mentality is we hoard money quietly for as long as possible without telling people. So it's just a very different culture mentality. So I'd be shocked if they announce something and then do it. I mean, I'd be much less surprised if they accumulate and then announce.
But I'm saying, you think it's a plausible thing that they would establish one?
I think it's inevitable. I mean, they have to do it at some point because it's the only hard asset. Yeah.
So when you're talking to a country and I imagine over your history at Binance, you've talked to many countries. I'd love to hear if there's any stories that you can share. But what are the biggest impediments? Like, make the case why you wouldn't embrace Bitcoin or own Bitcoin in your reserves?
I think there was this false concept or misunderstood fear about Bitcoin is disruptive, crypto is disruptive traditional financial industries. To banks, to payment service providers, but that's completely not true. The banks should adopt this new technology. Otherwise, if they don't adopt it, it's disruptive to them. So when there's a better way to do things, and if you don't use it and just try to ignore it, then you will disrupt yourself. You'll become irrelevant over a period of time. And that innovation is going to happen regardless. So I think that's the wrong mentality that people have, which is a fear that many people have. The other misconception is, crypto is used for money laundering, etc. If you look at the percentage of illicit transactions in crypto, it's actually much, much smaller than in traditional finance. Whereas crypto is like completely traceable, is actually more transparent, is easier to track, and the tools are getting way, way better. And whereas in traditional financial institutions, you have to go through, you have to look at isolated data pools in banks, in different countries, etc. It's actually much harder to track. So I think the people are starting to understand these misconceptions. Crypto is a superior technology for money. It is a superior technology for, transactions. So I think all of this is happening. And for the people who are in doubt, now Mr. Trump probably fixed most of the doubt, thanks to you, probably.
So, I know for a fact that there are multiple countries in this room right now that are considering establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve. What would be your advice to them in terms of how to think about, controlling your own private keys as a sovereign nation, and the sovereign, truly being in control of your assets? How should they think about it? Should they be building their own custody solutions instead of using vendors? Is it appropriate to use companies to build this infrastructure? Like, how do they start?
I think most countries or organizations, they will start with a third-party solution first. And it might be a third-party custodian solution, means that the custodians hold the private keys. And then as they learn, and also as the size of reserves increase, they will look at multi-sig solutions. They will look at self-hosting. They will look at open source solutions. So ultimately, the best solutions are open source, self-custody, and multi-signature, right? Or threshold signature with multiple signers, etc. So I think they will acquire all of this technologies, tools, and also know-how over a period of time, hopefully in sync with the increase of their reserves. All of this technology is available. So Binance has it, many other industry players has it. Everyone's happy to provide it. So I think from day one, you don't have to go full self-custody. You're probably going to lose it because you don't have the operational know-how. And people lose their, the biggest reason people lose their coins is they lose their keys. Right, so you can lose your keys, or you can lose your keys to a hacker, etc. But over time, I think nation states will develop their solutions to do self-custody, and I think that's the way to go. Yeah.
I've had, over the past month, like people reaching out with the most kind of unique edge cases to consider that I've never thought about before, and one is, if you're a country like El Salvador, which was very forward-thinking and has quite a nice Bitcoin stack that they've built. At some point in time, if the Bitcoin becomes valuable enough, the attack vector is like, how do we get Bitcoin if we're Guatemala? And I'm just using this as a hypothetical. It's like, we invade El Salvador and we take their private keys. Okay, so, how does a nation think adversarial about, what, for some of these countries, will in theory become trillions of dollars in value, ensure that that can't just be targeted and attacked?
I think actually the best way to sort of hold a large amount of crypto is to use multiple signers in different parts of the world, right? So the signers for El Salvador's Bitcoin reserve doesn't have to all be in El Salvador. They should actually be geographically spread out all around the world. And only a very few small number of people should know who they are. I think the president should not know who they are. President Nayib should not know who they are. Just like when I used to run Binance, I don't know who the signers are. Specifically, I'm not one, and I don't know who they are. So if people ask me, I just can't help it. And the more money you're dealing with, the more signers you are. You can go like 4 out of 7, 5 out of 7, 13 out of 15. But you don't want to get the denominator and the denominator too close, because then if you guys are missing, then you can't sign transactions. So 13 out of 15 is probably a bad example, but maybe 9 out of 15, right? So so you can continually increase the number of people, and the people themselves shouldn't know who they are. You only need 1 or 2 or 3 people to know who all the people are to do the multi-sig. Yeah.
It introduces an interesting idea for the future of trade agreements, where maybe you have an ally. It's like, we want you to hold one of our keys to our Bitcoin wallet in case we get invaded. We can go to your country and recover it.
No, all you have to do is the key signer can be a citizen of your country but lives in a different country, sure. Right? So and nobody knows that guy. That guy can have a regular job in an embassy or not in an embassy. Who knows?
Sure. So talk about, you've worked with a lot of governments. When you've worked with them, can you speak to which ones have maybe leaned the hardest into Bitcoin, and what was the process by which they found success? And I'm thinking of specifically, and I don't know if you can share this story, like the Kingdom of Bhutan. Like, how did that happen?
I think, Bhutan is quite unique in the sense that they have a lot of extra clean power. It's on the side of the mountain. It's high in the Himalayas. So they have a lot of hydro power. They only use 30% of the electricity they generate. So they have access. And selling electricity is hard. You have to transport them over distances, you have laws, etc. And then when Bitcoin came along, it's very natural for them to say, hey, why don't we convert this extra electricity into Bitcoin? And then it's permanent storage, easy to transport, and it goes up in value, etc. So they started Bitcoin mining way early. It's just the geography of the country and the natural resources available. And then once they start, things, they started, 10 years ago, right? So
who pitched them though? Like, there's lots of countries that have a similar, dynamic of like we have excess energy.
Yeah. I think it's Wu Jihan.
Wow.
So Bitmain, and then now Bitdeer. So I think he was there way early. So that's the information I have. So he has, I've seen his farm there for the mining farm. It's quite impressive. Yeah.
Gian, if you hear this, good job. Well done, sir. Thank you.
Good job, yeah.
So let's talk Bitcoin mining for a moment, because I feel like Bitcoin mining is the gateway drug to the strategic Bitcoin reserve. I'm hearing about countries, it seems like almost everywhere, that are now doing large-scale pilot programs of Bitcoin mining. I'm actually hard-pressed to think of a country that doesn't have some sort of mining initiative going on. Can you talk about the development of that? How much experience you had at Binance on that front? The case made for doing that?
Yeah, so honestly, I don't have a lot of experience in mining. I hear about it just from the industry perspective and from a country perspective. Different countries have different advantages when it comes to mining. Well, first of all, mining is usually a cheaper way to get Bitcoin if you're patient and you want to get them at scale. Mining is no longer doable as a retail exercise. Right? If you just want to do mining yourself, it just doesn't work. You won't get the best chips. You won't get them in time. You won't have the economy of scale. It just doesn't work. You won't get the cheap electricity. So mining needs to be done at scale. But if you can do it at scale, and if you can do it efficiently, my understanding is that, yes, you can get Bitcoin cheaper than buying them on the exchange. But there's a lot of volatility risk, because when you got to invest now, and the coins you get is like, a year or two later, right? So, and you have to control your costs, you have to have negotiation power, etc. But for the guys who do it well, they get it. They get it at a cheaper price. Some countries have extra power, like Bhutan, like here. Some countries have cheap power, like here. Other countries have better cooling systems. They get early access to chips. So different countries have different advantages. But if you want to buy a large number of Bitcoin over a period of time, and you're patient, like most nation states are, then mining is a decent option. But mining is operation heavy. So this is why I have never really done, in 2013, I tried to get a KNC miner. I don't know if you guys, they were the first 28 nanometer.
The Jupiter or the Saturn?
I forgot what it was, but I got it, you shipped 2 months later than you promised. By the time I got it, turning it on, it doesn't make sense. I tried it, it's like an Air 747 in my apartment, and just doesn't work. So, but mining is a good way for nation states to get Bitcoin. So I know quite a lot of different countries are doing it. Yeah.
Talk about how you see the geopolitics of Bitcoin. It's interesting. Russia made comments recently. Putin made comments recently about, you can't ban Bitcoin. You can't stop Bitcoin, I think is the quote. Yeah. There's a lot of countries that are embracing Bitcoin, some that are closely allied with the United States and some that are not. Yeah. How do you have any perspective on how that will play out?
Yeah, I think most countries will first try to ban Bitcoin. I think that happened in the last decade, including the last administration in the US, and they tried to really push hard against the Bitcoin crypto businesses. And then they will realize that that didn't work. Bitcoin price keeps going up because more and more people understand that it's a hard asset. And it's a digital asset with no boundaries, and there's no way to ban it. So, and then people turn around and say, look, we got to adopt it. So I think it doesn't matter if you're friendly to the US or not. That doesn't matter. It's just the nature of the asset and the nature of the technology is there. You have to get onto it. No, you can hate a country, but you can't hate the internet. Without the internet, you're less efficient. Without the blockchain, your money system is less efficient. So you can't fight that. You can't fight efficiency just because that's separate from nation states. So I think Putin's recognized one. You can't ban it. I think most countries are still kind of in this transition period because countries react slowly. Even though there's an election that happened about a month ago, but it still takes time for the changes to propagate. But I think over the next few months or years, we will see a very strong transition in terms of the attitudes from nation states that adopts this technology. Yeah.
So if you were sitting with Donald Trump right now, President-elect Donald Trump, I should say, what would be your advice to him in council? And what do you think he should do to kind of fulfill his goal of making America the Bitcoin superpower?
I think there's roughly like 3 big steps. I think number 1 is you want to stop regulation by enforcement. So I would recommend drop all the non-fraud lawsuits. So all this registration failures, all this security versus non-security, I think all of that should go because the rules wasn't that clear. And if there's fraud, yes, that's bad. That's bad. If there's no fraud, let's make so. First of all, stop the regulation by enforcement. Second is to make clear regulations, right? So number 1 is classification of crypto. It's not one class. There are some utility coins. There are some security coins. There are other type of like real world assets. There are meme coins. There are many different types of coins. So which agency is going to rule it or not? And then have the clear regulatory frameworks for exchanges, for mining, for decentralized protocols, for stable coins. So we gotta have a clear framework. We gotta make the rules first. And then, so that's kind of the second part. The third part is to really invest in the technology, or in the industry. Have government grants, attract the largest businesses to the US. And I think every country is should attract crypto businesses, just as they should attract internet businesses. Have education programs in universities, etc. So I think, look, if you do all these 3, with the US especially, US has so much fundamental power in terms of talent, funding, the sort of Silicon Valley startup industry, the New York financial industry. US has very strong foundations. So when US turns pro-crypto, right now we're already seeing that a lot of businesses are flocking back to the US. The guys who left US to come here, to come to other countries, now those guys are kind of, quite a large number of them are looking to go back to the US. Which is great. And then I think the rest of the world, we should also continue to innovate and continue to compete on innovation. I think competition on innovation is always good for everyone.
So I think this is my last question I have for you, but are you familiar with the term hyper-Bitcoinization?
A little bit, yeah.
So hyper-Bitcoinization is basically the concept of universal adoption of Bitcoin, that every company in the world will own Bitcoin, every person in the world will own Bitcoin, and every nation state in the world will own Bitcoin. Do you subscribe to that view?
I think it's definitely going that direction. But a lot of things could happen in the future. There could be a better version of a Bitcoin. But right now, I don't see anything on the horizon. I think there's some designs in Bitcoin that nobody can replicate. I think one of the fundamental designs, the founders, nobody knows who he is. So that makes it more decentralized. The community is like a really open community. So there's no one really in charge. So there's some fundamental concept that is really, really hard for somebody else to replicate right now. Bitcoin does have its limitations. I know you're a Bitcoin maxi, but paying for things does take 10 minutes. So is that going to become the payment protocol, or is that going to be a Lightning network, or is it going to be a layer 2? There are different solutions around it, and how it's going to shape, or is it going to be a different blockchain? So there's different ways that the future could shape up. But I do think that for the foreseeable future, Bitcoin will continue to be the reserve currency globally, not just in crypto, just globally, right? Because it is the highest market cap, and that itself will have the network effect to continue to be the reserve currency. And then it's also the most decentralized. It's also the most secure in terms of hashing power, etc. So so I think that will go a very long way. I don't see it changing on the horizon yet, but no, anything could happen in the future. Bitcoin, Internet 1.0. There was Internet 2, Internet. Well, now we call it ourselves Web 3. So but right now I don't see anything changing. So I'm a very, very strong supporter for Bitcoin. But although I also support other innovations in terms of blockchain development.
Well, I want to say, from when I first met you, you have a lot more gray hair. And,
Way more.
And thank you for everything you've done for Bitcoin. Thank you for the struggle and surviving and thriving. Here's to the next 10 years.
And David, I also want to say, especially to this audience here in this region, that many people may not know what you contributed to Bitcoin, and especially in the last, from the beginning. Also, your credit in sort of turning the U.S. leadership into interested in Bitcoin. So I think a lot of people don't know that. So I also want to thank you for all your contributions to crypto.
Thank you. Can we hear it for CZ?
All right, thank you so much. Yeah.
Magazine news desk here at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance, the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world. I am joined by Joe Consorti to my right, head of growth at Thea, and Mark Moss, partner at the Bitcoin Development Fund. Mark, I want to go back to you. We were just talking about the day that you've had here, walking around. You're hearing people talk about how they want Abu Dhabi to be a home to Bitcoin specifically, not necessarily crypto. Please tell us a little more.
Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing coming to different parts of the world and meeting different people in the Bitcoin community, and just understanding that the way that they look at the world and Bitcoin and financial assets is just different. And so going to Amsterdam was different than being here. And really, where we're at here in Abu Dhabi is sort of a financial hub of what's going on in this part of the world with Qatar and Kuwait and this whole Middle East. And we're here at a time right now, there's actually a financial conference going on here in Abu Dhabi as well. And what I've been hearing from some of the locals, including one of the tourism ministers here, is that Dubai is kind of for crypto, and we really want Abu Dhabi to be for Bitcoin specifically. And so really what's trying to cement themselves as the financial hub of this area, running the largest financial conference in the area, and now bringing Bitcoin in at the exact time, and really trying to embrace Bitcoin specifically, not crypto. I think it's amazing. They really seem to get it here. They're really trying to push to bring more of that in. They're hoping that, of course, we return next year. And so it's amazing seeing how they look at things from different angles of the world. And here they understand sound money and they understand Bitcoin.
Appreciate that. Joe, real quick, we've heard a bunch of people from the stages today talk about the importance of the U.S. embracing Bitcoin with Trump. Your thoughts on this? What have you heard? Have you heard people talking about this? What effect is that going to have, not only on the MENA region, but the rest of the world?
I have, yeah. So obviously in the lead up to the election, you saw as Trump's odds rose on Polymarket and other exchanges, Bitcoin rose, basically one-to-one correlation. There was kind of this trepidation in the Bitcoin market up until the election, and then the moment that Trump got elected, you saw Bitcoin jump all the way up to 75, and then ultimately $100,000. But this is still the preamble to what will ultimately be a very pro-Bitcoin Trump administration. So while we've seen the preview of the price action that's yet to come, we're still there's still plenty more ahead, which means great news for the U.S. and of course great news for emerging markets embracing Bitcoin just like this.
Hey Frank, if I can ask Joe something here, and we can all talk about.
I think we do have to jump back to the main stage, but please hold that thought, and we'll get it right after this. We're heading back to the main stage. We'll be back right after this. Sorry, Mark, I apologize.
We started in 2011. We started in 2011, and we're a global exchange, so we actually operate worldwide. But our main markets are US and Europe, and we've been slowly expanding into the Middle East and Asia.
So what are you guys up to? What services exactly are you offering in the Middle East? Or if, you know what specific strategies are you implementing in the Middle East that drive user adoption in the MENA region?
Yeah, I think what most people kind of think about is retail consumer products. The way that we've operated the exchange since day one has been for market makers, hedge funds, institutional traders. But more importantly, if you think about a company like Interactive Brokers, we've followed that route in terms of being able to provide liquidity. So if you look at most exchanges in the ecosystem, a lot of them have wash trading, or they're kind of manipulate the numbers. We've always been sort of secure, not hacked, and as transparent as possible.
Okay, and then what is Kraken's vision for the future of Bitcoin adoption amongst enterprises in the MENA region?
I think a better way to see what we facilitate today is not too indifferent from, if you took a look at what Facebook did in the ecosystem or any other social networks, is that they were able to proliferate a certain set of products. But more importantly, those products were they had ease of use for being able to connect. And so if you take a look at not just Bitcoin, but crypto, our whole thesis around how we're thinking about fintech and financial services for people across the board is we have the strongest liquidity in the ecosystem across Europe, United States, and over time Asia and Latin America. Is that how do we provide those rails for people that are building on top of us rather than having something that's monolithic and we own it?
Okay, so that brings us then to scalability. So how does Bitcoin's layer approach, right? How does it address scalability concerns, particularly in the Middle East? And are there any specific layer 2 solutions that Kraken is considering adopting to enhance its services in the region?
I think if you look at volume, and the panel right before CZ had talked about Bitcoin. If you take a look at Bitcoin, it's your on-ramp for liquidity into the ecosystem. Once you've got liquidity, then you have the ability for multiple people to interact in the ecosystem. And so I think a better way to approach the crypto ecosystem is that everyone wants access to capital. And once you have the ability to get access to capital, then you get access to products and services, then you have the ability to save, store, invest, and make money. And so there's 6 billion people on Earth. You've got maybe about 3.5 to 4 billion people that are not even just underbanked. They just don't have access to liquidity, access to capital. So when we think about what we want to have with our rails today, it's more about how do we provide that to every developer that's building the ecosystem, not just in DeFi, but even people that want to be able to stitch their way to DeFi.
Now, Bitcoin has often been seen as a transformative tool for addressing global financial inequality, really. So, and it drives empowerment, right? Like you have all of these currencies suffering from massive inflation, and you have had people in different regions of the world, for example, Africa or Venezuela, where they look at Bitcoin as the great equalizer. So when they talk about a bolivar or a peso, right, they can't talk about that in the same way that we say a dollar, right? But when they use Bitcoin, they're on the same place, they're on the same page as everybody else. Now, how is Kraken leveraging tools like, for example, stable coins and other technologies to address these challenges?
So we're an exchange. At the end of the day, what we are going to care about is facilitating tokens. We're going to facilitate liquidity safely. I think the way to sort of think about the world is everyone talks about the Fed. And the Fed is a place where they literally mint money, right? And so there's a stability, there's a rule of law, not law that rules. And so when you think about cryptocurrency, Bitcoin is transparent. There's a belief in it, and then there's a motion towards being able to enact it. But the way to sort of think about how any of the monetary systems or the governments have been in play is that we believe in the system, we're voting for the system, and it's going to enact us to be able to transact is probably a better way to sort of think about it. And so if you think about what cryptocurrency is going to be doing that's permissionless or is beyond borders and beyond government, it's very similar to the internet. So our whole focus is what are ways in which we can enact that rather than do it the other way around, which is to control it. Like, I guess the best way I think about it is every exchange that's been out there as a starting point has been monopolistic or monolithic. And the way we think about it is that we're going to break up all these pieces.
And so how are you planning on doing that?
Providing APIs, stitching pieces together from traditional finance all the way into DeFi, because what we want to be able to have happen is everyone who's building, anywhere they are in the world, is have access to that capital.
Now, you're very big on AI, tech, right? You have a wide gamut of interests in the things that you do. And one of the things that I really wanted to talk to you about is the intersection of Bitcoin and AI. What do you see as that being the future? What are the observations that you're seeing in that? And then how is Kraken playing a role in that space?
The great thing about my role is while I'm the CEO of Kraken, I also run Tribe Capital. And we've invested in XAI, we've invested in multiple companies that are focused on not just the infrastructure layer, but also the vertical application layer. And I think the way to sort of think about AI, without getting too deep into this, like I spend a lot of my time thinking about this, is that the way to sort of think about what's going to happen in the ecosystem is that one individual can start building at the power of 1,000, in my opinion. And I think in the next couple of years, they'll be at the power of 10,000. So the way to sort of think about the intersection of crypto and the intersection of AI is how many more things can we do with prompting, the ability, again, access to capital, access to liquidity, access to be able to build. And so what you see right now is everyone's focused on, I can make a product cheaper, or I can reduce the cost of labor. A lot of what we're doing across the board for our portfolio, or even at Kraken today, is like, what are all the ways in which we can automate a lot of these pieces to be able to enable more development in the first place? And so what I'd said before was, the proverbial thought right now is, we have an exchange that's monolithic and we centralize everything. And the way in which we think about everything is like, how do we break apart pieces into microservices so that anyone can build on top of us?
So then what you want is for people then to be able to use this technology by way of your platform to just keep building on top of this?
Yeah, I think when I take a look at any of the layer 1s or layer 2s, while they might be decentralized, they're centralized in Notion. I think the way we want to be able to promote this and to be able to stitch this again together anywhere in the world is, how do you actually make this truly decentralized in the first place? And so what are all of our products and services that we have today? How do we break them apart? How do we stop having them, again, as a monolithic system? And how do we have, again, microservices that are much more decentralized for every team that's out there that's building? So, for example, in India today, or in Southeast Asia today, there's a lot of focus, again, on here's the reserve currency, here's the way in which fintech works. But if I want to be able to develop and have access to that liquidity or the rails that we already provide, how do I get them there as fast as possible? But more importantly, how do I just continue to reduce the amount of fee stream, right? So like, I'm not charging for every transaction. How do I just remove that limit completely?
But that seems like it's more, right, and educate me on this, but it seems like then the utilization of AI sort of centralizes it more, as opposed to decentralizing it.
There's a way to sort of think about, from a Star Wars perspective, there's the Empire and there's the Rebels. I think the way to sort of think about that, AI is moving in the same direction, which is there's a set of folks that are building for the Rebels. I consider that XAI. And there's a set of folks that are sort of centralizing it, and I think of that as OpenAI, at least today. And so when you think about open source development, when you think about the speed at which you can have innovation or the speed at which you can build, that's where I think the winners are going to be.
So, okay, so when you are talking about then open source AI, or I'm sorry, yes, and
I'm talking about
XAI.
I'm talking about permissionless building, right? So crypto stands for that, open source stands for that, and then open source LLM stand for that as well.
And what's the impact of that in a region like MENA?
I think the way to sort of phrase this is that you have a large swath of people that have not been trained in traditional computer science. And the same way that, like, I grew up during a time where I started coding QBasic, and then I started learning traditional ways of arithmetic all the way to here's how you sort of think about computer science. And then there's a wave of folks that have sort of learned how to code through YouTube or these tutor pilot systems. And then there's a new wave now that's happening where I call it like human language coding, which is like through these LLMs you're able to start building. Now start thinking about human language coding, or the ability to think about what you want to enact or have out there in the world through the lens of what crypto enables you to do, again with like large distribution and large programmable monetary solutions, which is not something that you had before.
So this would be rather transformative then for developing economies?
I think what most people don't get is the majority of transactions and the majority of engagement that you see is all in emerging economies.
Expand on that.
So stablecoins, right, in Argentina, or like all of Latin America, or Nigeria, where there's like 90% of folks have started dabbling in stablecoins. Bitcoin is the on-ramp, and then they move into stablecoins. Like I started a bank in Mexico where we serve merchants, about 800,000 of them between Mexico, Peru, and Colombia. And the only thing they care about is being able to move money for the SKUs that they have for farming. So if they're selling strawberries between Colombia, Mexico, and US, that corridor is really important. If they need to move invoicing or money through each middleman, they're spending 1%, 3%, 7%. So if you move 100 million a year, you're spending a lot of money just to move goods and services. So when you start thinking about what stablecoins give you the ability to do, when you start thinking about what like remittances gives you the ability to do, or just the average individual that's like walking around, when you had talked about, hey, there's currency issues in some of these countries, inflation, et cetera, all of these folks, all they care about is storing and saving. And then after that, they can start thinking about what life can look at in terms of investing.
So you mentioned remittances, and in the world of remittances, right, crypto and Bitcoin become a very big deal. Why is that? What makes it so attractive?
Well, you have, if you take a look at the total transactions with B2B and B2C, you've got like trillions of dollars that move through banks and through intermediaries. And they all take a spread, right? Like we all kind of understand what that looks like. And then there's a spread of currencies, and then there's a spread on at the one end versus the other end. What's really important is that if I am, let's just say here in UAE, if I'm from Bangladesh or Pakistan or India or Southeast Asia or Philippines, if I'm sending money back and forth, the spread that I might get charged on any given day might be 5 to 7%, but it can be upwards of like 14%. So if you're sending between $7 and $15 for every $100 that you send back home, that's a huge amount that doesn't need to be there in the first place. Now you can think about what are all the countries where that happens. USA, Mexico is another large corridor. UAE to all of the Southeast Asian. US to Philippines, US to India, UK to India. I can keep going down the line. That's just on the P2P side. On the B2B side, it's even larger. So when you think about what crypto does, what Bitcoin does, and the speed at which you can make those transactions happen, you're talking about bips. You're not talking about large percentages.
So should we expect then that the amount of money going into different countries, particularly from the United States, which is more where the remittances are coming from, with the use of both crypto and Bitcoin, that it would increase, as opposed to, I know that a couple of the countries this year took a massive hit in the amount of money that's been sent from the US into them. I think Egypt is one of them. So should we see an increase now with the utilization of Bitcoin and crypto?
Yeah, I mean, if your on-ramp is a stable coin, and then you've saved, a couple $100 as like a taxi driver, then what's the next thing that you want to sort of think about? Are you going to think about stocks and traditional equities? It's possible. Or are you going to think about the on-ramp for crypto that you got into in the first place? And so I think the natural thought's going to be the law of supply and demand, is that you're going to take a look at Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the rest of the layers that are out there that you're going to invest into, because the on-ramp is already there. And so, if you, I travel a lot, and I usually travel pretty low-key, and if if you see some of the the Uber drivers in Latin America, they've got their driver app, and then they have their crypto trading app on the side, and their total deposit base there isn't anything but stablecoins today.
Arjun, thank you so much. We are so excited to see what the future of Kraken holds. And thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance. The Bitcoin price $98,333 on Binance.com. Nation-state adoption happening at the ADNEX Center in Abu Dhabi. You just heard from Kraken co-CEO Arjun Sethi talking about the global adoption of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. We've got another all-star panel here to break it down. Jessica Walker, Global Media and Content Lead at Binance, and Joe Katzorti, Head of Growth at Thea. Pandemonium here on the floor as this conference day one winds down, day two to go. Want to go to the panel. What are you feeling out there? Lines around the venue as people pour in. Joe, Jessica, what are you feeling right now?
Well, it's very telling. You could tell, and people watching at home might not be able to see this, you can see a bit of a glimpse of it behind us, but there is a line all the way down the venue floor, all the way down to where people are speaking, just to meet up with CZ, obviously Bitcoin legend, as you can see a little bit behind us. And so if the vibe here, if the pandemonium here is any indication, then people are very bullish, particularly here in the MENA region, right? We haven't seen this kind of bullishness. Before we left, Mark Moss mentioned that the Director of Tourism here in Abu Dhabi wants to make Abu Dhabi the Bitcoin capital of the Middle East. Dubai has the crypto capital moniker, and Abu Dhabi is explicitly wanting to make this area of the country the Bitcoin capital, and we can clearly see it with the enthusiasm today.
Jessica, your moments, what is the message does it send with people being lined up around the block here at this conference?
Well, I think it's that crypto's here to stay. I'm not sure if you guys have found this as well, walking around the expo floor, but it feels to some, and a few people have mentioned this, like it's almost a high school reunion. There's people that you've known in the space for 8, 9 years walking around the floor. So it shows that sentiment is high. There are new retail people coming in, but there's a huge amount of builders that are here that have been building for years and years, and we mentioned this just off air, is who would have thought that we're saying now Bitcoin's consolidating at $100,000 when we've been here for quite some time, and now it just feels like it's an amazing sense of achievement.
Of course, hundreds of companies, real-life celebrities, all this happening at Bitcoin MENA 2024. We're going to go back to the main stage before we end it with a recap. Stay with us, X, YouTube, Rumble. This is Bitcoin Magazine.
Rebuttal, right? So I'll ask a question to start to the Bitcoin fella here. He'll get a chance to have a rebuttal. Then I'll ask him a question, and Marty will have a chance to rebuttal. So that way, everyone's kind of fighting out of their own corner. They don't get to dance around. Remember that Mike Tyson fight a couple weeks ago? It's very boring because they never hit each other. We're going to make sure these guys hit each other, all right? So we're going to have some fun. So let me just start with the first question. And I think this comes from the block size wars and something we learned about intimately. And you tell me if this is something you agree with and something you think shows a distinction. And it was that when the block size wars were going on, we saw the consumer tech applications of Bitcoin, the Coinbases. Everyone who had real consumer-facing applications say, we got to go for speed, we got to get the next generation, we got to move quickly. But the ones who wanted to keep the block size small said, wait a minute, this is not consumer technology. Consumer technology is something totally different. That's an iPhone. Do you think that this attribute that Bitcoin has, that it's optimized for credibility over the consumer-facing qualities, is actually its main selling point? It's the main feature that makes Bitcoin distinguish itself from crypto. It's not like a Nintendo. We're not waiting for the next generation of iPhone. We've got something that's the oldest and therefore the most credible. Is that really the distinction for you, the consumer tech versus the engineering credibility question?
I don't know if it's consumer tech versus the way I would view it is Bitcoin is money. Money is the most important tool that we use as humans, and Bitcoin only has value as money because of the properties that it has. It's decentralized, it's scarce, it's got a lot of energy focused on the network, and it is only successful if it is sufficiently distributed among full nodes. hash rate geographically, all of that. And to get to that natural state of sufficient distribution, you need to make trade-offs at the protocol level. I think Gwern wrote about this perfectly in 2011. In May of 2011, Gwern wrote an article called Bitcoin is Worse is Better. And in that piece, he basically explained Bitcoin makes these trade-offs that may seem a bit odd to the individual. We have 10-minute block times. There's only so much space in each block. We use proof of work, which takes a lot of energy. And to the layman who's looking at that, says that's very inefficient, but it's important to recognize that it is that way to ensure that everything can be sufficiently distributed so that Bitcoin's core properties are not corrupted and individuals, businesses, governments are able to leverage the benefits of this apolitical monetary network.
I'll let you open that if you need to. Go right ahead. So what do you say to that distinction that money requires these core principles, and do you believe in the trade-offs that they can sustain those core principles?
Yes, definitely. I think for my Bitcoin view, I think I'm a small block, points of view, because one of the narrative Bitcoin has been always work on is the storage of value, right? So we want to make sure, everybody holding Bitcoin feel comfortable. The protocol won't be changed, and it will be safe forever, right? And it needs to be decentralized, make sure it's not like bound to like any political power, government, order or anything. So that's why this is very important, I think, to keep the Bitcoin always as it is, right? But if you want any like innovation, want consumer technology, want fast like changing technology, you can go to altcoin, other blockchains, right? Which I can give like example, right? Solana like can be shut down for like a day, people gonna be fine, it's okay. But if Bitcoin, stop like producing blocks for like a day or something, right? I think most of the people in the world will be like super panicking, like what happened, what gonna happen to my money, right? So that's why for Bitcoin, I think the best way is just stay as it is, have better technology, it's good, but I don't think it's worth to risky, like to change, like especially on the structure, like perspective. That's my view.
So the agreement here is that you see the limited experimentation on Bitcoin as something that's a good quality of Bitcoin, but that we need experimentation elsewhere because we can't do it on Bitcoin.
Yes, I think this is kind of like trade-off, right? So if you want like everything new, that's also I think similar to kind of like a consumer like iPhone versus Android, right? It's like iPhone move like quite slow, right? But the iPhone, like everybody know, is it's reliable, right? It's safe. Use iPhone, but if you are like technical savvy people, you can use like Android, you can do your own apps, everything, but your system will be exposure to lots of security attack, like anything, right? It's kind of like that, but it's more extreme, right? I think Bitcoin is like something you will feel like very stable, very safe. If you have Bitcoin, put in your own wallet, it's gonna be forever, right? Like 100 years, it's gonna be still there, right? But of course, right, if you buying any other crypto in the space, even like 100 days, probably not exist anymore, right? So that's why that's like the choice for the customer. So that's why for me, I think Bitcoin is something always be there. And if I have any demands for invest or have something innovative, I will choose somebody else, right? Yeah.
Very interesting answer. So this question's now to you. So I think we talked a little bit about the simplicity. We're going to move on now to, let's say, narrative, right? So Bitcoin has this dead simple narrative, like you said, that's been consistent for years, right? Bitcoiners like Marty and myself have been talking about Bitcoin with the same language, the same description since 10 years at least, right? Now, crypto seems to have to reinvent itself. I call it a sugar cookie. You know what sugar cookies are? They change for every season. It's Valentine's Day, I'm a heart. It's Easter, I'm a bunny. It's Christmas, I'm a Christmas tree. Love me, I'm changing, I'm new, I'm different this year, but I'm the same. It's a sugar cookie. So what is it like to see this fragmentation of the marketplace and having to create new narratives each and every cycle? Is that something that you thrive on? I saw the banana trick, that was a lot of fun. And you're really good at this stuff, but that you kind of have to be if you're in crypto. You kind of have to come up with new talking points, new sales pitches. It's not necessarily a criticism, but it's a reality of crypto.
Yes, exactly. I think Bitcoin is for stable, for storage of value, right? So everybody learned about Bitcoin. I get into the Bitcoin industry 10 years ago, right? At that time, people is already talk about like storage of value, this kind of narrative. But everything has been changing so fast, right? In the last 10 years, and demands is always changing, especially for altcoin, right? Recently, right, we have like meme coin. We have meme coin issued by AI agent, and also we have like AI making decision on which meme coin gonna be the one who we need to trade. And we see, pump fund, some pump, there's live streaming, somebody is doing live streaming on their coins, basically they stay in the bathroom, if you don't buy the coin, I won't leave the bathroom. This kind of the meme coin is out there, right? Yeah. So that's why I think it's, for altcoin, it's changing like all the times. But for WBTC, what we do is just bridge Bitcoin everywhere, right? To Ethereum, to Solana, Arbitrum, Tron, everywhere, right? So basically, we want to bridge like Bitcoin to the people, right? If they want to use Bitcoin on other blockchain, they will have a reliable choice, right? It's gonna go through WBTC. It has over like $13 billion market cap, right? It's like the liquidity is very good, right? You can sell $100 million Bitcoin like in one single transaction on Ethereum. That will be only like 2% discount. So that's why I think we need Bitcoin everywhere, right? So that's why we have this product like WBTC. But of course, I think blockchain will continue to evolve. Considering this is a fascinating place. It will have like innovation like every day. I saw different crypto like narrative like every day, for a new token, pumping, and I was like, why is pumping? And then they will tell me some crazy idea. For example, like recently, the crypto can be used for biotech or something, right? It's also trading on Solana, like very famous. So I get updated on like what's the token for, and after 7 days when I checked the token a week ago, it's already go to zero. Yeah. So you need to be like very careful on that too.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is the whole experimentation and narrative changing and cycling is secondary to the basic case of spreading Bitcoin, and that stuff is sort of layered on top. Correct? So how do you respond to that? Is that a sound argument to you? Do you think that you can bridge Bitcoin onto other chains and constantly cycle these narratives? What do you have to say about that as a context?
I don't think it's sustainable in the long run, and I do think it's important for everybody to realize like Bitcoin isn't really on these chains. It's in a multi-sig on the Bitcoin chain, then you mint representations of the Bitcoin and the multi-sig on these other chains. And so Bitcoin doesn't really exist on these chains. It exists in a Bitcoin multi-sig, and then you create representations, and the representations of Bitcoin that exist in those chains are beholden to the problems that exist with that chain of centralization and the corruptibility. And I think crypto and the narratives changing is a product of the fact that nothing that has been brought to market for the first 16 years in the world of crypto has really found product market fit outside of maybe stable coins. And I think that's particularly because of the use of people needing to preserve value without stomaching the price volatility of Bitcoin. And so crypto changing narratives, I mean, it went from Bitcoin's too slow, it's too dumb, it doesn't have enough transactions, we're going to create a better one. Then it evolved to ICOs, you can launch your own token. Then it went to DeFi, now we have meme coins, and you're seeing this acceleration of these new narratives, and they're falling flat even quicker. I think the meme coin narrative, what we're seeing on platforms like Pump.Fun is an example of this stuff, just speed running as the new narrative arises over time. And I think particularly as we head into this new era of nation states adopting Bitcoin, I think the opportunity cost of playing in crypto and trying to chase new narratives is simply getting too high. I think nation states are recognizing that Bitcoin as a global reserve asset being integral is a monumental change in terms of how Bitcoin is viewed in the eyes of not only governments, but everybody around the world. And if you're in crypto trying to create a new narrative and trying to say that Bitcoin is not good enough, I think we're at the point where it's objectively false. Like Bitcoin is going to be the global reserve asset of the future. It is designed to be that, and nothing that has come in its wake out of the world of crypto has really proven to be able to supplant Bitcoin.
So I do want to go to that worldview question a little later in this debate, but I want to come back to what you said about nothing has been invented that would be of significance. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but something along those lines is what I heard. Now, what I will say for me personally is, there was a magic feeling the first time you used Bitcoin, and you went, whoa. I had a very similar feeling the first time I used Uniswap, because we hadn't really imagined, we'd understood P2P, but we didn't imagine that you could do person to contract. Just like you said, this Bitcoin is spread through different chains and these multi-chain wallets. When I saw the liquidity pools and the bonded curves working, I went, I don't know if we would have just invented this without the frenzy and wild west of blockchain or crypto or whatever they call it today. We wouldn't have had that. So where do we put the experimentation to get to the point where we can, or where do we put experimentation in general, right? The thing that they came up with Uniswap, to me, I'm not putting it on the level of Bitcoin as an innovation, but it was just a tactile way of moving cryptocurrencies that we hadn't really thought of, and we kind of discovered it in the same way that Bitcoin was discovered, if you will. So where do we put experimentation in Bitcoin, if not in crypto?
Well, it depends on what your ultimate goal is, right? Like if your ultimate goal is to create a bunch of tokens or competing monies with Bitcoin, and you want to go experiment with that on other chains, do it. I just think the whole, whether it's Uniswap or DEXs, like trading these cryptocurrencies and be able to do it in a decentralized way, which is, I think, a stretch of the definition of decentralization. I just think it's completely misguided. Like Bitcoin, again, is money. Once you have a free open market competition for money, the market is going to converge overwhelmingly on the best money, and that is Bitcoin. And I think that is one of the biggest mistakes that many in crypto have made throughout the first 16 years, is really misconstruing what's going on as a technological revolution. And to a certain extent it is. Satoshi combining proof of work with distributed consensus, difficulty adjustment, that is a technological innovation, but at the end of the day was to enable this monetary revolution, bringing this new monetary good to the world. And so I think a lot of crypto takes it as a tech innovation and runs with that, but more profoundly, it's a monetary revolution. When it comes to applications that the crypto world is trying to force on the market, I think Web 3.0 is a great meme where you're trying to create a token for each use case. If you have a podcast, you're going to have a podcast token. If you're going to do streaming, you can create a token of yourself and try to get people on Pump.Fun to buy it. But really, what I think Web 3.0, the correct vision of that is just you take other distributed technologies, you don't attach a blockchain or a token to them, you just combine them with Bitcoin. And we're already beginning to see this manifest. RSS is an open source content distribution system. Instead of spinning up a token in a blockchain to do podcast or music monetization via cryptocurrency, you simply just distribute via RSS and put a Bitcoin Lightning Network address in your RSS feed, and people can send you Bitcoin directly. You don't need a new token or blockchain to do that. Similarly with Nostr. Nostr, you have this emergent communications distributed protocol that is really good at nailing that use case. How do you create distributed content distribution? And Bitcoin is proven to just fit in nicely to that as a way to monetize that distributed content distribution. So I think Bitcoin is money. All other cryptocurrencies are money. They're inferior monies that are competing with Bitcoin. And all the use cases they're trying to push on the market are better solved by just injecting Bitcoin into more purpose-fit technologies.
So to summarize again, just for the sake of debate, you're saying it's unnecessary experimentation and a lot of theater when the answer might be simpler if you just apply basic principles to
solution looking for a problem.
Yeah, so solution to looking for a problem. What's your rebuttal to solution looking for a problem?
Yes. So first of all, I think Bitcoin is a great technology, and because I have been in the Bitcoin industry for very early days. So when Satoshi first invented Bitcoin, and people start to want to create lots of new stuff on the Bitcoin at the beginning. Even like Vitalik, when he first tried to create Ethereum, he's thinking about creating smart contract on Bitcoin blockchains. But of course, right, Bitcoin won't let him to do that because Bitcoin is designed for storage of value, something like that. And then Vitalik goes to create, Ethereum for smart contract compatible. And later, I don't know if anyone remember at that time, it's a very interesting idea. There's a coin called color coin. Basically, color coin is aiming for building smart contract on Bitcoin at that time. And they have this kind of the Omni layer. And Tether even issued the first, Tether on Omni layer, which on Bitcoin. And then that's when I talked to Tether, I told Tether team it's impossible to scale Tether if we continue to do it on Omni layer because it's very slow. When people sending $2, they won't expect it to have an hour confirmation. And there's not going to anywhere. So that's why later Tether collaborate with us. We had Tether on Tron, has an instant transaction, right? Everybody wants to use that, as we settle around, $30 million, $13 billion, every day. Now it grow, of course, Tether grow from almost 0 to $100 billion now. So, which I think benefits Bitcoin a lot as well, because the stablecoin on Tron, on Ethereum, create a very easy way to trade Bitcoin in the first place. Because before that, there's an exchange, right, called Poloniex. It's the first, OG, crypto exchange at that time. People trading alter coin use Bitcoin, actually, right? People using Bitcoin to buy other alter coin. So those times, when alter coin, when Bitcoin go down 10%, all the altcoin will automatically go down 10% because the price is defined by the Bitcoin, right? So, but at that time the problem is if you use Bitcoin to trading other crypto, it's really slow, right? So, so that's why I think later people start to use stablecoin to trading crypto. Actually benefits Bitcoin because. More fiat flood into the Bitcoin, right? And Bitcoin become actually the storage of value because the fiat will goes to buy Bitcoin, give more buying power for the Bitcoin in the first place. Because at that time, when stablecoin first introduced into the crypto markets, people was like, no, we want Bitcoin, we need to use Bitcoin to trade crypto. If stablecoin take value from Bitcoin to be a trading tools, it will diminish the monetary value of Bitcoin. But later, right, today, Bitcoin goes to 100K US dollars. We know actually, more stable coin, more smart contract platform actually empower Bitcoin, price even more, right? Recently I saw, Donald Trump, also use stablecoin to buy Bitcoin on Ethereum, platform from decentralized trading platform. So that's why I think it is actually, basically the crypto and the blockchain technology development empower Bitcoin in other way. If we doing everything stuck with Bitcoin protocol 10 years ago, we wouldn't even pump the Bitcoin price, right? As we have like above 100K today.
Now, you described, so this is a new question, I'm heading back to you first and you'll get a rebuttal, but I'll build it off of what you mentioned about the worldview piece and the ETF and the nation state adoption and what you've been saying so far, which is that, look, in the end, this is all Bitcoin anyway. It helps Bitcoin and crypto helps Bitcoin. But I want you to answer this specific question. Bitcoin to me is a worldview, right? You can actually understand planet Earth through an understanding of Bitcoin. You get financial literacy, you understand what money and the state have to do. You can actually understand history by understanding Bitcoin. Now, crypto does not offer that to anybody. Would you say that it is more like just anything like baseball cards or Pokemon? Because that's how I see it. I don't hate crypto, but I'm as impressed by crypto as I am by a really interesting set of baseball cards or another game that someone made. Whereas Bitcoin programs my worldview. I get to see things that I wouldn't have seen before if I didn't have that. So is that something you believe or something you would agree with?
Yes. First of all, I think crypto today is extremely big markets, right? All different cryptocurrency have their own meaning, right? For example, like Tron, Ethereum has value. It's very easy to understand because people use the platform all day long. It has a few hundred million people, using it like all the time, right? Which creates lots of value because there's a gas fee spend, like everything, lots of usage basically, right? And we also have other coins, it's like meme coins, right? So when I first come to the meme coin, it's very hard for me to understand too, right? Why the coin is pumping because of the picture is cute, right? It's actually very hard to process, but we are getting there, right? So from Dogecoin, right, and later Sheep, and the Peep, Peep coin, and there's new meme coins comes out like every day, right? So that's why I think crypto is more like it's like a museum, and you go to museum, even banana tape on the wall, worth $6 million, you just need to figure it out, you can learn, like why is that, right? And you just like keep going on the tours, keep learning like more and more things like has big value and you don't know why. But Bitcoin, I think is like the first lessons, right? Everybody learn when they get into the crypto, but crypto itself is just like a museum, and I think it's gonna keep like evolving, and you need to just keep learning.
So is Marty, your rebuttal, is Bitcoin a first lesson and then that brings you to crypto? Or is crypto the first lesson and that brings you to Bitcoin?
I mean, Bitcoin's probably the first and last lesson. You get into Bitcoin, you're like, this is interesting. Is there anything better? You go experiment with crypto, you get rugged, you get wrecked, you realize that you should stay humble and stack sats, and you come back to Bitcoin. Yeah, and I mean, I think crypto as a museum is a great example. It's like it's cute and all. Museums are fun. However, like the ultimate goal of Bitcoin and the mission that many in the industry are on, and what we're trying to achieve is much bigger, much larger, much more virtuous, I'd argue, than building museums for people to play. And this is deadly serious to me. The sovereign debt crisis, the inflation crisis, the quality of life crisis, the gap between the rich and the poor that exists, not only in the U.S. but globally, is a massive problem. If we don't solve that problem rather quickly within a generation, it's going to lead to a lot of strife and dismay for my children's generation. And so when it comes to building museums or focusing on a protocol that has a problem to solve these systemic issues that exist globally, I'm going to focus on the latter because I think it's more important.
But what about the argument, and I think a lot of people say this, and I think Justin would agree, we're running out of time, but I'll try to paraphrase what I think you'd say. You know, crypto seems to be like the greatest gateway drug to Bitcoin. Like you said, you know, you visit the museum, but then it's the first and last lesson. You know?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I've seen this, multiple examples of people listen to my podcasts, listen to newsletter or read the newsletter. Investors in 1031 come to us, have told me I was into crypto, I was experimenting with Ethereum and Solana, got wrecked and did some research, really came to understand that Bitcoin is where the signal at, and that's why I'm here now. So, would agree with
that was the last word to Marty. We're out of time. Justin, thanks a lot for joining us here at a Bitcoin show. We like the experimentations. It's a lot of fun. And thank you, Marty, for being a Bitcoiner and defending your point of view.
Thank you, Noel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
Thanks, everyone, for coming.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine news desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance. Bitcoin price $99,007 on Binance, winding down day one here at the ADNEX Center in Abu Dhabi. You just heard the Bitcoin and crypto debate panel to break it down. We've got Jessica Walker, Global Media and Content Lead at Binance, and Joe Consorti, Head of Growth at Theia. Of course, a big day tomorrow. Going to hear from Eric Trump, the major speaker still to come. Want to end it on thoughts. How do we feel about day one, and what's in store for tomorrow? What are you looking for, Joe?
Absolutely. So obviously today we saw a whole slew of discussions from speakers and world leaders all around the MENA region. And it really, as we were talking about earlier, the vibe here is pretty immaculate, right? To take words from the internet zeitgeist. I mean, all the enthusiasm we see, and to wrap it up tomorrow with Eric Trump, obviously son of the incumbent president, I think it's just a perfect way to end what is the first of many conferences that are going to be held in this region. And it's just a testament to the extreme enthusiasm and future for Bitcoin that exists here in MENA.
Yeah, and for us it's super exciting. We're based here in the MENA region, so for us to have an international crowd of people, you guys have flown in from the States to watch everyone come, and the likes of Eric Trump and those kind of high caliber of people speaking around the world, it's just a super exciting time to be in the space.
But of course, the big thing, no new nation state has announced a Bitcoin adoption strategy. Joe, your thoughts? Is the market, as we're nearing 100K, do we need a nation state to adopt Bitcoin tomorrow?
You know, ultimately, like every Bitcoin conference has one of these major announcements. Obviously, we had El Salvador famously in 2021. I think the United States, the leader of them all, announcing, or at least putting a bill forth, the Bitcoin Act of 2024, I think that's substantial enough that we're already seeing movement among nation states. And even though we haven't seen like a formal announcement today in the form of a nation state coming out and saying we're going to actively buy Bitcoin, it is substantial enough. You now have El Salvador, the Kingdom of Bhutan, and the U.S. already has 200,000 Bitcoin. And so really, it's a race. And I don't think any of these nation states are announcing they're adopting Bitcoin because they want to accumulate as much of it as they can before the big players like the U.S. potentially start actively accumulating.
So Jessica, is it happening? Is there behind the scenes adoption, buying? What are your thoughts on this?
I don't think it's behind the scenes. I mean, we saw just this year, Germany, which had seized a large amount of Bitcoin, had sold off their Bitcoin at around $55,000 per BTC. And the Bitcoiners on X and other social media platforms, we don't forget when we see the prices go up and we see that we have have out-held governments, we really do tend to remind them on social media platforms. So when governments come in, it's never too late, and it's an exciting time, and the Bitcoiners never watching, we were here first and we're still early.
Well, of course, Michael Saylor making news just hours ago, buying $2.1 billion worth of Bitcoin. Now 2% of the supply, 420,000 Bitcoin in the hands of MicroStrategy, and maybe by proxy, MicroStrategy shareholders. Joe, if you're a company in this region watching Michael Saylor's strategy play out, what are you thinking of?
Yeah, well, you got to understand the value of Bitcoin on your corporate treasury, not just if you're a public company, but if you're a private company as well, right? It strengthens your balance sheet if you're a private company, but more so with these public companies, access to public markets, both equity and debt capital, it really is, to put it bluntly, steroids for your stock price, right? Obviously, we've seen it in the United States with MicroStrategy, new players like Semler Scientific, but we were talking off-air about companies doing this in emerging markets such as Japan, like Metaplanet, right? And the value proposition for Bitcoin on the balance sheet of public companies in emerging markets specifically, where those are the only vehicles that people can invest in, like a Bitcoin proxy, it is so substantial, right? And we're going to see many more companies in emerging markets, not just Metaplanet, but here in the MENA region as well, I believe, adopt this corporate treasury playbook, because we've seen what it can do for MicroStrategy. They were the first mover there. We've seen what it's doing for Metaplanet out in Japan, and tried and true, I think it's going to happen here in the MENA region as well.
Jessica, your thoughts on just the public market activity, MicroStrategy being a trailblazer, buying Bitcoin in huge volumes?
Well, leading the way, and we've just seen as well, I think we saw some news that Amazon shareholders have also said that actually for Amazon to list Bitcoin on their balance sheet is also a really interesting proposal and strategy. So as you've said, first of many, this will just be a rollover, and as we continue to see bigger and stronger ties within the Bitcoin space, I think this is going to be a really exciting time.
Well, let's talk about the buy-in that you've seen in the region. Obviously, we're in Abu Dhabi. This is the first time there's been a Bitcoin conference in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
Have you been able to buy, trade Bitcoin locally? Is this something you guys have engaged in? Have you spent any payments here? What has been the local adoption that you've gotten a feel for, Joe?
Yeah, so I've been paying primarily in USD. One of the things that they have here in Abu Dhabi specifically, I was concerned before coming about how much currency I'd need to convert into dirhams before coming here, but they accept USD basically everywhere. By that same token, it shows to me that if they want to begin accepting Bitcoin payments, it'd be very easy, because they've already showcased they have the ability to accept multiple currencies at these payment kiosks. And so obviously you're based in the region, you probably know more about this than I do, but for me it seems like because they already accept USD, it'd really be a flip of a switch to add a third currency, being Bitcoin, into that mix.
And just to give kind of a scope as well, in 2021 I moved over here. This was the start of the bull market cycle, and I remember looking at an apartment to rent for 1 year. One thing about the UAE is you do have to kind of rent up to 3 months of upfront payments, and my landlord at the time said, you are the third female today that has asked if she can pay in crypto. So it's not just coming from kind of companies and entities. You've got real estate organizations accepting crypto as payment, because for them it's obviously a really, really interesting area. But you've also got citizens here, people that are really tech savvy, that are very keen to also incorporate and start asking for crypto payments. So from that side, like the UAE and the MENA region, there's a lot of remittance markets here, so a lot of people that are working here that send money back home to their families. So not only Bitcoin, but also stable coins would hold a really big market value here, and it's something, there's definitely an open conversation that's continuing to build.
Jessica, how would you compare, you've obviously traveled the world, seen other markets, how does the UAE's Bitcoin or crypto just usage compared to what you've seen elsewhere?
Well, I think it's just that the UAE is just such a big global melting pot. You've got people from all over the world that are coming. You're traveling in and out. It's seen as one of the biggest international airports in the world when it comes to Dubai. We've got the United Arab Emirates here. We've got Dubai, which is a huge, huge market flow and a huge tourism sector. You've got Abu Dhabi, which has got a huge financial district. We've just had the Formula One here. Abu Dhabi Financial Conference is taking place in 2 days' time. So there are huge players from around the world that are coming here and setting up shop and really like seeing the interest and attraction and coming over. As soon as you mix that in with a new digital currency and the conversations around, the freedom of money and the tools that stable coins and digital currencies and Bitcoin will bring, it makes sense that it's open for business.
Well, quick fact, UAE, third largest MENA market for cryptocurrency behind Turkey and Morocco. And of course the Turkey case, I think, a little more pressing, Joe, just in terms of this being a currency collapse or a currency malfunctioning that is driving Bitcoin adoption? How does that compare to a market that's very established, a financial center like Abu Dhabi?
Of course, there are two reasons that people use Bitcoin, right? Primarily in the West and also in places like Abu Dhabi, we're using it as a wealth preservation tool. But in other areas, obviously such as Turkey, you have a collapsing currency, that becomes much more prevalent. They need something to transact with. It's simply impractical to be holding lira and it's hyperinflating, not just on a yearly basis or a monthly basis like we've been seeing, with 2.5% inflation in the United States, but on a monthly basis you're seeing 5, 10, 20% price inflation. And it's just completely unsustainable. And so you see that too, even as Bitcoin was in its bear market, it was still making highs against the Turkish lira. And so you have two different kinds of economies. You have people who are using Bitcoin kind of as an investable asset, then people who are actually using it as a lifeboat. And while the United States, we like to complain about it a great deal, we like to complain about price inflation a great deal, it's even more of a pertinent problem in places like Turkey and around the world, and that's another huge force that's driving adoption.
Jessica, your final thoughts on adoption before we cut back to a break?
I think it's clear. I think it's clear when you see the expo floor here of people from all around the world that are coming asking about cryptocurrency, and most of the people here are already holding crypto. I did have one woman come up to me and ask me how to get started. The fact that they're able to come to a Bitcoin conference and ask people directly, peer-to-peer, how to get started and get real-world kind of hands-on advice, I mean, that's a huge testament. Wow. People are interested, they're investing the time and effort to come and ask questions, so adoption's happening.
It's happening here at Bitcoin MENA 2024. Day 1 in the books. We're coming back with a quick wrap-up. We'll be back, of course, day 2 tomorrow. Still to come, Eric Trump, many more headliners to go. Stick it with us on YouTube, Rumble, and X.
All those wars made America less safe.
Excellent.
And less secure and less rich. There was almost no debate about those wars beforehand. What do we get for those wars? Iraq is now worse off than we found it. We killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. We killed between 670,000 and 1 million Iraqis. Iraq is now this, instead of a nation, it's an incoherent battle between Shia and Sunni death squads. We created ISIS in the spillover war into Syria, and we drove 2 million refugees into Europe, and we destabilized every democracy in Europe. That process ended up with Brexit, with breaking up the European Union. The riots that we're now seeing in France are a direct result of that surge of immigration that was driven by our wars. So the taxpayer would never agree to fund those wars in advance. And the government doesn't want it, politicians don't want to go to the taxpayer and ask that permission. It's much easier for them to just declare the wars and then finance them by printing more money. But ultimately, the people who pay for that money are the middle class, and they pay through the mechanism of inflation.
Have you Binanced?
What?
Have you Binanced?
Have you Binanced? No.
Have you Binanced? Have you Binanced?
Have you Binanced?
I have Binanced.
Congratulations.
Binance.
Is your company ready for the next evolution in financial strategy? Bitcoin for Corporations is your partner in securing the future of your business. With exclusive membership benefits, our comprehensive masterclass, and a network of trusted service providers, we provide the insights and resources to help you incorporate Bitcoin into your financial strategy, ensuring stability and long-term value. Strengthen your business, innovate with confidence. Bitcoin for Corporations, protecting your treasury and positioning you for the future.
You know, it's interesting when a government gets into trouble and they have to pay for a war, or they have to pay for a pandemic, or they have to pay for some cataclysmic event. They tend to print money. And because you're going to have these governments printing all this money, then the money is worth less. Well, what if it were all Bitcoin? Not only would that government not have the ability to print the money for the war, you might not even have the war.
Fiat money is used to fund wars. We've spent $8 trillion on regime change wars over the past 20 years. And all those wars made America less safe and less secure and less rich. There was almost no debate about those wars beforehand. What do we get for those wars? Iraq is now worse off than we found it. We killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. We killed between 670,000 and 1 million Iraqis. Iraq is now instead of a nation, it's an incoherent battle between Shia and Sunni death squads. We created ISIS in the spillover war into Syria, and we drove 2 million refugees into Europe, and we destabilized every democracy in Europe. That process ended up with Brexit, with breaking up the European Union. The riots that we're now seeing in France are a direct result of that surge of immigration that was driven by our wars. So the taxpayer would never agree to fund those wars in advance. And the government doesn't want it, politicians don't want to go to the taxpayer and ask that permission. It's much easier for them to just declare the wars and then finance them by printing more money. But ultimately, the people who pay for that money are the middle class, and they pay through the mechanism of inflation.
Have you Binanced?
What?
Have you Binanced?
Have you Binance? No.
Have you Binance?
Have you Binanced?
Have you Binance?
I have Binance.
News desk at Bitcoin MENA 2024, powered by Binance. The Bitcoin price $99,219 on Binance.com. We're wrapping up day one here at the Adnac Center in Abu Dhabi. Headlines from the day: CZ saying the Bitcoin market cap should be 16 trillion or higher, currently 2 trillion today. Saylor coming out buying 20,000 Bitcoin, up to 2% of the supply. 420,000 Bitcoin now owned by Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy. And last but not least, here in the deep, Paul Manafort, special envoy from the Trump administration in the Middle East. Institutions are underallocated. That's his quote. Of course, we've got a packed panel here at the end to wrap it all up. We've got, you know him from X, Zuby, from Team Zuby Media, going viral all the time. Isabella Santos, host of Bitcoin Backstage. Everybody's looking fresh because we're going to a night of parties, galas. Let's just wrap it up today. What was the mood? What was the vibe? Zuby, you've been to conferences before when the vibes have been lower, 15K in the bear markets. Maybe just tell us a little bit about that contrast.
Yeah, man. Dude, this is my first time being at a Bitcoin conference here in the Middle East.
You're based here, right?
I am based here. I live in Dubai. I'm a recent transplant. So I spoke at the one in, multiple of the previous ones in Miami. And the vibe at every single one, regardless of the price, the vibe has been great, man. The vibe has been great. I know we're on an upswing right now.
It's a little lower. It's a little less great in the 15K bear market. Am I right?
It's a little bit harder, but I think that if you've got a long-term vision, and I think the longer you've been in Bitcoin, the longer term your vision becomes. And so regardless of the price, I don't even hear people talking price that much. at these events.
I saw a guy, he had actually a button on his shirt then. It gave you the price. It was a price ticker that he was
nice.
wearing.
Oh, that's what it
wearable
was.
Price ticker. Oh, you didn't know what it was?
I thought it was his number.
Oh, no. Hey, also probably a good use case for that technology. Who knows? Isabella, why don't you tell us, again, you've been around the world, you've seen these conferences. 100K, this is the first 100K conference, really.
100K conference, and it feels bougie. I'm not going to lie. Like, I feel the bouginess. I'm going to start to believe it.
Describe bougie. What are you feeling? What's
bougie,
the
luxury. We're here, everything is gold. You walk out, you see people like serving tea with gold tea makers, cup of tea, gold. Yo, columns, 24 karat gold. I'm like, yo, why didn't we not? I think it was perfect timing to wait for the 100K Bitcoin to have it here in Abu Dhabi.
Susie, let's go with you. You're the local. What kind of message does this send locally? Obviously, we know that people are using Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies in the Middle East. What does it mean to have a Bitcoin conference here? What does it mean for this conference to be here now?
Well, I think it's a pretty big landmark in a lot of ways. I mean, it's interesting for me in particular because I grew up in Saudi Arabia. So I lived in Saudi Arabia from the late 80s up until the mid 2000s. And this is pre-smartphone, this is pre-social media, this is pre-broadband internet. And when people used to talk about this region as a whole, there was this complete separation and disconnection in most people's minds from the West and from modern technology and from all these things going on. So all these years and decades later, to see people from all around the world gathering here in Abu Dhabi, being here in the Middle East, and just the buzz and the excitement and the true diversity. As I'm sitting here, I can see people wearing thobes and kandoras, and I can see people wearing t-shirts and suits. This is just like...
It's a melting pot.
Yeah, this is better than the UN. This is just like a gathering across the globe. And so I think it just shows people how international this movement is.
Well, speaking of international, Isabella, you're on the ground out there in Mexico, orange pilling the people, obviously maybe in lesser underserved areas than this in Abu Dhabi, which is a financial center. How does that contrast? I mean, obviously there are people living on less than $10 a day who need Bitcoin, right?
Honestly, the contrast is super different, and it's a different mentality as well. What I've noticed, and the people that I've talked to, they look at Bitcoin as a store of value. And over in Mexico, it's more of like going back to the basics and trying to see if, Bitcoin will work as a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, sending sats to one another for simple things, buying a taco. So it's kind of like, it's the two complete polar opposites, but I think that's what you get with Bitcoin. You have some people from all over the world, some that are coming here to, invest, they want to, get a profit in Bitcoin. Others, they want to use it to save their money because their currency has been debunked. Others have just been pushed from it because in their country they needed to escape. So that's really what Bitcoin is all about. And like you're saying, everybody's wearing different things. I kind of get to feel all of that, and I see it back home, and it kind of gives me hope because as much as we don't want to admit it, when the price goes up, more people are attracted to it. And although they might be attracted to it for the wrong reasons, it's just like a stepping stone for them to come to the door and learn more. Because the first time you hear about Bitcoin, you don't fully understand it.
Right, and we've seen many people come to Bitcoin for different reasons. Of course, even just during your time here, I mean, we've seen the medical tyranny drive people to Bitcoin. We've seen financial tyranny, and we've seen just the desire for profit. I mean, Zubi, do you think that there is a Middle Eastern specific use case for Bitcoin, or is it the same reason that people are adopting all over the world?
That's a fantastic question. I don't know how unique and specific it is to this region. But as we've already touched on in a lot of what we've said, Bitcoin is truly for everybody. It truly is, regardless of where you are, regardless of your social class, your economic status, where you are located geographically, what you look like. Bitcoin has a use case for everyone. One thing I think that's really cool living here in the United Arab Emirates is in this part of the world already, I mean, you can buy, people say that you can't buy anything with Bitcoin. You can buy property here with Bitcoin. You can buy cars with Bitcoin. You can buy, a lot of the merchants here accept it. And you don't need to do some type of conversion. You can just use the Bitcoin directly.
Well, of course, Bitcoin adoption happening all over the world. Hopefully some nation-state adoption still to come. Day 2 of Bitcoin MENA tomorrow. We'll be back streaming on YouTube, X, and Rumble. I want to thank my great guests, Zuby and Isabella here. You can find them on X and other platforms. Again, thanks for watching. We'll be back. This has been Bitcoin Magazine's news desk here at Bitcoin MENA 2024. Thanks for watching.